Chapter 90 of Varney the Vampire, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Varney the Vampire, Volume 2, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 90. Dr. Chillingworth at the Hall, the Encounter of Mystery, the Conflict, the Rescue and the Picture. There have been many events that have passed rapidly in this our narrative, but more have yet to come before we can arrive at that point which will clear up much that appears to be most mysterious and unaccountable. Dr. Chillingworth, but ill satisfied with the events that had yet taken place, determined once more upon visiting the hall, and there to attempt a discovery of something respecting the mysterious apartment in which so much has already taken place. He communicated his design to no one. He resolved to prosecute the inquiry alone. He determined to go there and await whatever might turn up in the shape of events. He would not for once take any companion. Such adventures were often best prosecuted alone. They were most easily brought to something like an explanatory position. One person can often consider matters more coolly than more. At all events, there is more secrecy than under any other circumstances. Perhaps this often is of greater consequence than many others; and, moreover, when there is more than one, something is usually overdone. Where one adventurous individual will rather draw back in a pursuit, more than one would induce them to urge each other on. In fact, one in such a case could act the part of a spy, a secret observer, and in that case can catch people at times when they could not under any other circumstances be caught or observed at all. "I will go," he muttered, "and should I be compelled to run away again, why, nobody knows anything about it, and nobody will laugh at me." This was all very well, but Mr. Chillingworth was not the man to run away without sufficient cause. But there was so much mystery in all this, that he felt much interested in the issue of the affair. But this issue he could not command. At the same time he was determined to sit and watch, and thus become certain that either something or nothing was to take place. Even the knowledge of that much, that some inexplicable action was still going on, was far preferable to the uncertainty of not knowing whether what had once been going on was still so or not, because, if it had ceased, it was probable that nothing more would ever be known concerning it, and the mystery would still be a mystery to the end of time. "It shall be fathomed if there be any possibility of its being discovered," muttered Chillingworth. "Who would have thought that so quiet and orderly a spot as this, our quiet village, would have suffered so much commotion and disturbance? Far from any cause of noise and strife, it is quite as great a matter of mystery as the vampire business itself. I have been so mixed up in this business that I must go through with it. By the way, of the mysteries, the greatest that I have met with is the fact of the vampire having anything to do with so quiet a family as the Bannerworths." Mr. Chillingworth pondered over the thought, but yet he could make nothing of it. It in no way tended to elucidate anything connected with the affair, and it was much too strange and singular in all its parts to be submitted to any process of thought, with any hope of coming to anything like a conclusion upon the subject. That must remain until some facts were ascertained, and to obtain them Mr. Chillingworth now determined to try. This was precisely what was most desirable in the present state of affairs. While things remained in the present state of uncertainty, there would be much more of mystery than could ever be brought to light. One or two circumstances cleared up, the minor ones would follow in the same train, and they would be explained by the others; and if ever that happy state of things were to come about, why then there would be a perfect calm in the town. As Mr. Chillingworth was going along, he thought he observed two men sitting inside a hedge, close to a hayrick, and thinking neither of them had any business there, he determined to listen to their conversation, and ascertain if it had any evil tendency, or whether it concerned the late event. Having approached near the gate, and they being on the other side, he got over without any noise, and, unperceived by either of them, crept close up to them. So you haven't long come from sea? No, I have just landed. How is it you have thrown aside your seaman's clothes and taken to these? Just to escape being found out. Found out? What do you mean by that? Have you been up to anything? Yes, I have, Jack. I have been up to something, worse luck to me. But I'm not to be blamed either. What is it all about? Inquired his companion. I always thought you were such a steady-going old file that there was no going out of the even path with you. Nor would there have been but for one simple circumstance. What was that? I will tell you, Jack, I will tell you. You will never betray me, I am sure. Never, by heavens! Well, then, listen. It was this. I had been some time aboard our vessel. I had sailed before, but the captain never showed any signs of being a bad man, and I was willing enough to sail with him again. He knew I was engaged to a young woman in this country, and that I was willing to work hard to save money to make up a comfortable home for us both, and that I would not sail again, but that I intended to remain ashore and make up my mind to a shore life. Well, you would have a house then? Exactly, and that's what I wished to do. Well, I made a small venture in the cargo, and thought, by so doing, that I should have a chance of realizing a sum of money that would put us both in a comfortable line of business. Well, we went on very smoothly until we were coming back. We had disposed of our cargo, and I had received some money, and this seemed to cause our captain to hate me, because I had been successful. But I thought there was something else in it than that, but I could not tell what it was that made him so intolerably cross and tyrannous. Well, I found out at length he knew my intended wife. He knew her very well, and at the same time he made every effort he could to induce me to commit some act of disobedience and insubordination. But I would not, for it seemed to me he was trying all he could to prevent my doing my duty with anything like comfort. However, I learned the cause of all this afterwards. It was told me by one of the crew. Bill, said my mate, look out for yourself. What's in the wind? Said I. Only the captain has made a dead set at you, and you'll be a lucky man if you escape. What's it all about? Said I. I cannot understand what he means. I have done nothing wrong. I don't see why I should suddenly be treated in this way. It's all about your girl, Bill. Indeed, said I. What can that have to do with the captain? He knows nothing of her. Oh, yes, he does, he said. If it were not for you, he would have the girl himself. I see now, said I. Aye, and so can a blind man if you open his eyes, but he wants to make you do wrong, to goad you on to do something that will give him the power of disgracing you, and, perhaps, of punishing you. He won't do that, said I. I am glad to hear you say so, Bill, for to my mind he has made up his mind to go the whole length against you. I can't make it out, unless he wishes you were dead. I dare say he does, said I, but I will take care I will live to exact a reckoning when he comes ashore. That is the best, and when we are paid off, Bill, if you will take it out of him, and pay him off, why, I don't care if I lend you a hand. We'll say more about that, Dick, said I, when we get ashore and are paid off. If we are overheard now, it will be said that we are conspiring, or committing mutiny, or something of that sort. You are right, Bill, he said, you are right. We'll say no more about this now, but you may reckon upon me when we are no longer under his orders. Then there's no danger, you know. Well, we said nothing about this, but I thought of it, and I had cause enough, too, to think of it, for each day the captain grew more and more tyrannous and brutal. I knew not what to do, but kept my resolution of doing my duty in spite of all he could do, though I don't mind admitting I had more than one mind to kill him and myself afterwards. However, I contrived to hold out for another week or two, and then we came into port, and were released from his tyranny. I got paid off, and then I met my messmate, and we had some talk about the matter. The worst of it is, said I, we shall have some difficulty to catch him, and if we can, I'll be sworn we shall give him enough to last him for at least a voyage or two. He ought to have it smart, said my messmate, and I know where he is to be found. Do you? At what hour? late at night, when he may be met with as he comes from a house where he spends his evenings. That will be the best time in the world, when we shall have less interference than at any other time in the day. But we'll have a turn to-night if you will be with me, as he will be able to make too good a defense to one. It will be a fight, and not a chastisement." "It will. I will be with you. You know where to meet me. I shall be at the old spot at the usual time, and then we will go." We parted, and, in the evening, we both went together, and sought the place where we should find him out, and set upon him to advantage. He was nearly 2 hours before he came; but when he did come, we saluted him with a rap on the head, that made him hold his tongue; and then we set to and gave him such a tremendous drubbing, that we left him insensible; but he was soon taken away by some watchmen, and we heard that he was doing well; but he was dreadfully beaten. Indeed, it would take him some weeks before he could be about in his duties. He was fearfully enraged, and offered £50 reward to any one who could give him information as to who it was that assaulted him. I believe he had a pretty good notion of who it was, but he could not swear to me; but still, seeing he was busying himself too much about me, I at once walked away, and went on my way to another part of the country. "To get married?" "Aye, and to get into business." "Then, things are not quite so bad as I thought for at first." "No, no, not so bad but what they might have been worse a great deal; only I cannot go to sea any more, that's quite certain." "You needn't regret that." "I don't know." "Why not know? Are you not going to be married? Ain't that much better?" "I can't say," replied the sailor. "There's no knowing how my bargain may turn out. If she does well, why, then the cruising is over; but nothing short of that will satisfy me; for if my wife is not at all what I wish her to be, why, I shall be off to sea." "I don't blame you, either. I would do so too, if it were possible; but you see, we can't do so well on land as you do at sea. We can be followed about from pillar to post, and no bounds set to our persecution." "That's true enough," said the other. "We can cut and run when we have had enough of it. However, I must get to the village, as I shall sleep there to-night, if I find my quarters comfortable enough." "Come on then, at once," said his companion. "It's getting dark now, and you have no time to lose." These two now got up and walked away towards the village; and Chillingworth arose also, and pursued his way towards the Hall, while he remarked to himself, "Well, well, they have nothing to do with that affair, at all events. By the by, I wonder what amount of females are deserted in the navy. They certainly have an advantage over landsmen, in the respect of being tied to tiresome partners. They can, at least, for a season, get a release from their troubles, and be free at sea." However, Mr. Chillingworth got to the Hall, and unobserved, for he had been especially careful not to be seen. He had watched on all sides, and no signs of a solitary human being had he seen that could in any way make the slightest observation upon him. Indeed, he had sheltered himself from observation at every point of his road, especially so when near Bannerworth Hall, where there were plenty of corners to enable him to do so; and when he arrived there, he entered at the usual spot, and then sat down a few moments in the bower. "I will not sit here," he muttered. "I will go and have a watch at that mysterious picture. There is the center of attraction, be it what it may." As he spoke, he arose and walked into the house, and entered the same apartment which has been so often mentioned to the reader. Here he took a chair, and sat down full before the picture, and began to contemplate it. Well, for a good likeness, I cannot say I ever saw anything more unprepossessing. I am sure such a countenance as that could never have won a female heart. Surely, it is more calculated to terrify the imagination than to soothe the affections of the timid and shrinking female. However, I will have an inspection of the picture, and see if I can make anything of it." As he spoke, he put his hand upon the picture with the intention of removing it, when it suddenly was thrust open and a man stepped down. The doctor was for a moment completely staggered, it was so utterly unexpected, and he stepped back a pace or two in the first emotion of his surprise. But this soon passed by, and he prepared to close with his antagonist, which he did without speaking a word. There was a fair struggle for more than 2 or 3 minutes, during which the doctor struggled and fought most manfully, but it was evident that Mr. Chillingworth had met with a man who was his superior in point of strength, for he not only withstood the utmost force that Chillingworth could bring against him, but maintained himself, and turned his strength against the doctor. Chillingworth panted with exertion, and found himself gradually losing ground, and was upon the point of being thrown down at the mercy of his adversary, who appeared to be inclined to take all advantages of him, when an occurrence happened that altered the state of affairs altogether. While they were struggling, the doctor borne partially to the earth, but yet struggling, suddenly his antagonist released his hold and staggered back a few paces. "There, you swab, take that! I am yardarm and yardarm with you, you piratical-looking craft, you lubberly buccaneering son of a fish-fag!" Before, however, Jack Pringle, for it was he who came so opportunely to the rescue of Dr. Chillingworth, could find time to finish his sentence, he found himself assailed by the very man who, but a minute before, he had, as he thought, placed hors de combat. A desperate fight ensued, and the stranger made the greatest efforts to escape with the picture, but found he could not get off without a desperate struggle. He was, at length, compelled to relinquish the hope of carrying that off, for both Dr. Chillingworth and Jack Pringle were engaged hand to hand; but the stranger struck Jack so heavy a blow on the head that made him reel a few yards, and then he escaped through the window, leaving Jack and Mr. Chillingworth masters of the field, but by no means unscathed by the conflict in which they had been engaged. Chapter 90. Chapter 91 of Varney the Vampire, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Varney the Vampire, Volume 2, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 91. The Grand Consultation broken up by Mrs. Chillingworth, and the disappearance of Varney. Remarkable was the change that had taken place in the circumstances of the Bannerworth family. From a state of great despondency, and, indeed, absolute poverty, they had suddenly risen to comfort and independence. It seemed as if the clouds that had obscured their destiny had now, with one accord, dissipated, and that a brighter day was dawning. Not only had the circumstances of mental terror which had surrounded them given way in a great measure to the light of truth and reflection, but those pecuniary distresses which had pressed upon them for a time were likewise passing away, and it seemed probable that they would be in a prosperous condition. The acquisition of the title deeds of the estate, which they thought had passed away from the family forever, became to them, in their present circumstances, an immense acquisition, and brought to their minds a feeling of great contentment. Many persons in their situation would have been extremely satisfied at having secured so strong an interest in the mind of the old admiral, who was very wealthy, and who, from what he had already said and done, no doubt fully intended to provide handsomely for the Bannerworth family. And not only had they this to look forward to, if they had chosen to regard it as an advantage, but they knew that by the marriage of Flora with Charles Holland, she would have a fortune at her disposal, while he, Charles, would be the last man in the world to demur at any reasonable amount of it being lavished upon her mother and her brothers. But all this did not suit the high and independent spirit of Henry Bannerworth. He was one who would rather have eaten the crust that he procured for himself by some meritorious exertion than have feasted on the most delicate viands placed before him from the resources of another. But now that he knew this small estate, the title deeds of which had been so singularly obtained, had once really belonged to the family, but had been risked and lost at the gaming table, he had no earthly scruple in calling such property again his own. As to the large sum of money which Sir Francis Varney in his confessions had declared to have found its way into the possession of Marmaduke Bannerworth, Henry did not expect, and scarcely wished, to become possessed of wealth through so tainted a source. "No," he said to himself frequently, No, I care not if that wealth be never forthcoming, which was so badly got possession of. Let it sink into the earth, if, indeed, it be buried there; or let it rot in some unknown corner of the old mansion. I care not for it. In this view of the case he was not alone, for a family more unselfish, or who cared so little for money, could scarcely have been found; but Admiral Bell and Charles Holland argued now that they had a right to the amount of money which Marmaduke Bannerworth had hidden somewhere, and the old admiral reasoned upon it rather ingeniously, for he said: "I suppose you don't mean to dispute that the money belongs to somebody, and in that case I should like to know who else it belonged to, if not to you. How do you get over that, Master Henry?" "I don't attempt to get over it at all," said Henry. "All I say is, that I do dislike the whole circumstances connected with it, and the manner in which it was come by; and, now that we have a small independence, I hope it will not be found. But, Admiral, we are going to hold a family consultation as to what we shall do, and what is to become of Varney. He has convinced me of his relationship to our family, and, although his conduct has certainly been extremely equivocal, he has made all the amends in his power, and now, as he is getting old, I do not like to throw him upon the wide world for a subsistence." "You don't contemplate," said the admiral, "letting him remain with you, do you?" "No, that would be objectionable for a variety of reasons, and I could not think of it for a moment." "I should think not! The idea of sitting down to breakfast, dinner, tea, and supper with a vampire, and taking your grog with a fellow that sucks other people's blood!" "Really, Admiral, you do not really still cling to the idea that Sir Francis Varney is a vampire." "I really don't know. He clings to it himself, that's all I can say; and I think, under those circumstances, I might as well give him the benefit of his own proposition, and suppose that he is a vampire." "Really, uncle," said Charles Holland, "I did think that you had discarded the notion." "Did you? I have been thinking of it, and it ain't so desirable to be a vampire, I am sure, that any one should pretend to it who is not. Therefore, I take the fellow upon his own showing. He is a vampire in his own opinion, and so I don't see, for the life of me, why he should not be so in ours." "Well," said Henry, "waiving all that, what are we to do with him? Circumstances seem to have thrown him completely at our mercy. What are we to do with him, and what is to become of him for the future?" "I'll tell you what I'll do," said the admiral. "If he were 10 times a vampire, there is some good in the fellow, and I will give him enough to live upon if he will go to America and spend it. They will take good care there that he sucks no blood out of them; for, although an American would always rather lose a drop of blood than a dollar, they keep a pretty sharp lookout upon both." "The proposal can be made to him," said Henry, "at all events. It is one which I don't dislike, and probably one that he would embrace at once, because he seems, to me, to have completely done with ambition, and to have abandoned those projects concerning which, at one time, he took such a world of trouble." "Don't you trust to that," said the admiral. "What's bred in the bone don't so easily get out of the flesh, and once or twice, when Master Varney has been talking, I have seen those odd looking eyes of his flash up for a moment, as if he were quite ready to begin his old capers again, and alarm the whole countryside." "I must confess," said Charles Holland, "that I myself have had the impression once or twice that Varney was only subdued for a time, and that, with a proper amount of provocation, he would become again a very serious fellow, and to the full as troublesome as he has been." "Do you doubt his sincerity?" said Henry. "No, I do not do that, Henry. I think Varney fully means what he says; but I think, at the same time, that he has for so long led a strange, wild, and reckless life, that he will find it very far from easy, if indeed possible, to shake off his old habits and settle down quietly, if not to say comfortably." "I regret," said Henry, "that you have such an impression, but, while I do so, I cannot help admitting that it is, to a considerable extent, no more than a reasonable one; and perhaps, after all, my expectation that Varney will give us no more trouble only amounts to a hope that he will not do so, and nothing more. But let us consider, there seems to be some slight difference of opinion among us, as to whether we should take up our residence at this new house of ours, which we did not know we owned, at Deerbrook, or proceed to London, and there establish ourselves, or again return to Bannerworth Hall, and, by a judicious expenditure of some money, make that a more habitable place than it has been for the last 20 years. Now, I'll tell you what, said the Admiral, I would do. It's quite out of the question for anybody to live long unless they see a ship. Don't you think so, Miss Flora? Why, how can you ask Flora such a question, uncle, said Charles Holland, when you know she don't care a straw about ships, and only looks upon admirals as natural curiosities? Excepting one, said Flora, and he is an admiral who is natural, but no curiosity, unless it be that you can call him such because he is so just and generous, and, as for ships, who can help admiring them? And if Admiral Bell proposes that we live in some pleasant marine villa by the sea-coast, he shall have my vote and interest for the proceeding. Bravo! Huzzah! cried the Admiral. I tell you what it is, Master Charlie, you horse marine, I have a great mind to cut you out, and have Miss Flora myself. Don't, uncle, said Charles, that would be so very cruel, after she has promised me so faithfully. How do you suppose I should like it? Come now, be merciful. At this moment, and before anyone could make another remark, there came rather a sharp ring at the garden gate bell, and Henry exclaimed, That's Mr. Chillingworth, and I am glad he has come in time to join our conference. His advice is always valuable, and moreover, I rather think he will bring us some news worth the hearing. The one servant who they had to wait upon them looked into the room, and said, If you please, here is Mrs. Chillingworth. Mistress? You mean Mr. No, it is Mrs. Chillingworth and her baby. The devil! said the Admiral. What can she want? I'll come and let you know, said Mrs. Chillingworth, what I want, and she darted into the room past the servant. I'll soon let you know, you great sea crab. I want my husband, and what with your vampire, and one thing and another, I haven't had him at home an hour for the last 3 weeks. What am I to do? There is all his patients getting well as fast as they can without him, and when they find that out, do you think they will take any more filthy physic? No, to be sure not. People ain't such fools as to do anything of the sort. I'll tell you what we will do, ma'am, said the Admiral. We'll all get ill at once, on purpose to oblige ye, and I'll begin by having the measles. You are an old porpoise, and I believe it all owing to you that my husband neglects his wife and family. What's vampires to him, I should like to know, that he should go troubling about them? I never heard of vampires taking draughts and pills. No, nor anybody else that had the sense of a goose, said the Admiral. But if it's your husband you want, ma'am, it's no use your looking for him here, for here he is not. Then where is he? He is running after some of your beastly vampires somewhere, I'll be bound, and you know where to send for him. Then you are mistaken, for indeed we don't. We want him ourselves, ma'am, and can't find him. That's the fact. It's all very well talking, sir, but if you were a married woman, with a family about you, and the last at the breast, you'd feel very different from what you do now. I'm damned if I don't suppose I should, said the Admiral. But as for the last, ma'am, I'd soon settle that. I'd wring its neck, and shove it overboard. You would, you brute? It's quite clear to me you never had a child of your own. Mrs. Chillingworth, said Henry, I believe you have no right to complain to us of your domestic affairs. Where your husband goes, and what he does, is at his own will and pleasure, and, really, I don't see that we are to be made answerable as to whether he is at home or abroad, to say nothing of the bad taste, and bad taste it most certainly is, of talking of your private affairs to other people. Oh dear, said Mrs. Chillingworth, that's your idea, is it, you no-whiskered puppy? Really, madam, I cannot see what my being destitute of whiskers has to do with the affair, and I am inclined to think my opinion is quite as good without them as with them. I will speak, said Flora, to the doctor when I see him. Will you, Miss Doll's-Eyes? Oh, dear me, you'll speak to the doctor, will you?" "What on earth do you want?" said Henry. "For your husband's sake, whom we all respect, we wish to treat you with every imaginable civility; but we tell you candidly that he is not here, and therefore we cannot conceive what more you can require of us." "Oh, it's a row," said the Admiral. "That's what she wants, woman like. Damned a bit do they care what it's about as long as there's a disturbance. And now, ma'am, will you sit down and have a glass of grog?" "No, I will not sit down, and all I can say is, that I look upon this place as a den full of snakes and reptiles. That's my opinion, so I'll not stay any longer; but, wishing that great judgments may some day come home to you all, and that you may know what it is to be a mother with 5 babies, and one at the breast, I despise you all and leave you." So saying, Mrs. Chillingworth walked from the place, feeling herself highly hurt and offended at what had ensued, and they were compelled to let her go just as she was, without giving her any information, for they had a vivid recollection of the serious disturbance she had created on a former occasion, when she had actually headed a mob, for the purpose of hunting out Varney the vampire from Bannerworth Hall, and putting an end consequently, as she considered, to that set of circumstances which kept the doctor so much from his house, to the great detriment of a not very extensive practice. "After all," said Flora, "Mrs. Chillingworth, although she is not the most refined person in the world, is to be pitied." "What!" cried the Admiral. "Miss Doll's-eyes, are you taking her part?" "Oh, that's nothing. She may call me what she likes." "I believe she is a good wife to the doctor," said Henry, "notwithstanding her little eccentricities. But suppose we now at once make the proposal we were thinking of to Sir Francis Varney, and so get him to leave England as quickly as possible, and put an end to the possibility of his being any more trouble to anybody." "Agreed, agreed. It's the best thing that can be done; and it will be something gained to get his consent at once." "I'll run upstairs to him," said Charles, "and call him down at once. I scarcely doubt for a moment his acquiescence in the proposal." Charles Holland rose and ran up the little staircase of the cottage to the room which, by the kindness of the Bannerworth family, had been devoted to the use of Varney. He had not been gone above 2 minutes, when he returned hastily, with a small scrap of paper in his hand, which he laid before Henry, saying, "There, what do you think of that?" Henry, upon taking up the paper, saw written upon it the words, "The farewell of Varney the Vampire." "He is gone," said Charles Holland. "The room is vacant. I saw at a glance that he had removed his hat, and cloak, and all that belonged to him. He's off, and at so short a warning, and in so abrupt a manner, that I fear the worst." "What can you fear?" "I scarcely know what, but we have a right to fear everything and anything from this most inexplicable being, whose whole conduct has been of that mysterious nature as to put him past all calculation as regards his motives, his objects, or his actions. I must confess that I would have hailed his departure from England with feelings of satisfaction, but what he means now, by this strange maneuver, Heaven, and his own singular intellect, can alone divine." "I must confess," said Flora, "I should not at all have thought this of Varney. It seems to me as if something new must have occurred to him. Altogether, I do not feel any alarm concerning his actions as regards us. I am convinced of his sincerity, and therefore do not view with sensations of uneasiness this new circumstance, which appears at present so inexplicable, but for which we may yet get some explanation that will be satisfactory to us all." "I cannot conceive," said Henry, "what new circumstances could have occurred to produce this effect upon Varney. Things remain just as they were; and after all, situated as he is, if any change had taken place in matters out of doors, I do not see how he could become acquainted with them, so that his leaving must have been a matter of mere calculation, or of impulse at the moment, Heaven knows which, but can have nothing to do with actual information, because it is quite evident he could not get it." "It is rather strange," said Charles Holland, "that just as we were speculating upon the probability of his doing something of this sort, he should suddenly do it, and in this singular manner too." "Oh," said the old Admiral, "I told you I saw his eye. That was enough for me. I knew he would do something, as well as I know a mainmast from a chain cable. He can't help it, it's in the nature of the beast, and that's all you can say about it." Chapter 91.
Chapter 92 of Varney the Vampire, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Steve Smith. Varney the Vampire, Volume 2, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 92. The Misadventure of the Doctor with the Picture. The situation of Dr. Chillingworth and Jack Pringle was not of that character that permitted much conversation, or even congratulation. They were victors, it was true, and yet they had but little to boast of besides the victory. Victory is a great thing. It is like a gilded coat. It bewilders and dazzles. Nobody can say much when you are victorious. What a sound! And yet how much misery is there not hidden beneath it? This victory of the worthy doctor and his aide amounted to this. They were as they were before, without being any better, but much the worse, seeing they were so much buffeted that they could hardly speak, but sat for some moments opposite to each other, gasping for breath, and staring each other in the face without speaking. The moonlight came in through the window and fell upon the floor, and there were no sounds that came to disturb the stillness of the scene, nor any object that moved to cast a shadow upon the floor. All was still and motionless, save the two victors, who were much distressed and bruised. "Well," said Jack Pringle, with a hearty execration as he wiped his face on the back of his hand, "saving your presence, Doctor, we are masters of the field, Doctor. But it's plaguey, like capturing an empty bandbox after a hard fight." "But we have got the picture, Jack. We have got the picture, you see, and that is something. I am sure we saved that." "Well, that may be, and a pretty dread-looking picture it is after all. Why, it's enough to frighten a lady into the sulks. I think it would be a very good thing if it were burned." "Well," said the doctor, "I would sooner see it burned than in the hands of that—" "What?" exclaimed Jack. "I don't know," said Mr. Chillingworth, "but a thief, I should say, for it was somewhat thief-like to break into another man's house and carry off the furniture." "A pirate, a regular land shark. Something that is not the same as an honest man, Jack. But, at all events, we have beaten him back this time." "Yes," said Jack. "The ship's cleared. No company is better than bad company, Doctor." "So it is, and yet it don't seem clear in terms. But, Jack, if you hadn't come in time, I should have been but scurvily treated. He was too powerful for me. I was as nigh being killed as ever I have been. But you were just in time to save me." "Well, he was a large, ugly fellow, sure enough, and looked like an old tree." "Did you see him?" "Yes, to be sure I did." "Well, I could not catch a glimpse of his features. In fact, I was too much employed to see anything, and it was much too dark to notice anything particular, even if I had had leisure." "Why, you had as much to do as you could well manage. I must say that, at all events. I didn't see much of him myself, only he was a tall, out-of-the-way sort of chap, a long-legged shark. Gave me such a dig or two as I haven't had for a long while, nor don't want to get again. Though I don't care if I face the devil himself. A man can't do more than do his best, Doctor."
"No, Jack, but there are very few who do their best, and that's the truth. You have, and have done it to some purpose, too. But I have had enough for one day. He was almost strong enough to contend against us both."
"Yes, so he was."
"And, besides that, he almost carried away the picture. That was a great hindrance to him. Don't you think we could have held him if we had not been fighting over the picture?"
"Yes, to be sure he could. We could have gone at him boldly, and held him. He would not have been able to use his hands. We could have hung on him, and I am sure if I came to grapple yard-arm and yard-arm, he would have told a different tale. However, that is neither here nor there. How long had you been here?"
"Not very long,"
replied the doctor, whose head was a little confused by the blows which he had received.
"I can't now tell how long, but only a short time, I think." Where did he come from? Inquired Jack. Come from, Jack? Yes, Doctor. Where did he come from? The window, I suppose. It's the same way he went out, I dare say. It's most likely. Oh, no, no. He came down from behind the picture. There's some mystery in that picture, I'll swear to it. It's very strange he should make such a desperate attempt to carry it away. Yes, one would think, said Jack, there was more in it than we can see, that it is worth more than we can believe. Perhaps somebody sets particular store by it. I don't know, said Mr. Chillingworth, shaking his head. I don't know how that may be, but certain it is the picture was the object of his visit here. That is very certain. It was. He was endeavoring to carry it off, said Jack. It would be a very good ornament to the Black Hole at Calcutta. The utility of putting it where it cannot be seen, remarked Mr. Chillingworth, I cannot very well see, though I dare say it might be all very well. Yes, its ugly features would be no longer seen. So far it would be a good job. But are you going to remain here all night, and so make a long watch of it, Doctor? Why, Jack, said the doctor, I did intend watching here, but now the game is disturbed. It is of no use remaining here. We have secured the picture, and now there will be no need of remaining in the house. In fact, there is no fear of robbery now. Not so long as we are here, said Jack Pringle. The smugglers won't show a head while the revenue cutter is on the lookout. Certainly not, Jack, said Mr. Chillingworth. I think we have scared them away. The picture is safe. Yes, so long as we are here. And longer too, I hope. Jack shook his head, as much to intimate that he had many doubts upon such a point, and couldn't be hurried into any concession of opinion of the safety of such a picture as that, much as he disliked it, and as poor an opinion as he had of it. Don't you think it will be safe? No, said Jack. And why not? Said Mr. Chillingworth, willing to hear what Jack could advance against the opinion he had expressed, especially as he had disturbed the marauder in the very act of robbery. Why, you'll be watched by this very man, and when you are gone he will return in safety and take this plaguey picture away with him. Well, he might do so, said Mr. Chillingworth, after some thought. He even endangered his own escape for the purpose of carrying it off. He wants it, said Jack. What, the picture? Aye, to be sure. Do you think anybody would have tried so hard to get away with it? He wants it, and the long and the short of it is, he will have it, despite all that can be done to prevent it. That's my opinion. Well, there is much truth in that, but what to do, I don't know. Take it to the cottage, suggested Jack. The picture must be more than we think for. Suppose we carry it along. That is no bad plan of yours, Jack, said Mr. Chillingworth, and, though a little awkward, yet it is not the worst I have heard. But, what will they say when they see this frightful face in that quiet yet contented house? Why, they'll say you brought it, said Jack. I don't see what else they can say but that you have done well. Besides, when you come to explain, you will make the matter all right to 'em. Yes, said Chillingworth. And as the picture now seems to be the incomprehensible object of attack, I will secure that at all events. I'll help you. Thank you, Jack. Your aid will be welcome. At least it was so just now. All right, Doctor, said Jack. I may be under your hand some day. I'll physic you for nothing, said Mr. Chillingworth. You saved my life. One good turn deserves another. I'll not forget. Thank you, said Jack, as he made a wry face. I hope you won't have occasion. I'd sooner have a can of grog than any bottle of medicine you can give me. I ain't ungrateful, neither. You needn't name it. I am getting my breath again. I suppose we had better leave this place as soon as we conveniently can. Exactly. The sooner the better. We can take it the more leisurely as we go. The moon was up. There were no clouds now, but there was not a very strong light, because the moon was on the wane. It was one of those nights during which an imperceptible vapor arises, and renders the moon somewhat obscure, or, at least, it robs the earth of her rays, and then there were shadows cast by the moon, yet they grew fainter, and those cast upon the floor of the apartment were less distinct than at first. There seemed scarce a breath of air stirring. Everything was quiet and still. No motion. No sound save that of the breathing of the two who sat in that mysterious apartment,
who gazed alternately round the place and then in each other's countenances. Suddenly, the silence of the night was disturbed by a very slight but distinct noise, which struck upon them with peculiar distinctness. It was a gentle tap, tap at the window, as if someone was doing it with their fingernail. They gazed on each other for some moments in amazement, and then at the window, but they saw nothing, and yet had there been anything, they must have seen it, but there was not even a shadow. "Well," said Mr. Chillingworth, after he had listened to the tap, tap several times, without being able to find out or imagine what it could arise from, "what on earth can it be?" "Don't know," said Jack, very composedly, squinting up at the window. "Can't see anything." "Well, but it must be something," persisted Mr. Chillingworth. "It must be something." "I dare say it is, but I don't see anything. I can't think what it can be, unless—" "Unless what? Speak out," said the doctor, impatiently. "Why, unless it is Davy Jones himself, tapping with his long fingernails and telling us how we've been too long already here." "Then, I presume, we may as well go. And yet I am more disposed to deem it some device of the enemy to dislodge us from this place, for the purpose of enabling them to effect some nefarious scheme or other they have afloat." "It may be, and is, I dare say, a do of some sort or other," said Jack. "But what can it be?" "There it is again," said the doctor. "Don't you hear it? I can, as plain as I can hear myself." "Yes," said Jack, "I can hear it plain enough, and can see it too, and that is more. Yes, yes, I can tell all about it plain enough." "You can? Well, then, show me," said the doctor, as he strode up to the window before which Jack was standing, gazing upon one particular spot of the shattered window with much earnestness. "Where is it?" "Look there," said Jack, pointing with his finger to a particular spot, to which the doctor directed his attention, expecting to see a long, skinny hand tapping against the glass, but he saw nothing. "Where is it?" "Do you see that twig of ivy, or something of the sort?" inquired Jack. "Yes, I do." "Very well, watch that, and when the wind catches it, and there is but very little, it lifts it up, and then, falling down again, it taps the glass." Just as he spoke, there came a slight gust of wind, and it gave a practical illustration to his words, for the tapping was heard as often as the plant was moved by the wind. "Well," said Mr. Chillingworth, "however simple and unimportant the matter may be, yet I cannot but say I am always well pleased to find a practical explanation of it, so that there will be no part left in doubt." "There is none about that," said Jack. "None? Well, we are not beset, then. We may as well consider of the manner of our getting clear of this place. What sort of burden this picture may be I know not, but I will make the attempt to carry it." "Avast there," said Jack. "I will carry it. At all events, I'll take the first spell, and if I can't go on, we'll turn and turn about." "We can divide the weight from the first, and then neither of us will be tired at all." "Just as you please, sir," said Jack Pringle. "I am willing to obey orders, and if we are to get in tonight before they are all abed, we had better go at once, and then we shall not disturb them." "Good, Jack," said Mr. Chillingworth. "Very good. Let us begin to beat our retreat at once." "Very good," said Jack. They both rose and approached the picture, which stood up in one corner half reclining against the wall. The light, at least so much as there was, fell upon it, and gave it a ghastly and deathly hue, which made Mr. Chillingworth feel an emotion he could not at all understand. But, as soon as he could, he withdrew his eyes from off the picture, and they proceeded to secure it with some cord, so that they might carry it between them the easier, with less trouble and more safety. These preparations did not take long in making, and, when completed, they gave another inquiring look around the chamber, and Mr. Chillingworth again approached the window and gazed out upon the garden below, but saw nothing to attract his attention. Turning away, he came to the picture with which Jack Pringle had been standing. They proceeded towards the stairs, adopting every precaution they could take to prevent any surprise and any attempt upon the object of their solicitude. Then they came to the great hall, and, having opened the door, they carried it out. Then, shutting the door, they both stood outside of Bannerworth Hall, and, before taking the picture up in their hands, they once more looked suspiciously around them. There was nothing to be seen. And so, shouldering the ominous portrait, they proceeded along the garden till they conveyed it into the roadway.
"Now," said Jack, "we are off. We can scout along under press of sail, you know." "I would rather not," said the doctor, "for two reasons, one of which is I can't do it myself, and the other is we should run the risk of injuring the picture. Besides this, there is no reason for so doing." "Very well," said Jack. "Make it agreeable to yourself, Doctor. See you, Jack's alive, and I am willing to do all I can to help you."
"I am very glad of your aid," said Mr. Chillingworth, "so we will proceed slowly. I shall be glad when we are there, for there are few things more awkward than this picture to carry."
"It is not heavy,"
said Jack, giving it a hitch up that first pulled the doctor back and then pushed him forward again.
"No, but stop. Don't do that often, Jack, or else I shall be obliged to let go to save myself from falling," said the doctor. "Very sorry," said Jack. "Hope it didn't inconvenience you, but I could carry this by myself."
"And so could I," returned Mr. Chillingworth, "but the probability is there would be some mischief done to it, and then we should be doing more harm than good."
"So we should," said Jack.
They proceeded along with much care and caution. It was growing late now, and no one was about, at least they met none. People did not roam about much after dark, especially since the reports of the vampire became current. For, notwithstanding all their bravery and violence while in a body, yet to meet and contend with him singly and unseen was not at all a popular notion among them. Indeed, they would sooner go a mile out of their way, or remain indoors, which they usually did. The evening was not precisely dark. There was moonlight enough to save it from that, but there was a mist hanging about that rendered objects at a short distance very indistinct. Their walk was uninterrupted by anyone, and they had got through half the distance without any disturbance or interruption whatever. When they arrived at the precincts of the village, Jack Pringle said to Dr. Chillingworth,
"Do you intend going through the village, Doctor?"
"Why not? There will be nobody about, and if there should be, we shall be safe enough from any molestation, seeing there are none here who would dare to harm us. It is the shortest way, too."
"Very good," said Jack. "I am agreeable. And as for anyone harming me, they know better. But, at all events, there's company, and there's less danger, you know, Doctor. Though I'm always company to myself, but haven't any objection to a messmate now and then."
They pursued their way in silence for some distance, the doctor not caring about continuing the talk of Jack, which amounted to nothing. Besides, he had too much to do, for, notwithstanding the lightness of the picture, which Jack had endeavored to persuade the doctor of, he found it was heavy and ungainly. Indeed, had he been by himself, he would have had some trouble to have got it away.
"We are nearly there,"
said Jack, putting down his end of the picture, which brought Dr. Chillingworth to a standstill. "Yes, we are. But what made you stop?"
"Why, you see,"
said Jack, giving his trousers a hitch,
"as I said before, we are nearly there."
"Well, what of that? We intended to go there, did we not?" inquired Chillingworth.
"Yes, exactly. That is, you intended to do so, I know, but I didn't."
"What do you mean by that?" inquired Chillingworth. "You are a complete riddle tonight, Jack. What is the matter with you?"
"Nothing. Only, you see, I don't want to go into the cottage, 'cause, you see, the Admiral and I have had what you may call a bit of a growl, and I am in disgrace there a little, though I don't know why, or wherefore. I always did my duty by him, as I did by my country. The old man, however, takes fits into his head, at the same time I shall take some too. Jack's as good as his master ashore, at all events."
"Well, then, do you object to go in?" said Chillingworth.
"That is the state of the case. Not that I'm afraid, or have any cause to be ashamed of myself, but I don't want to make anybody else uncomfortable by causing black looks."
"Very well, Jack," said the doctor. "I am much obliged to you, and if you don't like to come, I won't press you against your inclination."
"I understand, Doctor. I will leave you here, if you can manage the rest of the way by yourself. There are not 200 yards now to go, so you are all safe. So good-bye."
"Good-bye, Jack," said Dr. Chillingworth, who stood wiping his forehead whilst the picture was standing up against the pails.
"Do you want a hand up first?"
"No, thank you. I can get it up very well without any trouble. It's not so heavy."
"Good-bye, then,"
said Jack, and in a few moments more Jack Pringle was out of sight, and the doctor was alone with the ominous picture. He had not far to go, and was within hail of the cottage, but it was late, and yet he believed he should find them up, for the quietude and calmness of the evening hour was that which most chimed with their feelings. At such a time they could look out upon the face of nature, and the freedom of thought appeared the greater, because there was no human being to clash with the silence and stillness of the scene.
"Well," muttered Chillingworth, "I'll go at once to the cottage with my burden. How they will look at me, and wonder what could induce me to bring this away. I can hardly help smiling at the thought of how they will look at the apparition I shall make."
Thus filled with notions that appeared to please him, the doctor shouldered the picture, and walked slowly along until he reached the dead wall that ran up to the entrance, or nearly so, of the gardens. There was a plantation of young trees that overhung the path, and cast a deep shadow below, a pleasant spot in hot weather. The doctor had been carrying the picture, resting the side of it on the small of his arm, and against his shoulder, but this was an inconvenient posture, because the weight of the picture cut his arm so much that he was compelled to pause and shift it more on his shoulder.
"There," he muttered, "that will do for the present, and last until I reach the cottage garden."
He was proceeding along at a slow and steady pace, bestowing all his care and attention to the manner of holding the picture, when he was suddenly paralyzed by the sound of a great shout of such a peculiar character that he involuntarily stopped, and the next moment something heavy came against him with great force, just as if a man had jumped from the wall onto him. This was the truth, for, in another moment, and before he could recover himself, he found that there was an attempt to deprive him of the picture. This at once aroused him, and he made an instant and a vigorous defense, but he was compelled to let go his hold of the picture, and turn to resist the infuriated attack that was now commenced upon himself. For some moments it was doubtful who would be the victor, but the wind and strength of the doctor were not enough to resist the powerful adversary against whom he had to contend, and the heavy blows that were showered down upon him. At first he was enabled to bear up against this attack, and then he returned many of the blows with interest, but the stunning effect of the blows he received himself was such that he could not help himself, and felt his senses gradually failing, his strength becoming less and less. In a short time he received such a blow that he was laid senseless on the earth in an instant. How long he remained thus he could not say, but it could not have been long, for all around him seemed just as it was before he was attacked. The moon had scarcely moved, and the shadows, such as they were falling in the same direction as before.
"I have not been long here," he muttered, after a few moments' reflection. But...
He stopped short, for, on looking round him, he saw the object of his solicitude was gone. The picture was nowhere to be seen. It had been carried off the instant he had been vanquished.
"Gone!"
he said, in a low, disconsolate tone.
"And after all I have done!"
He wiped his hand across his brow, and, finding it cut, he looked at the back of his hand, and saw by the deep color that it was blood. Indeed, he could now feel it trickle down his face. What to do he hardly knew. He could stand, and, after having got upon his feet, he staggered back against the wall, against which he leaned for support, and afterwards he crept along with the aid of its support until he came to the door. He was observed from the window, where Henry and Charles Holland, seeing him come up with such an unsteady gait, rushed to the door to ascertain what was the matter.
"What, doctor!" exclaimed Henry Bannerworth. "What is the matter?" "I am almost dead, I think," said Chillingworth. "Lend me your arm, Henry."
Henry and Charles Holland immediately stepped out, and took him between them into the parlor, and placed him upon a couch.
"What on earth has happened, doctor? Have you got into disgrace with the populace?" "No, no. Give me some drink, some water. I am very faint, very faint." "Give him some wine, or, what's better, some grog," said the Admiral. "Why, he's been yonder with some pirate or other, and he's damaged about the figurehead. You ain't hurt in your lower works, are you, doctor?" said the Admiral. But the doctor took no notice of the inquiry, but eagerly sipped the contents of a glass that Charles Holland had poured out of a bottle containing some strong Hollands, and which appeared to nerve him much. "There," said the Admiral, "that will do you good. How did all this damage to your upper works come about, eh?" "Let him wash his face and hands first. He will be better able to talk afterwards." "Oh, thank you," said Chillingworth. "I am much better, but I have had some hard bruises."
"How did it happen?"
I went by myself to watch in the room where the picture was in Bannerworth Hall." "Where the picture was?" said Henry. "Where it is, you mean, do you not, Doctor?" "No, where it was, and where it is not now." "Gone?" "Yes, gone away. I'll tell you all about it. I went there to watch, but found nobody or nothing there. But suddenly a man stepped out from behind the picture, and we had a fight over it. After which, just as I was getting the worst of it, Jack Pringle came in." "The dog!" muttered the Admiral. "Yes. He came in just in time, I believe, to save my life, for the man, whoever he was, would not have hesitated about it." "Well, Jack is a good man," said the Admiral. "There may be worse, at least." "Well, we had a desperate encounter for some minutes, during which this fellow wanted to carry off the picture." "Carry off the picture?" "Yes, we had a struggle for that, but we could not capture him. He was so violent that he broke away and got clear off." "With the picture?" "No, he left the picture behind. Well, we were very tired and bruised, and we sat down to recover ourselves from our fatigue, and to consider what was best to be done. But we were some time before we could leave, and then we determined that we would take the picture away with us, as it seemed to be coveted by the robber, for what object we cannot tell." "Well, well. Where is the picture?" "You shall hear all about it in a minute, if you'll let me take my time. I am tired and sore. Well, we brought the picture out, and Jack helped me carry it, till he came within a couple of 100 yards of the cottage, and there left me." "The lubber!" said the Admiral, interjectionally. "Well, I rested a while, and then taking the picture on my shoulders, I proceeded along with it until I came to the wall, when suddenly I heard a great shout, and then down came something heavy upon me, just as if a man had jumped down upon me." And? "Yes," said the Doctor. "It was—" "Was what?" inquired the Admiral. "Just what you all seem to anticipate. You are all before me, but that was it." "A man?" "Yes. I had a struggle with him, and got nearly killed, for I am not equal to him in strength. I was sadly knocked about, and finally all the senses were knocked out of me, and I was, I suppose, left for dead." "And what became of the picture?" "I don't know, but I suppose it was taken away, as, when I came to myself, it was gone. Indeed, I have some faint recollection of seeing him seize the portrait as I was falling." There was a pause of some moments, during which all the party appeared to be employed with their own thoughts, and the whole were silent. "Do you think it was the same man who attacked you in the house that obtained the picture?" at last inquired Henry Bannerworth. "I cannot say, but I think it most probable that it was the same. Indeed, the general appearance, as near as I could tell in the dark, was the same. But what I look upon as much stronger is, the object appears to be the same in both cases." "That is very true," said Henry Bannerworth. "Very true, and I think it more than probable myself. But come, Doctor, you'll require rest and nursing after your dangers."
End of chapter 92. Recorded by Steve Smith.
Chapter 93 of Varney the Vampire, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lucy Perry. Varney the Vampire, Volume 2, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 93. The Alarm at Anderbury, the Suspicions of the Bannerworth Family, and the Mysterious Communication. About 20 miles to the southward of Bannerworth Hall was a good-sized market town, called Anderbury. It was an extensive and flourishing place, and from the beauty of its situation and its contiguity to the southern coast of England, it was much admired, and, in consequence, numerous mansions and villas of great pretension had sprang up in its immediate neighbourhood. Besides, there were some estates of great value, and one of these, called Anderbury on the Mount, in consequence of the mansion itself, which was of an immense extent, being built upon an eminence, was to be let or sold. This town of Anderbury was remarkable not only for the beauty of its aspect, but likewise for the quiet serenity of its inhabitants, who were a prosperous, thriving race, and depended very much upon their own resources. There were some peculiar circumstances why Anderbury on the Mount was to let. It had been for a great number of years in possession of a family of the name of Milltown, who had resided there in great comfort and respectability until an epidemic disorder broke out, first among the servants, and then spreading to the junior branches of the family, and from them to their seniors, produced such devastation that in the course of 3 weeks there was but one young man left of the whole family, and he, by native vigour of constitution, had baffled the disorder and found himself alone in his ancestral halls, the last of his race. Soon a settled melancholy took possession of him, and all that had formerly delighted him now gave him pain, inasmuch as it brought to his mind a host of recollections of the most agonizing character. In vain was it that the surrounding gentry paid him every possible attention, and endeavoured to do all that was in their power to alleviate the unhappy circumstances in which he was placed. If he smiled, it was in a sad sort, and that was very seldom, and at length he announced his intention of leaving the neighbourhood and seeking abroad, and in change of scene, for that solace which he could not expect to find in his ancestral home after what had occurred within its ancient walls. There was not a chamber but which reminded him of the past. There was not a tree or plant of any kind or description but which spoke to him plainly of those who were now no more, and whose merry laughter had within his own memory made that ancient place echo with glee, filling the sunny air with the most gladsome shouts, such as comes from the lips of happy youth long before the world has robbed it of any of its romance or beauty. There was a general feeling of regret when this young man announced the fact of his departure to a foreign land, for he was much respected, and the known calamities which he had suffered, and the grief under which he laboured, invested his character with a great and painful interest. An entertainment was given to him upon the eve of his departure, and on the next day he was many miles from the place, and the estate of Anderbury on the Mount was understood to be sold or let. The old mansion had remained, then, for a year or two vacant, for it was a place of too much magnitude, and required by far too expensive an establishment to keep it going, to enable any person whose means were not very large to think of having anything to do with it. So, therefore, it remained unlet, and wearing that gloomy aspect which a large house, untenanted, so very quickly assumes. It was quite a melancholy thing to look upon it, and to think what it must have once been, and what it might be still, compared to what it actually was, and the inhabitants of the neighbourhood had made up their minds that Anderbury on the Mount would remain untenanted for many a year to come, and perhaps, ultimately, fall into ruin and decay. But in this they were doomed to be disappointed, for, on the evening of a dull and gloomy day, about 1 week after the events we have recorded as taking place at Bannerworth Hall and its immediate neighbourhood, a travelling carriage with 4 horses and an outrider came dashing into the place, and drew up at the principal inn in the town, which was called the Anderbury Arms. The appearance of such an equipage, although not the most unusual thing in the world, in consequence of the many aristocratic families who resided in the neighbourhood, caused, at all events, some sensation, and perhaps the more so because it drove up to the inn instead of to any of the mansions of the neighbourhood, thereby showing that the stranger, whoever he was, came not as a visitor, but either merely baited in the town, being on his road somewhere else, or had some special business in it which would soon be learned. The outrider, who was in handsome livery, had galloped on in advance of the carriage a short distance, for the purpose of ordering the best apartments in the inn to be immediately prepared for the reception of his master. "Who is he?" asked the landlord. "It's the Baron Stolmoyer Salzburg." "Bless my heart! I have never heard of him before. Where did he come from? Somewhere abroad, I suppose." "I can't tell you anything of him further than that he is immensely rich, and is looking for a house. He has heard that there is one to let in this immediate neighbourhood, and that's what has brought him from London, I suppose." "Yes, there is one, and it is called Anderbury on the Mount." "Well, he will very likely speak to you about it himself, for here he comes." By this time the carriage had halted at the door of the hotel, and, the door being opened and the steps lowered, there alighted from it a tall man attired in a kind of pelisse or cloak, trimmed with rich fur, for the body of it being composed of velvet. Upon his head he wore a travelling cap, and his fingers, as he grasped the cloak around him, were seen to be covered with rings of great value. Such a personage, coming in such style, was, of course, likely to be honoured in every possible way by the landlord of the inn, and accordingly he was shown most obsequiously to the handsomest apartment in the house, and the whole establishment was put upon the alert to attend to any orders he might choose to give. He had not been long in the place when he had sent for the landlord, who, hastily scrambling on his best coat and getting his wife to arrange the tie of his neckcloth, proceeded to obey the orders of his illustrious guest, whatever they might chance to be. He found the Baron Stolmoyer reclining upon a sofa, and having thrown aside his velvet cloak, trimmed with rich fur, he showed that underneath it he wore a costume of great richness and beauty, although, certainly, the form of it covered was not calculated to set off to any great advantage, for the Baron was merely skin and bone, and looked like a man who had just emerged from a long illness, for his face was ghastly pale, and the landlord could not help observing that there was a strange peculiarity about his eyes, the reason of which he could not make out. "You are the landlord of this inn, I presume," said the Baron, "and consequently, no doubt, well acquainted with the neighbourhood." "I have the honour to be all that, sir. I have been here about 16 years, and in that time I certainly ought to know something of the neighbourhood." "'Tis well. Some one told me there was a little cottage sort of place to let here, and as I am simple and retired in my habits, I thought that it might possibly suit me." "A little cottage, sir? There are certainly little cottages to let, but not such as would suit you, and if I might have presumed, sir, to think, I should have considered Anderbury-on-the-Mount, which is now to let, would have been the place for you. It is a large place, sir, and belonged to a good family, although they are now all dead and gone, except for one, and it's he who wants to let the old place." "Anderbury-on-the-Mount," said the Baron, "was the name of the place mentioned to me, but I understood it was a little place." "Oh, sir, that is quite a mistake. Who told you so? It is the largest place about here. There are a matter of 27 rooms in it, and it stands altogether upon 300 acres of ground." "And have you the assurance," said the Baron, "to call that anything but a cottage, when the castle of the Stolmoyers at Salzburg has one suite of reception rooms, 30 in number, opening into each other, and the total number of apartments in the whole building is 260. It is surrounded by 8 miles of territory." "The devil!" said the landlord. "I beg your pardon, sir, but when I am astonished I generally say the devil. They want £800 a year for Anderbury-on-the-Mount." "A mere trifle. I will sleep here to-night, and in the morning I will go and look at the place. Is it near the sea?" "Half a mile, sir, exactly from the beach, and one of the most curious circumstances of all connected with it is that there is a subterranean passage from the grounds leading right away down to the sea-coast. A most curious place, sir, partly put out of the cliff, with cellars in it for wine and other matters, that in the height of summer are kept as cool as in the deep winter time. It's more for curiosity than use, such a place, and the old couple that now take care of the house make a pretty penny, I'll be bound, though they won't own to it, by showing that part of the place. It may suit me, but I shall be able to give a decisive answer when I see it on the morrow. You will let my attendants have what they require, and see that my horses be well looked to." "Certainly. Oh, certainly, sir, of course. You might go far indeed, sir, before you found an inn where everything would be done as things are done here. Is there anything in particular, sir, you would like for dinner?" "How can I tell that, idiot, until the dinner-time arrives?" "Well, but, sir, in that case, you know, we scarcely know what to do, because you see, sir, you understand." "It is very strange to me that you can neither see nor understand your duty. I am accustomed to having the dinner-table spread with all that money can procure, that I choose, but not before, what it suits me to partake of." "Well, sir, that is a very good way, and perhaps we ain't quite so used to that sort of thing as we ought to be in these parts, but another time, sir, we shall know better what we are about, without a doubt, and I only hope, sir, that we shall have you in the neighbourhood for a long time, and so, sir, putting one thing to another, and then drawing a conclusion from both of them, you see, sir, you will be able to understand." "Peace! Begone! What is the use of all this bellowing to me? I want it not, I care not for it." The Baron spoke these words so furiously that the landlord was rather terrified than otherwise, and left the room hastily, muttering to himself that he had never come across such a tiger, and wondering where the Baron could possibly have come from, and what amount of wealth he could be possessed of that would enable him to live in such a princely style as he mentioned. If the Baron Stolmoyer of Salzburg had wished ever so much to impress upon the minds of all the persons in the neighbourhood the fact of his wealth and importance, he could not have adopted a better plan to accomplish that object than by first of all impressing such facts upon the mind of the landlord of the Anderbury Arms. For in the course of another hour it was tolerably well spread all over the town that never had there been such a guest at the Anderbury Arms, and that he had called Anderbury-on-the-Mount, with all its rooms, all its outbuildings, and its 300 acres of ground, a cottage. This news spread like wildfire, awakening no end of speculation, and giving rise to the most exaggerated rumours, so that a number of persons came to the inn on purpose to endeavour to get a look at the Baron. But he did not stir from his apartments, so that these wondermongers were disappointed, and even forced to go away as wise as they came. But in the majority of cases they made up their minds that in the morning they should surely be able to obtain a glimpse of him, which was considered a great treat, for a man with an immense income is looked upon in England as a natural curiosity. The landlord took his guest at his word as regards to the dinner, and provided such a repast as seldom indeed graced a board at the Anderbury Arms, a repast sufficient for 20 people, and certainly which was a monstrous thing to set before one individual. The Baron, however, made no remark, but selected a portion from some of the dishes, and these dishes that he did select from were of the simplest kind, and not such as the landlord expected him to take, so that he really paid about 100 times the amount he ought to have done for what actually passed his lips. And then what a fidget the landlord was in about his wines, for he doubted not but such a guest would be extremely critical and hard to please. But, to his great relief, the Baron declined taking any wine, merely washing down his repast with a tumbler of cool water, and then, although the hour was very early, he retired at once to rest. The landlord was not disposed to disregard the injunction which the Baron had given him to attend carefully on his servants and horses, and after giving orders that nothing should be stinted as regarding the latter, he himself looked after to the creature comforts of the former, and he did this with a double motive, for not only was he anxious to make the most he could out of the Baron in the way of charges, but he was positively panting with curiosity to know more about so singular a personage, and he thought that surely the servants must be able to furnish him with some particulars regarding their eccentric master. In this, however, he was mistaken, for although they told him all they knew, that amounted to so little as really not to be worth the learning. They informed him that they had been engaged all in the last week, and that they knew nothing of the Baron whatever, or where he came from, or what he was, excepting that he paid them the most liberal wages, and was not very exacting in the service he required of them. This was very unsatisfactory, and when the landlord started on a mission which he considered himself bound to perform, to a Mr. Leake in the town, who had the letting of Anderbury on the Mount, he was quite vexed to think what a small amount of information he was able to carry to him. "I can tell him," he said to himself as he went quickly towards the agent's residence, "I can tell him the Baron's name, and that in the morning he wants to look at Anderbury on the Mount, but that's all I know of him, except that he is a most extraordinary man, indeed the most extraordinary that I ever came near." Mr. Leake, the house agent, notwithstanding the deficiency of the facts contained in the landlord's statement, was well enough satisfied to hear that any one of apparent wealth was inquiring after the large premises to let, for, as he said truly to the landlord, "The commission on letting and receiving the rentals of such a property is no joke to me." "Precisely," said the landlord. "I thought it was better to come and tell you at once, for there can be no doubt that he is enormously rich." "If that may be satisfactorily proved, it's of no consequence what he is or who he is, and you may depend I shall be round to the inn early in the morning to attend upon him, and in that case perhaps, if you have any conversation with him, you will be so good as to mention that I will show him over the premises at his own hour, and you shall not be forgotten, you may depend, if any arrangement is actually come to. It will be just as well for you to tell him what a nice property it is, and that it is to be let for 800 a year, or sold outright for £8,000. I will, you may depend, Mr. Leake. A most extraordinary man you will find him, not the handsomest in the world, I can tell you, but handsome is as handsome does, say I, and if he takes Anderbury on the Mount, I have no doubt that he will spend a lot of money in the neighbourhood, and we shall all be the better of that, of course, as you well know, sir." This, then, was thoroughly agreed upon between these two high-contracting powers, and the landlord returned home very well satisfied indeed with the position in which he had put the affair, and resolved upon urging on the Baron, as far as it lay within his power to do so, to establish himself in the neighbourhood, and to allow him to be purveyor in general to his household, which, if the Baron continued in his liberal humour, would be unquestionably a very pleasant post to occupy. End of Chapter 93. Recording by Lucy Perry, in Bath, on the 17th of February 2009.
Chapter 94 of Varney the Vampire, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Varney the Vampire, Volume 2, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 94. The Visitor and the Death in the Subterranean Passage. About an hour and a half after the Baron had retired to rest, and while the landlord was still creeping about enjoining silence on the part of the establishment, so that the slumbers of a wealthy and no doubt illustrious personage should not be disturbed, there arrived a horseman at the Anderbury Arms. He was rather a singular-looking man, with a shifting, uneasy-looking glance, as if he were afraid of being suddenly pounced upon and surprised by someone, and although his apparel was plain, yet it was good in quality, and his whole appearance was such as to induce respectful attention. The only singular circumstance was, that such a traveller, so well mounted, should be alone, but that might have been his own fancy, so that the absence of an attendant went for nothing. Doubtless, if the whole inn had not been in such a commotion about the illustrious and wealthy Baron, this stranger would have received more consideration and attention than he did. Upon alighting, he walked at once into what is called the coffee-room of the hotel, and after ordering some refreshments, of which he partook but sparingly, he said, in a mild but solemn sort of tone, to the waiter who attended upon him, "Tell the Baron Stolmuir of Salzburg that there is one here who wants to see him." "I beg your pardon, sir," said the waiter, "but the Baron is gone to bed." "It matters not to me. If you nor no one else in this establishment will deliver the message I charge you with, I must do so myself." "I'll speak to my master, sir, but the Baron is a very great gentleman indeed, and I don't think my master would like to have him disturbed." The stranger hesitated for a time, and then he said, "Show me the Baron's apartment. Perhaps I ought not to ask any one person connected with this establishment to disturb him, when I am quite willing to do so myself. Show me the way." "Well, but, sir, the Baron may get in a rage, and say, very naturally, that we had no business to let anybody walk up to his room and disturb him, because we wouldn't do so ourselves. So that you see, sir, when you come to consider, it hardly seems the right sort of thing." "Since," said the stranger, rising, "I cannot procure even the common courtesy of being shown to the apartment of the person whom I seek, I must find him myself." As he spoke he walked out of the room and began ascending the staircase, despite the remonstrances of the waiter, who called after him repeatedly, but could not induce him to stop. And when he found that such was the case, he made his way to the landlord to give the alarm that, for all he knew to the contrary, someone had gone upstairs to murder the Baron. This information threw the landlord into such a fix that he knew not what to be at. At one moment he was for rushing upstairs and endeavouring to interfere, and at another he thought the best plan would be to pretend that he knew nothing about it. While he was in this state of uncertainty, the stranger succeeded in making his way upstairs to the floor from which proceeded the bedrooms, and, apparently having no fear whatever of the Baron Stolmuir's indignation before his eyes, he opened door after door, until he came to one which led him into the apartment occupied by that illustrious individual. The Baron, half undressed only, lay in an uneasy slumber upon the bed, and the stranger stood opposite to him for some minutes, as if considering what he should do. "It would be easy," he said, "to kill him, but it will pay me better to spare him. I may be wrong in supposing that he has the means which I hope he has, but that I shall soon discover by his conversation." Stretching out his hand, he tapped the Baron lightly on the shoulder, who thereupon opened his eyes and sprang to his feet instantly, glancing with fixed earnestness at the intruder, upon whose face shone the light of a lamp which was burning in the apartment. Then the Baron shrank back, and the stranger, folding his arms, said, "You know me. Let our interview be as brief as possible. There needs no explanations between us, for we both know all that could be said. By some accident you have become rich, while I continue quite otherwise. It matters not how this has occurred. The fact is everything. I don't know the amount of your possessions, but from your style of living they must be great, and therefore it is that I make no hesitation in asking of you, as a price for not exposing who and what you are, a moderate sum." "I thought you were dead." "I know you did, but you behold me here, and consequently that delusion vanishes. What sum do you require, and what assurance can I have that, when you get it, the demand will not be repeated at the first opportunity?" "I can give you no such assurance, perhaps, that would satisfy you entirely, but, for more reasons than I choose to enter into, I am extremely anxious to leave England at once and for ever. Give me the power to do so that I require, and you will never hear of me again." The Baron hesitated for some few seconds, during which he looked scrutinizingly at his companion, and then he said, in a tone of voice that seemed as if he were making the remark to himself rather than to the other, "You look no older than you did when last we parted, and that was years ago." "Why should I look older? You know as well as I that I need not. But, to be brief, I do not wish to interfere with any plans or projects you may have on hand. I do not wish to be a hindrance to you. Let me have £5,000, and I am off at once and forever, I tell you." "5,000! The man raves. £5,000. Say 1,000, and it is yours. No, I have fixed my price, and if you do not consent, I now tell you I will blazon forth, even in this house, who and what you are, and let your schemes of ambition or of cupidity be what they may, you may be assured that I will blast them all. This is no place in which to argue such a point. Come out into the open air. Walls have ears, but come out, and I will give you such special reasons why you should not now press your claim at all, that you shall feel much beholden to me for them and not regret your visit. If that we come to terms, I no more desire than you can do that any one should overhear our conversation. I prefer the open air for any conference, be it whatever it may. Much prefer it, and therefore most willingly embrace your proposition. Come out. The Baron put on his travelling cap, and the rich velvet cloak edged with fur that he possessed, and leaving his chamber a few paces in advance of his strange visitor, he descended the staircase, followed by him. In the hall of the hotel they found the landlord and almost the whole of the establishment assembled, in deep consultation as to whether or not anyone was to go upstairs and ascertain if the stranger who had sought the Baron's chamber was really a friend or an enemy. But when they saw the two men coming down, at all events apparently amicably, it was a great relief, and the landlord rushed forward and opened the door, for which piece of service he got a very stately bow from the Baron and a slight inclination of the head from his visitor, and then they both passed out. "I have ascertained," said the man who came on horseback, "that for the last week in London you have lived in a style of the most princely magnificence, and that you came down here, attended as if you were one of the first nobles of the land." "These things amuse the vulgar," said the Baron. "I do not mind admitting to you that I contemplate residing on this spot, and perhaps contracting a marriage." "Another marriage?" "And why not? If wives will die suddenly and no one knows why, who is to help it? I do not pretend to control the fates." "This, between us, is idle talk indeed, most idle, for we know there are certain circumstances which account for the strangest phenomena, but what roaring sound is that which comes so regularly and steadily upon the ear?" "It is the sea washing upon the coast. The tide is no doubt advancing, and, as the eddying surges roll in upon the pebbly shore, they make what, to my mind, is this pleasant music." "I did not think we were so near the ocean. The moon is rising. Let us walk upon the beach, and as that sound is such pleasant music, you shall hear it while I convince you what unpleasant consequences will arise from a refusal of the modest and moderate terms I offer you." "We shall see, we shall see. But I must confess it does seem to me most extraordinary that you ask of me a positive fortune, for fear you should deprive me of a portion of one. But you cannot mean what you say." While they were talking they reached a long strip of sand which was by the seashore, at the base of some cliffs, through which was excavated the passage from the coast into the grounds of Anderbury House, and which had been so expatiated upon the landlord of the inn in his description of the advantages attendant upon that property. There were some rude steps leading to a narrow arched doorway, which constituted an entrance to this subterraneous region, and as the moonlight streamed over the wide waste of waters and fell upon this little doorway in the face of the cliff, he became convinced that it was the entrance to that excavation, and he eyed it curiously. "What place is that?" said his companion. "It is a private entrance to the grounds of a mansion in this neighbourhood." "Private enough, I should presume, for if there be any other means of reaching the house, surely no one would go through such a dismal hole as that towards it. But come, make up your mind at once. There need be no quarrelling upon the subject of our conference, but let it be a plain matter of yes or no. Is it worth your while to be left alone in peace, or is it not?" "It is worth my while, but not at such a price as that you mentioned, and I cannot help thinking that some cheaper mode of accomplishing the same object will surely present itself very shortly." "I do not understand you. You talk ambiguously." "But my acts," said the Baron, "shall be clear and plain enough, as you shall see. Could you believe it possible that I was the sort of person to submit timely to any amount of extortion you chose to practice upon me? There was a time when I thought you possessed great sense and judgment, when I thought that you were a man who weighed well the chances of what you were about. but now I know to the contrary, and I think for less than £1,000 I may succeed in ridding myself of you." "I do not understand you. You had better beware how you tamper with me, for I am not one who will be calmly disposed to put up with much. The sense, tact, and worldly knowledge which you say you have before, from time to time, given me credit for, belongs to me still, and I am not likely easily to commit myself." "Indeed, do you think you bear such a charmed life that nothing can shake it?" "I think nothing of the sort, but I know what I can do. I am armed." "And I. And since it comes to this, take the reward of your villainy, for it was you who made me what I am, and would now seek to destroy my every hope of satisfaction." As the Baron spoke he drew from breast a small pistol, which, with the quickness of thought, he held full in the face of his companion, and pulled the trigger. There can be no doubt on earth but that his intention was to commit the murder, but the pistol missed fire, and he was defeated in his intention at that moment. Then the stranger laughed scornfully, and drawing a pistol from his pocket, he presented it at the Baron's head, saying, "Do I not bear a charmed life? If I had not, should I have escaped death from you now? No, I could not, but you perceive that even a weapon that might not fail you upon another occasion is harmless against me. And can you expect that I will hesitate now to take full and ample revenge upon you for this dastardly attempt?" These words were spoken with great volubility, so much so, indeed, that they only occupied a few very brief seconds in delivering, and then, perhaps, the Baron's career might have ended, for it seemed to be fully the intention of the other to conclude what he said by firing the pistol in his face. But the wily aspect of the Baron's countenance was, after all, but a fair index of the mind, and, just as the last words passed the lips of his irritated companion, he suddenly dropped in a crouching position to the ground, and, seizing his legs, threw him over his head in an instant. The pistol was discharged at the same moment, and then, with a shout of rage and satisfaction, the Baron sprang upon his foe, and kneeling upon his breast, he held aloft in his hand a glittering dagger, the highly polished blade of which caught the moonbeams, and reflected them into the dazzled eyes of the conquered man, whose fate now appeared to be certain. "Fool!" said the Baron. "You must needs, then, try conclusions with me, and, not content with the safety of insignificance, you must be absurd enough to think it possible you could extort from me whatever sums your fancy dictated, or with any effect threaten me if I complied not with your desires. Have mercy upon me. I meant not to take your life, and therefore why should you take mine? You would have taken it, and therefore you shall die. Know, too, at this your last moment, that, vampire as you are, and as I, of all men, best know you to be, I will take especial care that you shall be placed in some position after death, where the revivifying moonbeams may not touch you, so that this shall truly be your end, and you shall rot away, leaving no trace behind of your existence, sufficient to contain that vital principle. No, no, you cannot, will not, you must have mercy. Ask the famished tiger for mercy when you intrude upon his den." As he spoke, the Baron ground his teeth together with rage, and in an instant buried the poniard in the throat of his victim. The blade went through to the yellow sand beneath, and the murderer still knelt upon the man's chest, while he who had thus received so fatal a blow tossed his arms about with agony and tried in vain to shriek. The nature of the wound, however, prevented him from uttering anything but a low gurgling sound, for he was nearly choked with his own blood, and soon his eyes became fixed and of a glassy appearance. He stretched out his two arms and dug his fingers deep into the sand. The Baron drew forth the poniard, and a gush of blood immediately followed it, and then one deep groan testified to the fact that the spirit, if there be a spirit, had left its mortal habitation and winged its flight to other realms, if there be other realms for it to wing its flight to. "He is dead," said the Baron, and at the same moment a roll of the advancing tide swept over the body, drenching the living as well as the dead with the brine of the ocean. The Baron stooped and rinsed the dagger in the advancing tide from the clotted blood which had clung to it, and then, wiping it carefully, he returned it to its sheath, which was hidden within the folds of his dress, and, rising from his kneeling posture upon the body, he stood by its side, with folded arms, gazing upon it, for some minutes in silence, heedless of the still advancing water, which was already considerably above his feet. Then he spoke in his ordinary accents, and evidently caring nothing for the fact that he had done such a deed. "I must dispose of this carcass," he said, "which now seems so lifeless, for the moon is up, and if its beams fall upon it, I know, from former experience, what will happen. It will rise again and walk the earth, seeking for vengeance upon me, and the thirst for that vengeance will become such a part of its very nature that it will surely accomplish something, if not all, that it desires." After a few moments' consideration, he stooped, and with more strength than one would have thought it possible a man reduced almost as he was to a skeleton could have exerted, he lifted the body and carried it rapidly up the beach towards the cliffs. He threw it down upon the stone steps that led to the small door of the excavation in the cliff, and it fell upon them with a sickening sound, as if some of the bones were surely broken by the fall. The object, then, of the Baron seemed to be to get this door open if he possibly could. But that was an object easier to be desired than carried into effect, for, although he exerted his utmost power, he did not succeed in moving it an inch, and he began evidently to think that it would be impossible to do so. But yet he did not give up the attempt at once, but, looking about upon the beach, until he found a very large heavy stone, he raised it in his arms, and approaching the door, he flung it against it with such tremendous force that it flew open instantly, disclosing within a dark and narrow passage. Apparently rejoiced that he had accomplished this much, he stepped cautiously within the entrance, and then, taking from a concealed pocket that was in the velvet cloak which he wore a little box, he produced from it some wax lights and some chemical matches, which, by the slightest effort, he succeeded in igniting, and then, with one of the lights in his hand to guide him on his way, he went on exploring the passage, and treading with extreme caution as he went, for fear of falling into any of the ice wells which were reported to be in that place. After proceeding about 20 yards, and finding that there was no danger, he became less cautious, but in consequence of such less caution he very nearly sacrificed his life, for he came upon an ice well which seemed a considerable depth, and into which he had nearly plunged headlong. He started back with some degree of horror, but that soon left him, and then, after a moment's thought, he sought for some little nook in the wall in which he might place the candle, and soon finding one that answered the purpose well, he there left it, having all the appearance of a little shrine, while he proceeded again to the mouth of that singular and cavernous-looking place. He had, evidently, quite made up his mind what to do, for, without a moment's hesitation, he lifted the body again, and carried it within the entrance, walking boldly and firmly, now that he knew there was no danger between him and the light, which shed a gleam through the darkness of the place of a very faint and flickering character. He reached it rapidly, and when he got to the side of the well, he, without a moment's hesitation, flung it headlong down, and, listening attentively, he heard it fall with a slight plash, as if there was some water at the bottom of the pit. It was an annoyance, however, for him to find that the distance was not so deep as he had anticipated, and when he took the light from the niche where he had placed it, and looked earnestly down, he could see the livid, ghastly-looking face of the dead man, for the body had accidentally fallen upon its back, which was a circumstance he had not counted upon, and one which increased the chances greatly of its being seen, should any one be exploring, from curiosity, that not very inviting place. This was annoyance, but how could it be prevented, unless, indeed, he chose to descend and make an alteration in the disposition of the corpse? But this was evidently what he did not choose to do, so, after muttering to himself a few words expressive of his intention to leave it where it was, he replaced the candle, after extinguishing it, in the box from whence he had taken it, and carefully walked out of the dismal place. The moonbeams were shining very brightly and beautifully upon the face of the cliffs when he emerged from the subterranean passage, so that he could see the door, the steps, and every object quite distinctly, and, to his gratification, he found that he had not destroyed any fastening that was to the door, but that when it was slammed shut, it struck so hard and fast that the strength of one man could not possibly move it even the smallest fraction of an inch. "I shall be shown all this tomorrow," he said, "and if I take this house I must have an alteration made in this door, so that it may open with a lock, instead of by main violence, as at present. But if in the morning, when I view Anderbury House, I can avoid an entrance into this region, I will do so, and at my leisure. If I become the possessor of the estate, I can explore every nook and cranny of it." He then folded his cloak about him, after pulling the door as closely as he could. He walked slowly and thoughtfully back to the inn. It was quite evident that the idea of the murder he had committed did not annoy him in the least, and that in his speculations upon the subject he congratulated himself much upon having so far succeeded in getting rid of certainly a most troublesome acquaintance. "'Tis well indeed," he said, "that just at this juncture he should throw himself in my way, and enable me so easy to feel certain that I shall never more be troubled with him. Truly, I ran some risk, and when my pistol missed fire, it seemed as if my evil star was in its ascendant, and that I was doomed myself to become the victim of him who I have laid in so cold a grave. But I have been victorious, and I am willing to accept the circumstances as an omen of the past, that my fortunes are on the change. I think I shall be successful now, and with the ample means which I now possess, surely, in this country, where gold is loved so well, I shall be able to overcome all difficulties, and to unite myself to some one who... But no matter, her fate is an after consideration." End of chapter 94. Read by Richard Wallace, Liberty, Missouri, 7 April 2009. Chapter 95 of Varney the Vampire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Varney the Vampire, Volume 2, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 95. The Marriage in the Bannerworth Family Arranged. After the adventure of the doctor with regard to the picture about which such an air of mystery and interest has been thrown, the Bannerworth family began to give up all hopes of ever finding a clue to those circumstances concerning which they would certainly have liked to have known the truth, but of which it was not likely they would ever hear anything more. Dr. Chillingworth now had no reserve, and when he had recovered sufficiently to feel that he could converse without an effort, he took an opportunity, while the whole of the family were present, to speak of what had been his hopes and his expectations. "You are all aware," he said, "now, of the story of Marmaduke Bannerworth, and what an excessively troublesome person he was, with all deference to you, Henry, first of all, as to spending all his money at the gaming table, and leaving his family destitute, and then, when he did get a lump of money which might have done some good to those he left behind him, hiding it somewhere where it could not be found at all, and so leaving you all in great difficulty and distress, when you might have been independent." "That's true enough, Doctor," said Henry, "but you know the old proverb, that ill-gotten wealth never thrives, so that I don't regret not finding this money, for I am sure we should have been none the happier with it, and perhaps not so happy." "Oh, bother the old proverb! 30 or 40,000 pounds is no trifle to be talked lightly of, or the loss of which to be quietly put up with on account of a musty proverb. It's a large sum, and I should like to have placed it in your hands." "But as you cannot, Doctor, there can be no good possibly done by regretting it." "No, certainly, I don't mean that. Utter regret is always a very foolish thing. But it's questionable whether something might not be done in the matter, after all, for you, as it appears, by all the evidence we can collect, that it must have been Varney, after all, who jumped down upon me from the garden wall in so sudden a manner, and if the picture be valuable to him, it must be valuable to us." "But how are we to get it? And, if we could, I do not see that it would be of much value to anybody, for, after all, it is but a painting." "There you go again," said the doctor, "depreciating what you know nothing about. Now listen to me, Master Henry, and I will tell you. That picture evidently has some sort of lining at the back, over the original canvas. And do you think I would have taken such pains to bring it away with me if that lining had not made me suspect that between it and the original picture the money in banknotes was deposited?" "Had you any special reason for supposing such was the case?" "Yes, most unquestionably I had. For when I got the picture fairly down, I found various inequalities in the surface of the back, which led me to believe that rolls of notes were deposited, and that the great mistake we had all along made was in looking behind the picture instead of at the picture itself. I meant immediately to have cut it to pieces when I reached here with it, but now it has got into the hands of somebody else, who knows, I suspect, as much as I do. It is rather provoking. Rather provoking? Is that the way to talk of the loss of heaven knows how many thousands of pounds? I am quite aggravated myself at the idea of the thing, and it puts me in a perfect fever to think of it, I can assure you. But what can we do? Oh, I propose an immediate crusade against Varney the vampire, for who but he could have made such an attack upon me, and forced me to deliver up such a valuable treasure? Never heed it, doctor, said Flora. Let it go. We have never had or enjoyed that money, so it cannot matter, and it is not to be considered as the loss of an actual possession, because we never did actually possess it. Yes, chimed in the Admiral. Bother the money. What do we care about it? And besides, Charlie Holland is going to be very busy. Busy, said the doctor. How do you mean? Why, isn't he going to be married directly to Flora here? And am not I going to settle the whole of my property upon him on condition that he takes the name of Bell instead of Holland? For you see, his mother was my sister, and of course her name was Bell. As for his father Holland, it can't matter to him now what Charlie is called, and if he don't take the name of Bell I shall be the last in the family, for I am not likely to marry and have any little Bells about me. No, said the doctor, I should say not, and that's the reason why you want to ring the changes upon Charles Holland's name. Do you see the joke, Admiral? I can't say I do. Where is it? It's all very well to talk of jokes, but if I was like Charles, going to be married, I shouldn't be in any joking humour, I can tell you, but quite the reverse. And as for you and your picture, if you want it, doctor, just run after Varney yourself for it. Or stay, I have a better idea than that. Get your wife to go and ask him for it, and if she makes half such a clamour about his ears that she did about ours, he will give it her in a minute to get rid of her. My wife? You don't mean to say that she has been here? Yes, but she has, though. And now, doctor, I can tell you I have seen a good deal of service in all parts of the world, and of course picked up a little experience. And if I were you, some of these days, when Mrs. Chillingworth ain't very well, I'd give her a composing draught that would make her quiet enough. Ah, that's not my style of practice, Admiral, but I am sorry to hear that Mrs. Chillingworth has annoyed you so much. Fo, man, fo. Do you think she could annoy me? Why, I have encountered storms and squalls in all latitudes, and it isn't a woman's tongue now that can do anything of an annoying character, I can tell you. Far from it, very far from it, so don't distress yourself upon that head. But come, doctor, we are going to have the wedding the day after tomorrow. No, said Flora, the week after next, you mean. Is it the week after next? I'll be hanged if I didn't think it was the day after tomorrow. But of course you know best, as you have settled it all among you. I have nothing to do with it. Of course I shall, with great pleasure, returned the doctor, be present on the interesting occasion. But do you intend taking possession of Bannerworth Hall again? No, certainly not, said Henry. We propose going to the Deerbrook estate, and there remaining for a time to see how we all like it. We may, perchance, enjoy it very much, for I have heard it spoken of as an attractive little property enough, and one that anyone might fancy after being a resident a short time upon it. Well, said the Admiral, that is, I believe, settled among us, but I am sure we shan't like it, on account of the want of the sea. Why, I tell you, I have not seen a ship myself for this 18 months. There's a state of things, you see, that won't do to last, because one would get dry mouldy. It's a shocking thing to see nothing but land, wherever you go. From the preceding conversation may be gathered what were the designs of the Bannerworth family, and what progress had been made in carrying them out. From the moment they had discovered the title deeds of the Deerbrook property, they had ceased to care about the large sum of money which Marmaduke Bannerworth had been supposed to have hidden in some portion of Bannerworth Hall. They had already passed through quite enough of the busy turmoils of existence to be grateful for anything that promised ease and competence, and that serenity of mind which is the dearest possession which anyone can compass. Consequently was it that, with one accord, they got rid of all yearning after the large sum which the doctor was so anxious to procure for them, and looked forward to a life of great happiness and contentment. On the whole, too, when they came to talk the matter over quietly among themselves, they were not sorry that Varney had taken himself off in the way he had, for really it was a great release, and as he had couched his farewell in words which signified it was a final one, they were inclined to think that he must have left England, and that it was not likely they should ever again encounter him under any circumstances whatever. It was to be considered quite as a whim of the old admiral's the changing of Charles Holland's name to Bell, but, as Charles himself said when the subject was broached to him, I am so well content to be called whatever those to whom I feel affection think proper, that I give up my name of Holland without a pang, willingly adopting in its stead one that has always been hallowed in my remembrance with the best and kindest recollections. And thus the affair was settled, much to the satisfaction of Flora, who was quite as well content to be called Mrs. Bell as to be called Mrs. Holland, since the object of her attachment remained the same. The wedding was really fixed for the week after that which followed the conversation we have recorded, but the Admiral was not at all disposed to allow Flora and his nephew Charles to get through such an important period of their lives without some greater demonstration and show than could be made from the little cottage where they dwelt, and consequently he wished that they should leave that and proceed at once to a larger mansion, which he had his eye upon a few miles off, and which was to be had furnished for a time at the pleasure of any one. "And we won't shut ourselves up," said the Admiral, "but we will find out all the Christian-like people in the neighbourhood and invite them to the wedding, and we will have a jolly good breakfast together, and lots of music, and a famous lunch, and, after that, a dinner, and then a dance, and all that sort of thing, so that there shall be no want of fun." As may well be supposed, both Charles and Flora shrunk from so public an affair, but, as the old man had evidently set his heart upon it, they did not like to say they positively would not. So, after a vain attempt to dissuade him from removing at all from the cottage until they removed for good, they gave up the point to him, and he had it all his own way. He took the house for 1 month, which had so taken his fancy, and certainly a pretty enough place it was, although they found out afterwards that why it was he who was so charmed with it consisted in the fact that it bore the name of a vessel which he had once commanded, but this they did not know until a long time afterwards, when it slipped out by mere accident. They stipulated with the Admiral that there should not be more than 20 guests at the breakfast which was to succeed the marriage ceremony, and to that he acceded, but Henry whispered to Charles Holland, "I know this public wedding to be distasteful to you, and most particularly do I know it is distasteful to Flora, so, if you do not mind playing a trick upon the old man, I can very easily put you in the way of cheating him entirely. Indeed, I should like to hear, and what is more, I should like to practice, if you think it will not so entirely offend him as to make him implacable." "Not at all, not at all. He will laugh himself when he comes to know it, as much as any of us. The present difficulty will be to procure Flora's connivance, but that we must do the best way we can by persuasion." What this scheme was will ultimately appear, but certain it is that the old Admiral had no suspicion of what was going on, and proceeded to make all his arrangements accordingly. From his first arrival in the market town, in the neighbourhood of which was Bannerworth Hall, it will be recollected that he had taken a great fancy to the lawyer, in whose name a forged letter had been sent him, informing him of the fact that his nephew, Charles Holland, intended marrying into a family of vampires. It was this letter, as the reader is aware, which brought the old Admiral and Jack Pringle into the neighbourhood of the Hall, and although it was a manoeuvre to get rid of Charles Holland, which failed most signally, there can be no doubt but that such a letter was the production of Sir Francis Varney, and that he wrote it for the express purpose of getting rid of Charles from the Hall, who had begun materially to interfere with his plans and projects there. After some conversation with himself, the Admiral thought that this lawyer would be just the man to recommend the proper sort of people to be invited to the wedding of Charles and Flora, so he wrote to him, inviting himself to dinner, and received back a very gracious reply from the lawyer, who declared that the honour of entertaining a gentleman whom he so much respected as Admiral Bell was greater than he had a right to expect by a great deal, and that he should feel most grateful for his company, and await his coming with the greatest impatience. "A devilish civil fellow, that attorney," said the Admiral, as he put the letter in his pocket, "and almost enough to put one in conceit of lawyers." "Yes," said Jack Pringle, who had overheard the Admiral read the letter, "yes, we will honour him, and I only hope he will have plenty of grog, because, you see, if he don't... Damn it, what's that? Can't you keep things to yourself?" This latter exclamation arose from the fact that the Admiral was so indignant at Jack for listening to what he had been saying as to throw a leaden inkstand that happened to be upon the table at his head. "You mutinous swab," he said, "cannot a gentleman ask me to dinner, or cannot I ask myself, without you putting your spoke in the windlass, you vagabond?" "Oh, well," said Jack, "if you are out of temper about it, I had better send my mark to the lawyer and tell him that we won't come, as it has made some family differences." "Family, you thief," said the Admiral. "What do you mean? What family do you think would own you? Damn me if I don't think you came over in some strange ship. But I tell you what it is, if you interfere in this matter, I'll be hanged if I don't blow your brains out." "And you'll be hanged if you do," said Jack as he walked out of the room, "so it's all one either way, old fizzgig." "What?" roared the Admiral as he sprang up and ran after Jack. "Have I lived all these years to be called names in my own ship, I mean my own house? What does the infernal rascal mean by it?" The Admiral, no doubt, would have pursued Jack very closely had not Flora intercepted him and, by gentle violence, got him back to the room. No one else could have ventured to have stopped him, but the affection he had for her was so great that she could really accomplish almost anything with him, and, by listening quietly to his complaints of Jack Pringle, which, however, involved a disclosure of the fact which he had intended to keep to himself, that he had sought the lawyer's advice, she succeeded in soothing him completely, so that he forgot his anger in a very short time. But the old man's anger, although easily aroused, never lasted very long, and, upon the whole, it was really astonishing what he put up with from Jack Pringle in the way of taunts and sneers of all sorts and descriptions, and now and then not a little real abuse. And probably he thought likewise that Jack Pringle did not mean what he said, on the same principle that he, the Admiral, when he called Jack a mutinous swab and a marine, certainly did not mean that Jack was those things, but merely used them as expletives to express a great amount of indignation at the moment, because, as may be well supposed, nothing in the world could be worse, in Admiral Bell's estimation, than to be a mutinous swab or a marine. It was rather a wonder, though, that in his anger some day he did not do Jack some mischief, for, as we have had occasion to notice in one or two cases, the Admiral was not extremely particular as to what sort of missiles he used when he considered it necessary to throw something at Jack's head. It would not have been a surprising thing if Jack had really made some communication to the lawyer, but he did stop short at that amount of pleasantry, and, as he himself expressed it, for once in a way he let the old man please himself. The Admiral soon forgot this little dispute, and then pleased himself with the idea that he should pass a pleasant day with the attorney. "Ah, well," he said, "who would have thought that ever I should have gone and taken dinner with a lawyer, and not only done that, but invited myself too? It shows us all that there may be some good in all sorts of men, lawyers included. And I am sure, after this, I ought to begin to think what I never thought before, and that is, that a marine may actually be a useful person. It shows that, as one gets older, one gets wiser." It was an immense piece of liberality for a man brought up, as Admiral Bell had been, in decidedly one of the most prejudiced branches of the public service, to make any such admissions as these. A very great thing it was, and showed a liberality of mind such as, even at the present time, is not readily found. It is astonishing, as well as amusing, to find how the mind assimilates itself to these circumstances in which it is placed, and how society, being cut up into small sections, imagines different things merely as a consequence of their peculiar application. We shall find that even people, living at different ends of a city, will look with a sort of pity and contempt upon each other, and it is much to be regretted that public writers are found who use what little ability they may possess in pandering to their feelings. It was as contemptible and silly as it was reprehensible for a late celebrated novelist to pretend that he believed there was a place called Bloomsbury Square, but he really did not know, because that was merely done for the purpose of raising a silly laugh among persons who were neither respectable on account of their abilities or their conduct. But to return from this digression. The Admiral, attired in his best suit, which always consisted of a blue coat, the exact colour of the navy uniform, an immense pale primrose-coloured waistcoat, and white kerseymere continuations, went to the lawyer's as had been arranged. If anything at all could flatter the old man's vanity successfully, it certainly would be the manner in which he was received at the lawyer's house, where everything was done that could give him satisfaction. A very handsome repast was laid before him, and when the cloth was removed, the Admiral broached the subject upon which he wished to ask the advice of his professional friend. After telling him of the wedding that was to come off, he said, "Now, I have bargained to invite 20 people, and, of course, as that is exclusive of any of the family, and as I don't know any people about this neighbourhood except yourself, I want you and your family to come to start with, and then I want you to find me out some more decent people to make up the party." "I feel highly flattered," said the attorney, "that, in such a case as this, you should have come to me, and my only great fear is that I should not be able to give you satisfaction." "Oh, you needn't be afraid of that. There is no fear on that head, so I shall leave it all to you to invite the folks you think proper." "I will endeavour, certainly, Admiral, to do my best. Of course, living in the town, as I have for many years, I know some very nice people, as well as some very queer ones." "Oh, we don't want any of the queer ones, but let those who are invited be frank, hearty, good-tempered people, such as one will be glad to meet over and over again without any ceremony. None of your simpering people who are afraid to laugh for fear of opening their mouths too wide, but who are so mightily genteel that they are afraid to enjoy anything for fear it should be vulgar. I understand you, Admiral, perfectly, and shall endeavour to obey your instructions to the very letter. But if I should unfortunately invite anybody you don't like, you must excuse me for making such a mistake." "Oh, of course. Never mind that. And if any disagreeable fellow comes, we will smother him in some way." "It would serve him right, for no one ought to make himself disagreeable after being honoured with an invitation from you. But I will be most especially careful, and hope that such a circumstance will not occur." "Never mind. If it should, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll set Jack Pringle upon him, and if he don't worry his life out, it will be a strange thing to me." "Oh," said the lawyer, "I am glad you have mentioned him, for it gives me an opportunity of saying that I have done all in my power to make him comfortable." "All in your power to make him comfortable? What do you mean?" "I mean that I have placed such a dinner before him as will please him. I told him to ask for just whatever he likes." The Admiral looked at the lawyer with amazement for a few moments in silence, and then he said, "Damn it! Why, you don't mean to tell me that that rascal is here?" "Oh yes, he came about 10 minutes before you arrived, and said you were coming, and he has been downstairs feasting all the while since." "Stop a bit. Do you happen to have any loaded firearms in the house?" "We have got an old blunderbuss, but what for, Admiral?" "To shoot that scoundrel Pringle. I'll blow his brains out as sure as fate. The impudence of his coming here directly against my orders, too." "My dear sir, calm yourself and think nothing of it. It's of no consequence whatever." "No consequence? Where's that blunderbuss of yours? Do you mean to tell me that mutiny is of no consequence? Give me the blunderbuss." "But, my dear sir, we only keep it in terrorem, and have no bullets." "Never mind that. We can cram in a handful of nails, or brass buttons, or hammer up a few halfpence. Anything of that sort will do to settle his business with." "How do you get on, old tar-barrel?" said Jack, putting his head in at the door. "Are you making yourself comfortable? I'll be hanged if I don't think you have a drop too much already, you look so precious red about the gills. I've been getting on famous, and I thought I'd just hop up for a minute to make your mind easy about me and tell you so." It was quite evident that Jack had done justice to the good cheer of the lawyer, for he was rather unsteady, and had to hold by the doorpost to support himself, while there was such a look of contentment upon his countenance, as contrasted with the indignation that was manifest upon the Admiral's face, that, as the saying is, it would have made a cat laugh to see them. "Be off with ye, Jack," said the lawyer. "Be off with ye. Go downstairs again and enjoy yourself. Don't you see that the Admiral is angry with you?" "Oh, he be bothered," said Jack. "I'll soon settle him if he comes any of his nonsense. And mind, Mr. Lawyer, whatever you do, don't you give him too much to drink." The lawyer ran to the door and pushed Jack out, for he rightly enough suspected that the quietness of the Admiral was only that calm which precedes a storm of more than usual amount and magnitude, so he was anxious to part them at once. He then set about appeasing, as well as he could, the Admiral's anger, by attributing the perseverance of Jack, in following him wherever he went, to his great affection for him, which, combined with his ignorance, might make him often troublesome when he had really no intention of being so. That was certainly the best way of appeasing the old man, and indeed the only way in which it could be done successfully. and the proof that it was so consisted in the fact that the Admiral did consent, at the suggestion of the attorney, to forgive Jack once more for the offence he had committed. End of Chapter 95 of Varney the Vampire, Volume 2. Read by Richard Wallace, Liberty, Missouri, 8 April 2009.
Chapter 96, Part 1 of Varney the Vampire, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Varney the Vampire, Volume 2 by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 96, Part 1. The Baron takes Anderbury House and decides upon giving a grand entertainment. It was not considered anything extraordinary that, although the Baron Stolmoyer of Salzburg went out with the mysterious stranger who had arrived at the Anderbury Arms to see him, he should return without him, for certainly he was not bound to bring him back by any means whatsoever. Moreover, he entered the inn so quietly, and with such an appearance of perfect composure, that no one could have suspected for a moment that he had been guilty really of the terrific crime which had been laid to his charge, a crime which few men could have committed in so entirely unmoved and passionless a manner as he had done it. But he seemed to consider the taking of a human life as a thing not of the remotest consequence, and not to be considered at all as a matter which was to put any one out of the way, but as a thing to be done when necessity required, with all the ease in the world, without arousing or awaking any of those feelings of remorse which one would suppose ought to find a place in the heart of a man who had been guilty of such monstrous behavior. He walked up to his own apartment again, and retired to rest with the same feeling, apparently, of calmness, and the same ability to taste of the sweets of repose as had before characterized him. The stranger's horse, which was a valuable and beautiful animal, remained in the stable of the inn, and as, of course, that was considered a guarantee for his return, the landlord, when he himself retired to rest, left one of his establishment sitting up to let in the man who now lay so motionless and so frightful in appearance in one of the ice wells of the mysterious passage leading from the base of the cliffs to the grounds of Anderbury House. But the night wore on, and the man who had been left to let the stranger in, after making many efforts to keep himself awake, dropped into sound repose, which he might just as well have done in the first instance, inasmuch as, although he knew it not, he was engaged in the vain task of waiting for the dead. The morning was fresh and beautiful, and, at a far earlier hour than a person of his quality was expected to make his appearance, the Baron descended from his chamber; for, somehow or other, by common consent, it seemed to be agreed that great personages must be late in rising, and equally late in going to bed. But the Baron was evidently not so disposed to turn night into day, and the landlord congratulated himself not a little upon the fact that he was ready for his illustrious guest when he descended so unexpectedly from his chamber as he did. An ample breakfast was disposed of; that is to say, it was placed upon the table and charged to the Baron, who selected from it what he pleased; and when the meal was over, the landlord ventured to enter the apartment, and said to him, with all due humility, "If you please, sir, Mr. Leek, who has the letting of Anderbury on the Mount, that is, Anderbury House, as it is usually called, is here, sir, and would be happy to take your orders as to when you would be pleased to look at those premises?" "I shall be ready to go in half an hour," said the Baron, "and as the distance is not great, I will walk from here to the mansion." This message was duly communicated to Mr. Leek, who thereupon determined upon waiting until the Baron should announce his readiness to depart upon the expedition. And he was as good as his word, for, in about half an hour afterwards, he descended to the hall, and then Mr. Leek was summoned, who came out of the bar with such a grand rush, that he fell over a mat that was before him, and saluted the Baron by digging his head into his stomach, and then falling sprawling at his feet, and laying hold of his ankle. This little incident was duly apologized for and explained, after which Mr. Leek walked on through the town, towards Anderbury on the Mount, followed by the illustrious personage whom he sincerely hoped he should be able to induce to take it. It was a curious thing to see how they traversed the streets together; for while the Baron walked right on, and with a solemn and measured step, Mr. Leek managed to get along a few paces in front of him, sideways, so that he could keep up a sort of conversation upon the merits of Anderbury House and the neighborhood in general, without much effort, to which remarks the Baron made such suitable and dignified replies as a Baron would be supposed to make. "You will find, sir," said Mr. Leek, "that everything about Anderbury is extremely select, and amazingly correct; and I am sure a more delightful place to live in could not be found." "Ah," said the Baron, "very likely." "It's lively, too," continued Mr. Leek, "very likely; and there are 2 chapels of ease, besides the church." "That's a drawback," said the Baron. "A drawback, sir! Well, I am sorry I mentioned it; but perhaps you are a Roman Catholic, sir, and in that case the chapels of ease have no interest for you." "Not in the slightest; but do not, sir, run away with any assumption concerning my religious opinions, for I am not a Roman Catholic." "No, sir, nor more am I; and as far as I think, and my opinion goes, I say, why shouldn't a gentleman with a large fortune be what he likes, or nothing, if he likes that better? But here we are, sir, close to one of the entrances of Anderbury House. There are 3 principal entrances, you understand, sir, on 3 sides of the estate, and the 4th side faces the sea, where there is that mysterious passage that leads down from the grounds to the beach, which, perhaps, you have heard of, sir?" "The landlord of the inn mentioned it." "We consider it a great curiosity, sir, I can assure you, in these parts; a very great curiosity; and it's an immense advantage to the house, because, you see, sir, in extremely hot weather all sorts of provisions can be taken down there, and kept at such a very low temperature as to be quite delightful." "That is an advantage." Mr. Leek rang the bell that hung over one of the entrances, and his summons for admission was speedily answered by the old couple who had charge of the premises, and then, with a view of impressing them with a notion of the importance of the personage whom he had brought to look at the place, he said, aloud, "The Baron Stoltmayer of Salt something has come to look at the premises." This announcement was received with all due deference and respect, and the task of showing the Baron the premises at once fairly commenced. "Here you have," said Mr. Leek, assuming an oratorical attitude, "here you have the umbrageous trees stooping down to dip their leaves in the purling waters; here you have the sweet foliage lending a delicious perfume to the balmy air; here you have the murmuring waterfalls playing music of the spheres to the listening birds, who sit responsive upon the dancing boughs; here you have all the fragrance of the briny ocean, mingling with the scent of a bank of violets, and wrapping the senses in Elysium. Here you may never tire of an existence that presents never-ending charms, and that, in the full employment of which, you may live far beyond the allotted span of man." "Enough, enough," said the Baron. "Here you have the choicest exotics taking kindly to a soil gifted by nature with the most extraordinary powers of production; and all that can pamper the appetite, or yield delight to the senses, is scattered around by nature with a liberal hand. It is quite impossible that royalty should come near the favored spot without visiting it as a thing of course; and I forgot to mention that a revenue is derived from some cottages, which, although small, is yet sufficient to pay the tithe on the whole estate." "There, there, that will do." "Here you have purling rills and cascades, and fish ponds so redundant with the finny tribe, that you have but to wish for sport, and it is yours. Here you have in the mansion, chambers that vie with the accommodation of a palace, ample dormitories and halls of ancient grandeur. Here you have—" "Stop!" said the Baron, "stop, I cannot be pestered in this way with your description. I have no patience to listen to such mere words. Show me the house at once, and let me be the judge for myself." "Certainly, sir, oh, certainly; only I thought it right to give you a slight description of the place as it really was; and now, sir, that we have reached the house, I may remark that here we have—" "Silence!" said the Baron. "If you begin with here we have, I know not when you will leave off. All I require of you is to show me the place, and to answer any question which I may put to you concerning it. I will draw my own conclusions, and nothing you can say, one way or another, will affect my imagination." "Certainly, sir, certainly. I shall only be too happy to answer any questions that may be put to me by a person of your lordship's great intelligence; and all I can remark is, that when you reach the drawing-room floor, any person may truly say, here you have—I really beg your pardon, sir, I had not the slightest intention of saying here you have, I assure you; but the words came out quite unawares, I assure you." "Peace, peace!" cried again the Baron. "You disturb me by this incessant clatter." Thus admonished, Mr. Leeke was now quiet, and allowed the Baron in his own way to make what investigation he pleased concerning Anderbury House. The investigation was not one that could be gone over in 10 minutes, for the house was extremely extensive, and the estate altogether presented so many features of beauty and interest that it was impossible not to linger over it for a considerable period of time. The grounds were most extensive, and planted with such a regard to order and regularity, everything being in its proper place, that it was a pleasure to see an estate so well kept; and although the Baron was not a man who said much, it was quite evident, by what little he did utter, that he was very well pleased with Anderbury on the Mount. "And now," said Mr. Leeke, "I will do myself the pleasure, sir, of showing your Grace the subterranean passage." At this moment a loud ring at one of the entrance gates was heard, and upon the man who had charge of the house answering the summons for admission, he found that it was a gentleman, who gave a card on which was the name Sir John Westlake, and who desired to see the premises. "Sir John Westlake," said Mr. Leeke. "Oh! I recollect he did call at my office, and say that he thought of taking Anderbury on the Mount. A gentleman of great wealth and taste is Sir John, but I must tell him, Baron, that you have the preference if you choose to embrace it." At this moment the stranger advanced, and when he saw the Baron he bowed courteously, upon which Mr. Leeke said, "I regret, Sir John, that if you should take a fancy to the place, I am compelled first of all to give this gentleman the refusal of it." "Certainly," said Sir John Westlake. "Do not let me interfere with any one. I have nearly made up my mind, and came to look over the property again; but of course, if this gentleman is beforehand with me, I must be content. I wish particularly to go down to the subterranean passage to the beach, if it is not too much trouble." "Trouble! Certainly not, sir. Here, Davis, get some links, and we can go at once; and as this gentleman likewise has seen everything but that strange excavation, he will probably descend with us." "Certainly," said the Baron, "I shall have great pleasure;" and he said it with so free and unembarrassed an air, that no one could have believed for a moment in the possibility that such a subject of fearful interest to him was there to be found. The entrance from the grounds into this deep cavernous place was in a small but neat building, that looked like a summer house; and now, torches being procured, and one lit, a door was opened, which conducted at once into the commencement of the excavation; and Mr. Leeke heading the way, the distinguished party, as that gentleman loved afterwards to call it in his accounts of the transaction, proceeded into the very bowels of the earth, as it were, and quickly lost all traces of the daylight. The place did not descend by steps, but by a gentle slope, which it required some caution to traverse, because, being cut in the chalk, which in some places was worn very smooth, it was extremely slippery. But this was a difficulty that a little practice soon overcame, and as they went on the place became more interesting every minute. Even the Baron allowed Mr. Leeke to make a speech upon the occasion, and that gentleman said, "You will perceive that this excavation must have been made, at a great expense, out of the solid cliff, and in making it some of the most curious specimens of petrification and fossil remains were found. You see that the roof is vaulted, and it is only now and then a lump of chalk has fallen in, or a great piece of flint. And now we come to one of the ice wells." They came to a deep excavation, down which they looked, and when the man held the torch beneath its surface, they could dimly see the bottom of it, where there was a number of large pieces of flint stone, and, apparently likewise, the remains of broken bottles. "There used to be a windlass at the top of this," said Mr. Leeke, "and the things were let down in a basket. They do say that ice will keep for 2 years in one of these places." "And there are more of these excavations?" said the Baron. "Oh dear, yes, sir, there are 5 or 6 of them for different purposes; for when the family that used to live in Anderbury House had grand entertainments, which they sometimes had in the summer season, they always had a lot of men down here cooling wines, and passing them up from hand to hand to the house." From the gradual slope of this passage down to the cliffs, and the zigzag character of it, it may be well supposed that it was of considerable extent. Indeed, Mr. Leeke asserted that it was half a mile in actual measured length. The Baron was not at all anxious to run any risk of a discovery of the dead body which he had cast into that ice well which was nearest to the opening on to the beach, so, as he went on, he negatived the different proposals that were made to look down into the excavations, and succeeded in putting a stop to that species of inquiry in the majority of instances, but he could not wholly do so. Perhaps it would have been better for his purpose if he had encouraged a look into every one of the ice wells, for, in that case, their similarity of appearance might have tired out Sir John Westlake before they got to the last one; but as it was, when they reached the one down which the body had been precipitated, he had the mortification to hear Mr. Leeke say, "And now, Sir John, and you, my Lord Baron, as we have looked at the first of these ice wells and at none of the others, suppose we look at the last." The Baron was afraid to say anything, because, if the body were discovered, and identified as that of the visitor at the inn, and who had been seen last with him, any reluctance on his part to have that ice well examined might easily afterwards be construed into a very powerful piece of circumstantial evidence against him. He therefore merely bowed his assent, thinking that the examination would be but a superficial one, and that, in consequence, he should escape easily from any disagreeable consequences. But this the fates ordained otherwise, and there seemed no hope of that ice well in particular escaping such an investigation as was sure to induce some uncomfortable results. "Davis," said Mr. Leeke, "these places are not deep, you see, and I was thinking that if you went down one of them, it would be as well, for then you would be able to tell the gentleman what the bottom was fairly composed of, you understand." "Oh, I don't mind, sir," said Davis. "I have been down one of them before today, I can tell you, sir." "I do not see the necessity," said Sir John Westlake, "exactly of such a thing; but still, if you please, and this gentleman wishes—" "I have no wish upon the occasion," said the Baron, "and, like yourself, cannot see the necessity." "Oh, there is no trouble," said Mr. Leeke; "and it's better, now you are here, that you see and understand all about it. How can you get down, Davis?" "Why, sir, it ain't above 14 feet altogether, so I shan't have any difficulty, for I can hang by my hands about half the distance, and drop the remainder." As he spoke he took off his coat, and then stuck the link he carried into a cleft of the rock that was beside the brink of the excavation. The Baron now saw that there would be no such thing as avoiding a discovery of the fact of the dead body being in that place, and his only hope was, that in its descent it might have become so injured as to defy identification. But this was a faint hope, because he recollected that he had himself seen the face, which was turned upwards, and the period after death was by far too short for him to have any hope that decomposition could have taken place even to the most limited extent. The light, which was stuck in a niche, shed but a few inefficient rays down into the pit, and, as the Baron stood, with folded arms, looking calmly on, he expected each moment a scene of surprise and terror would ensue. Nor was he wrong, for scarcely had the man plunged down into that deep place when he uttered a cry of alarm and terror, and shouted, "Murder! Murder! Lift me out! There is a dead man down here, and I have jumped upon him!" "A dead man!" cried Mr. Leeke and Sir John Westlake in a breath. "How very strange!" said the Baron. "Lend me a hand!" cried Davis. "Lend me a hand out! I cannot stand this, you know! Lend me a hand out, I say, at once!" This was easier to speak of than to do, and Mr. Davis began to discover that it was easier by far to get into a deep pit than to get out of one, notwithstanding that his assertion of having been down into those places was perfectly true; but then he had met with nothing alarming, and had been able perfectly at his leisure to scramble out the best way he could. Now, however, his frantic efforts to release himself from a much more uncomfortable situation than he had imagined it possible for him to get into, were of so frantic a nature, that he only half buried himself in pieces of chalk, which he kept pulling down with vehemence from the sides of the pit, and succeeded in accomplishing nothing towards his rescue. "Oh, the fellow is only joking," said the Baron, "and amusing himself at our expense." But the manner in which the man cried for help, and the marked terror which was in every tone, was quite sufficient to prove that he was not acting, for if he were, a more accomplished mimic could not have been found on the stage than he was. "This is serious," said Sir John Westlake, "and cannot be allowed. Have you any ropes here by which we can assist him from the pit? Don't be alarmed, my man, for if there be a dead body in the pit, it can't harm you. Take your time quietly and easily, and you will assuredly get out." "Ay," said the Baron, "the more haste, the worse speed, is an English proverb, and in this case it will be fully exemplified. This man would easily leave the pit, if he would have the patience, with care and quietness, to clamber up its side." It would appear that Davis felt the truth of these exhortations, for although he trembled excessively, he did begin to make some progress in his ascent, and get so high that Mr. Leek was enabled to get hold of his hand, and give him a little assistance, so that, in another minute or so, he was rescued from his situation, which was not one of peril, although it was certainly one of fright. He trembled so excessively, and stuttered and stammered, that for some minutes no one could understand very well what he said, but at length, upon making himself intelligible, he exclaimed, "There has been a murder! There has been a murder committed, and the body thrown into the ice pit. I felt that I jumped down upon something soft, and when I put down my hand to feel what it was, it came across a dead man's face, and then of course I called out." "You certainly did call out." "Yes, and so would anybody, I think, under such circumstances. I suppose I shall be hung now because I had the charge of the house?" "That did not strike me until this moment," said the Baron. "But if there be a dead body in that pit, it certainly places this man in a very awkward position." "What the deuce do you mean?" said Davis. "I don't know no more about it than the child unborn. There is a dead man in the ice well, and that is all I know about it. But whether he has been there a long time, or a short time, I don't know any more than the moon, so it's no use bothering me about it." "My good man," said the Baron, "it would be very wrong indeed to impute to you any amount of criminality in this business, since you may be entirely innocent, and I, for one, believe that you are so, for I cannot think that any guilty man would venture into the place where he had put the body of his victim, in the way that you ventured into that pit. I say I cannot believe it possible, and therefore I think you are innocent, and will take care to see that no injustice is done you. But at the same time I cannot help adding, that I think, of course, you will find yourself suspected in some way." "I am very much obliged to you, sir," said Davis, "but as I happen to be quite innocent, I am very easy about it, and don't care one straw what people say. I have not been in this excavation for heaven knows how long." "But what's to be done?" said Mr. Leek. "I suppose it's our duty to do something under such circumstances." "Unquestionably," said the Baron, "and the first thing to be done is to inform the police of what has happened, so that the body may be got up; and as I have now seen enough of the estate to satisfy me as regards its capabilities, I decide at once upon taking it, if I can agree upon the conditions of the tenancy, and I will purchase it if the price be such as I think suitable." "Well," said Mr. Leek, "if anything could reconcile me to the extraordinary circumstance that has just occurred, it certainly is, Baron, the having so desirable a tenant for Anderbury on the Mount as yourself. But we need not traverse all this passage again, for it is much nearer now to get out upon the sea coast at once, as we are so close to the door opening upon the beach. It seems to me that we ought to proceed at once to the town, and give information to the authorities of the discovery which we have made." "It is absolutely necessary," said the Baron, "to do so. So come along at once. I shall proceed to my inn, and as, of course, I have seen nothing more than yourselves, and consequently could only repeat your evidence, I do not see that my presence is called for. Nevertheless, of course, if the justices think it absolutely necessary that I should appear, I can have no possible objection so to do." This was as straightforward as anything that could be desired, and, moreover, it was rather artfully put together, for it seemed to imply that he, Mr. Leek, would be slighted, if his evidence was not considered sufficient. "Of course," said Mr. Leek, "I don't see at all why, as you, sir, have only the same thing to say as myself, I should not be sufficient." "Don't call upon me on any account," said Sir John Westlake. "Oh, no, no," cried Mr. Leek, "there is no occasion. I won't, you may depend, if it can be helped." Sir John, in rather a nervous and excited manner, bade them good day, before they got quite into the town, and hurried off; while the Baron, with a dignified bow, when he reached the door of his hotel, said to Mr. Leek, "Of course I do not like the trouble of judicial investigations more than anybody else, and therefore, unless it is imperatively necessary that I should appear, I shall take it as a favor to be released from such a trouble." "My Lord Baron," said Mr. Leek, You may depend that I shall mention that to the magistrates and the coroner, and all those sort of people." And then Mr. Leek walked away, but he muttered to himself as he did so, "They will have him as sure as fate, just because he is a baron, and his name will look so well in the County Chronicle." Mr. Leek then repaired immediately to the house of one of the principal magistrates, and related what had occurred, to the great surprise of that gentleman, who suggested immediately the propriety of making the fact known to the coroner of the district, as it was more his business than a magistrate's, in the first instance, since nobody was accused of the offense. This suggestion was immediately followed, and that functionary directed that the body should be removed from where it was to the nearest public house, and immediately issued his precept for an inquiry into the case. End of chapter 96, part 1. Chapter 96, part 2 of Varney the Vampire, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Varney the Vampire, Volume 2, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 96, Part 2. By this time the matter had begun to get bruited about in the town, and of course it went from mouth to mouth with many exaggerations, and although it by no means did follow that a murder had been committed because a dead body had been found, yet such was the universal impression, and the matter began to be talked about as the murder in the subterranean passage leading to Anderbury House, with all the gusto which the full particulars of some deed of blood was calculated to inspire. And how it spread about was thus. The fact was, that Mr. Leek was so anxious to let Anderbury on the Mount to the rich Baron Stolmoyer of Salzburg, that he got a friend of his to come and personate Sir John Westlake, while he, the Baron, was looking at the premises, in order to drive him at once to a conclusion upon the matter. So that what made Sir John so very anxious that he should not be called forward in the matter, consisted in the simple fact that he was nothing else than plain Mr. Brown, who kept a hatter's shop in the town. But he could not keep his own counsel, and, instead of holding his tongue, as he ought to have done, about the matter, he told it to every one he met, so that in a short time it was generally known that something serious and startling had occurred in the subterranean passage to Anderbury House, and a great mob of persons thronged the beach in anxious expectation of getting more information on the matter. The men, likewise, who had been ordered by the coroner to remove the body, soon reached the spot, and they gave an increased impetus to the proceedings, by opening the door of the subterranean passage, and then looking earnestly along the beach as if in expectation of something or somebody of importance. When eagerly questioned by the mob, for the throng of persons now assembled quite amounted to a mob, to know what they waited for, one of them said, "A coffin was to have been brought down to take the body in." This announcement at once removed anything doubtful that might be in the minds of any of them upon the subject, and at once proclaimed the fact not only that there was a dead body, but that if they looked out they would see it forthwith. The throng thickened, and by the time 2 men were observed approaching with a coffin on their shoulders, there was scarcely anybody left in the town, except a few rare persons indeed, who were not so curious as their neighbours. It was not an agreeable job, even to those men who were not the most particular in the world, to be removing so loathsome a spectacle as that which they were pretty sure to encounter in the ice-well, but they did not shrink from it, and, by setting about it as a duty, they got through it tolerably well. They took with them several large torches, and then, one having descended into the pit, fastened a rope under the arms of the dead man, and so he was hauled out, and placed in the shell that was ready to receive him. They were all surprised at the fresh and almost healthful appearance of the countenance, and it was quite evident to everybody that if any one had known him in life, they could not have the least possible difficulty in recognizing him now that he was no more. And the only appearance of injury which he exhibited was in that dreadful wound which had certainly proved his death, and which was observable in his throat the moment they looked upon him. The crush to obtain a sight of the body was tremendous at the moment it was brought out, and a vast concourse of persons followed it in procession to the town, where the greatest excitement prevailed. It was easily discovered that no known person was missing, and some who had caught a sight of the body went so far as to assert that it must have been in the ice-well for years, and that the extreme cold had preserved it in all its original freshness. The news, of course, came round, although not through the Baron, for he did not condescend to say one word about it in the inn, and it was the landlord who first started the suggestion of, "What suppose it is the gentleman who left his horse here?" This idea had no sooner got possession of his brain, than it each moment seemed to him to assume a more reasonable and tangible form, and without saying any more to any one else about it, he at once started off to where the body lay awaiting an inquest, to see if his suspicions were correct. When he arrived at the public house and asked to see the body, he was at once permitted to do so, for the landlord knew him, and was as curious as he could be upon the subject by any possibility. One glance, of course, was sufficient, and the landlord at once said, "Yes, I have seen him before, though I don't know his name. He came to my house last night, and left his horse there; and, although I only saw him for a moment as he passed through the hall, I am certain I am not mistaken. I dare say all my waiters will recognize him, as well as the Baron Stolmeyer of Salzburg, who is staying with me, and who no doubt knows very well who he is, for he went out with him late and came home alone; and I ordered one of my men to wait up all night in order to let in the very person who is now lying dead before us." "The deuce you did! But you don't suppose the Baron murdered him, do you?" "It's a mystery to me altogether, quite a profound mystery. It's very unlikely, certainly. And what's the most extraordinary part of the whole affair is, how the deuce could he come into one of the ice wells belonging to Anderbury House? That's what puzzles me altogether." "Well, it will all come out, I hope, at the inquest, which is to be held at 4 o'clock to-day. There must have been foul play somewhere, but the mystery is where, and that heaven only knows, perhaps." "I shall attend," said the landlord, "of course, to identify him; and I suppose, unless somebody claims the horse, I may as well keep possession of it." "Don't flatter yourself that you will get the horse out of the transaction. Don't you know quite well that the government takes possession of everything as don't belong to nobody?" "Yes, but I have got him, and possession, you know, is 9 points of the law." "It may be, but their 10th point will get the better of you for all that. You take my word for it, the horse will be claimed of you; but I don't mind, as an old acquaintance, putting you up to a dodge." "In what way?" "Why, I'll tell you what happened with a friend of mine, and don't think it was me, for if it was I would tell you at once, so don't think it. He kept a country public house, and, one day, an elderly gentleman came in, and appeared to be unwell. He just uttered a word or two, and then dropped down dead. He happened to have in his fob a gold repeater, that was worth, at least, 100 guineas, and my friend, before anybody came, took it out and popped in its stead, an old watch that he had, which was not worth a couple of pounds." "It was running a risk." "It was, but it turned out very well, because the old gentleman happened to be a very eccentric person, and was living alone, so that his friends really did not know what he had, or what he had not, but took it for granted that any watch produced belonged to him. So, if I were you in this case, when the gentleman's horse is claimed, I'd get the darndest old screw I could, and let them have that." "You would?" "Indeed would I, and glory in it too, as the very best thing that could be done. Now, a horse is of use to you?" "I believe ye, it is." "Exactly; but what's the use of it to government? And what's more, if it went to the government, there might be some excuse; but the government will know no more about it, and make not so much as I shall. Some jack in office will lay hold of it as a thing of course, and a perquisite, when you might just as well, and a great deal better too, keep it yourself, for it would do you some good, as you say, and none to them." "I'll do it; it is a good and a happy thought. There is no reason on earth why I shouldn't do it, and I will. I have made up my mind to it now." "Well, I am glad you have. What do you think now the dead man's horse is worth?" "Oh, 50 or 60 guineas value." "Then very good; then when the affair is all settled, I will trouble you for 20 pounds." "You?" "Yes, to be sure. Who else do you suppose is going to interfere with you? One is enough, ain't it, at a time? And I think, after giving you such advice as I have, that I am entitled at all events to something." "I'll tell you what," said the landlord of the hotel, "taking all things into consideration, I have altered my mind rather, and won't do it." "Very good, you need not; only mind if you do, I am down upon you like a shot." The excitement contingent upon the inquest was very great. Indeed, the large room in the public house where it was held was crowded to suffocation, with persons who were anxious to be present at the proceedings. When the landlord reached home, of course he told his guest, the Baron, of the discovery he had made, that the murdered man was the strange visitor of the previous night; for now, from the frightful wound he had received in his throat, the belief that he was murdered became too rational a one to admit of any doubts, and was that which was universally adopted in preference to any other suggestion upon the occasion; although, no doubt, people would be found who would not scruple to aver that he had cut his own throat, after making his way into the well belonging to Anderbury House. The landlord had his own misgivings concerning his guest, the Baron, now that something had occurred of such an awful and mysterious a nature to one who was evidently known to him. It did not seem to be a pleasant thing to have such an intimate friend of a man who had been murdered in one's house, especially when it came to be considered that he was the last person seen in his company, and that, consequently, he was peculiarly called upon to give an explanation of how, and under what circumstances, he had parted with him. The Baron was sitting smoking in the most unconcerned manner in the world, when the landlord came to bring him this intelligence, and, when he had heard him to the end, the remark he made was, "Really, you very much surprise me; but, perhaps, as you are better acquainted with the town than I am, you can tell me who he was?" "Why, sir, that is what we hoped you would be able to tell us." "How should I tell you? He introduced himself to me as a Mr. Mitchell, a surveyor, and he said that, hearing I talked of purchasing or renting Anderbury on the Mount, he came to tell me that the principal side wall, that you could see from the beach, was off the perpendicular." "Indeed, sir?" "Yes, and as this was a very interesting circumstance to me, considering that I really did contemplate such a purchase or renting, and do so still, as it was a moonlight night, and he said he could show me in a minute what he meant if I would accompany him, I did so; but when we got there, and on the road, I heard quite enough of him to convince me he was a little out of his senses, and, consequently, I paid no more attention to what he said, but walked home and left him on the beach." "It's a most extraordinary circumstance, sir. There is no such person, I assure you, as Mitchell, a surveyor, in the town; so I can't make it out in the least." "But I tell you, I consider the man out of his senses, and perhaps that may account for the whole affair." "Oh, yes, sir, that would, certainly; but still it's a very odd thing, because we don't know of such a person at all, and it does seem so extraordinary that he should have made his appearance all of a sudden in this sort of way. I suppose, sir, that you will attend the inquest, now, that's to be held upon him?" "Oh, yes, I have no objection whatever to that. Indeed, I feel myself bound to do so, because I suppose mine is the last evidence that can be at all produced concerning him." "Unquestionably, sir. Our coroner is a very clever man, and you will be glad to know him; very glad to know him, sir, and he will be glad to know you, so I am sure it will be a mutual gratification. It's at 4 o'clock the inquest is to be, and I dare say, sir, if you are there by half past, it will be time enough." "No doubt of that, but I will be punctual." We have already said that the room in which the inquest was to be held was crowded almost to suffocation, and not only was that the case, but the lower part of the house was crammed with people likewise, and there can be very little doubt but the Baron would have shrunk from such an investigation from a number of curious eyes, if he could have done so; while the landlord of the house would have had no objection, as far as his profit was concerned in the sale of a great quantity of beer and spirits, to have had such an occurrence every day in the week, if possible. The body lay still in the shell where it had been originally placed. After it had been viewed by the jury, and almost every one had remarked upon the extraordinary fresh appearance it wore, they proceeded at once to the inquiry, and the first witness who appeared was Mr. Leeke, who deposed to have been in company with some gentlemen viewing Anderbury House, and to have found the body in one of the ice wells of that establishment. This evidence was corroborated by that of Davis, who had so unexpectedly jumped into the well, without being aware that it contained already so disagreeable a visitor as it did in the person of the murdered man, regarding the cause of whose death the present inquiry was instituted. Then the landlord identified the body as that of a gentleman who had come to his house on horseback, and who had afterwards walked out with Baron Stolmeyer of Salzburg, who was one of his guests. "Is that gentleman in attendance?" said the coroner. "Yes, sir, he is. I told him about it, and he has kindly come forward to give all the evidence in his power concerning it." There was a general expression of interest and curiosity when the Baron stepped forward, attired in his magnificent coat trimmed with fur, and tendered his evidence to the coroner, which, of course, was precisely the same as the statement he had made to the landlord of the house; for, as he had made up such a well-connected story, he was not likely to prevaricate or to depart from it in the smallest particular. He was listened to with breathless attention, and, when he had concluded, the coroner, with a preparatory "hum," said to him: "And you have reason to suppose, sir, that this person was out of his senses?" "It seemed to me so. He talked wildly and incoherently, and in such a manner as to fully induce such a belief." "You left him on the beach?" "I did. I found when I got there that it was only a very small portion, indeed, of Anderbury House that was visible, and, although the moon shone brightly, I must confess I did not see, myself, any signs of deviation from the perpendicular; and, such being the case, I left the spot at once, because I could have no further motive in staying; and, moreover, it was not pleasant to be out at night with a man whom I thought was deranged. I regretted, after making this discovery, that I had come from home on such a fool's errand; but as, when one is going to invest a considerable sum of money in any enterprise, one is naturally anxious to know all about it, I went, little suspecting that the man was insane." "Did you see him after that?" "Certainly not, until to-day, when I recognized in the body that has been exhibited to me the same individual." "Gentlemen," said the coroner to the jury, "it appears to me that this is a most mysterious affair. The deceased person has a wound in his throat, which, I have no doubt, you will hear from a medical witness has been the cause of death; and the most singular part of the affair is, how, if he inflicted it upon himself, he has managed to dispose of the weapon with which he did the deed." "The last person seen in his company," said one of the jury, "was the Baron, and I think he is bound to give some better explanation of the affair." "I am yet to discover," said the Baron, "that the last person who acknowledges to having been in the company of a man afterwards murdered, must, of necessity, be the murderer?" "Yes, but how do you account, sir, for there being no weapon found by which the man could have done the deed himself?" "I don't account for it at all. How do you?" "This is irregular," said the coroner. "Call the next witness." This was a medical man, who briefly stated that he had seen the deceased, and that the wound in his throat was amply sufficient to account for his death; that it was inflicted with a sharp instrument having an edge on each side. This, then, seemed to conclude the case, and the coroner remarked: "Gentlemen of the jury, I think this is one of those peculiar cases in which an open verdict is necessary, or else an adjournment without date, so that the matter can be resumed at any time, if fresh evidence can be procured concerning it. There is no one accused of the offense, although it appears to me impossible that the unhappy man could have committed the act himself. We have no reason to throw the least shade of suspicion or doubt upon the evidence of the Baron Stolmeyer of Salzburg; for as far as we know anything of the matter, the murdered man may have been in the company of a dozen people after the Baron left him." A desultory conversation ensued, which ended in an adjournment of the inquest, without any future day being mentioned for its reassembling, and so the Baron Stolmeyer entirely escaped from what might have been a very serious affair to him. It did not, however, appear to shake him in his resolution of taking Anderbury on the Mount, although Mr. Leek very much feared it would; but he announced to that gentleman his intention fully of doing so, and told him to get the necessary papers drawn up forthwith. "I hope," he said, "within a few weeks' time to be fairly installed in that mansion, and then I will trouble you, Mr. Leek, to give me a list of the names of all the best families in the neighbourhood; for I intend giving an entertainment on a grand scale in the mansion and grounds." "Sir," said Mr. Leek, "I shall, with the greatest pleasure, attend upon you in every possible way in this affair. It is a very excellent neighbourhood, and you will have no difficulty, I assure you, sir, in getting together an extremely capital and creditable assemblage of persons. There could not be a better plan devised for at once introducing all the people who are worth knowing to you." "I thank you," said the Baron. "I think the place will suit me well, and as the Baroness Stolmeyer of Salzburg is dead, I have some idea of marrying again, and therefore it becomes necessary and desirable that I should be well acquainted with the surrounding families of distinction in this neighbourhood." It was a hint not at all likely to be thrown away upon Mr. Leek, who was the grand gossip monger of the place, and he treasured it up in order to see if he could not make something of it which would be advantageous to himself. He knew quite enough of the select and fashionable families in that neighborhood to be fully aware that neither the Baron's age nor his ugliness would be any bar to his forming a matrimonial alliance. "There is not one of them," he said to himself, "who would not marry the very devil himself, and be called the Countess Lucifer, or any name of the kind, always provided there was plenty of money; and that the Baron has without doubt, so it is equally without doubt he may pick and choose where he pleases." This was quite correct of Mr. Leek, and showed his great knowledge of human nature; and we entertain with him a candid opinion, that if the Baron Stollmeyer of Salzburg had been 10 times as ugly as he was, and heaven knows that was needless, he might pick and choose a wife almost when he pleased. This is a general rule, and as, of course, to all general rules there are exceptions, this one cannot be supposed to be free from them. Under all circumstances, and in all classes of society, there are single-minded beings who consult the pure dictates of their own hearts, and who, disdaining those things which make up the amount of the ambition of meaner spirits, stand aloof as bright and memorable examples to the rest of human nature. Such a being was Flora Bannerworth. She would never have been found to sacrifice herself to the fancied advantages of wealth and station, but would have given her heart and hand to the true object of her affection, although a sovereign prince had made the endeavour to wean her from it. Chapter 96.
Chapter 97. Varney the Vampire, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Wally. Varney the Vampire, Volume 2, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 97. The Admiral's Preparation and the Visit to Deerbrook. It was quite finally settled between the Admiral and the Bannerworths that he was to have the whole conducting of the marriage business, and he even succeeded in getting a concession from Flora Bannerworth that he might invite more than 20 guests, as had at first been stipulated. Indeed, she told him that he might ask 40 if he pleased. The Admiral had asked for this enlargement of powers because he had received from the lawyer such a satisfactory list of people who were eligible to be invited, that he found it extremely difficult to draw any individual's distinction, and accordingly he felt fully inclined, as far as he was concerned, to invite them all, which was a piece of liberality he scarcely expected Flora would accede to. When, however, he got leave to double the number, he considered that he was all right, and he said to Jack Pringle, to whom, as usual, he had got completely reconciled, "I say, Jack, my boy, we'll have the whole ship's crew, and no mistake, for at a wedding the more the merrier, you know." "Aye, aye, sir," said Jack, "that's true. I have not been married more than a dozen times myself, at the outside, and I always took care to have lots of fun." "A dozen times? Jack, you don't mean that?" "I rather think I does. You know I was married at different ports of India twice, and then wasn't I married in Jamaica? And then after that wasn't I married in the South Seas, in one of the Friendly Islands?" "A deuced deal too friendly, I should say." "Why, confound you, Jack, you must have the impudence of the very devil." "Yes, I believe ye I have. I look upon it that it is our impudence has got us on in the world." "How dare you say our, you vagabond? But, however, I won't quarrel with you now, at any rate, for I expect you to dance a hornpipe at the wedding. But mind me now, Jack, I'm serious. I won't have any drunkenness." "Well, it's rather a hard thing that a fellow can't get drunk at a wedding, but I suppose I must put up with that deadly injury, and do the best I can. And now, Admiral, as you have looked over that little affair of mine in going to the lawyer's when you didn't want me, I'll make you a voluntary promise, and that is, that I'll only take 2 bottles all the day long." "2 bottles of what?" "Oh, rum, of course." "Well, that's moderate, for as I have known you, I think take about 5, of course. I can't very well say anything to 2, so you may take that much, Jack, for I really think you won't be much the worse of it." "The worse of it? I should think not, sir. It rather strikes me that 2 bottles of rum wouldn't hurt a new-born baby. It's just for all the world like milk, you know. It has no effect upon me, and as far as being fond of drink goes, I'd just as soon take pump water, if it had a different taste, and was a damned deal stronger." "Well, well, Jack, that's a bargain, you know, so we need say nothing more about it. I suppose there'll be a fiddle and all that sort of thing?" "Oh, don't doubt that there shall be lots of fun." "Then I'm your man. I'll show them a thing or two that will make them open their eyes a bit, and if so be as they wants anything in the shape of a yarn, I'm the proper sort of individual to give it to them, I rather think, and no mistake. I'll tell them how you ran away once with a female savage after you, with a long thing like a skewer that she called a sphere, and how you called to all the ship's crew to come and help you, as if the very devil was at your heels." Jack very prudently did not wait for an answer to this, for he was rather well aware that it was not the sort of thing that was exactly pleasing to the Admiral, who was just upon the point, of course, of getting into one of his rages, which would have produced another quarrel, only as a matter of course, to end in another reconciliation. The old man, however, was too well pleased with the unlimited commission he had to do as he pleased regarding the marriage affair to allow himself to be put much out of the way in the matter, and he bent all his mind and energies towards the completion of that piece of business which he had in hand, and which was certainly the most interesting to him that he had ever been permitted to engage in. Passing as he did almost the whole of his life upon the ocean, he had never married, and his affection for Charles Holland, who was the only relative he had in the world, was of that concentrated nature which is only to be found under such circumstances. Charles's mother had always had a large portion of the Admiral's regards, and when upon returning home once from a cruise of 3 years' duration, he found that she was dead and had left behind her an orphan child, he at once avowed his intention of filling the place of a parent to it, and that he had, both in the spirit and the letter, kept his word. We know that Charles Holland was always most ready to admit. Perhaps the severest shock he ever experienced was when that letter, purporting to be from Charles, but which was really the production of Marchdale and Varney, was produced, and which seemed at the first blush to imply a dishonourable breaking of his contract with Flora, and if anything could have increased his admiration of her, it certainly was the generous and noble manner in which she repudiated that attempt to injure Charles in her esteem, and at once declared her belief that the letter was a forged document. We may easily imagine then from these preceding circumstances that the marriage of Charles with one whom he so entirely approved of was one of the most gratifying affairs in the old man's life, and that he viewed it with an extraordinary interest. As we have before stated, he got possession for a month of the house on which he had fixed his fancy, and an extremely handsome and commodious place it was. It was arranged that after they had remained there for some time, they should all move off to Deerbrook together, and as it was only early in fancy that the Bannerworths had seen that estate, they purposed paying it a visit before the marriage ceremony took place. This was an idea of the old Admiral's, for he said truly enough, "You can't possibly know what state it is in till you go there, and it may be necessary, for all we know, to do a great deal to it before it is fit for occupation." Apart from this consideration, too, it seemed likely enough that somebody might be in it, for of late it had changed hands, and for all they knew, the Bannerworth family might have to institute a suit at law for its recovery. The distance was sufficient to make it a whole day's journey, but it was a very pleasant one, for they went in a travelling carriage, replete with every accommodation, and the road passed through one of the most fertile and picturesque counties of England, being interspersed with hill and dale most charmingly, and reminding the younger branches of the Bannerworths of some of those delightful continental excursions which they once had the means of making, but which for a long time they had not had an opportunity of enjoying. It was towards the close of a day of great beauty for the season that they reached the village of Deerbrook, close to where the estate was situated, and put up at the principal inn to which they were directed. The circumstances under which the Deerbrook property had been left for a long time had been such that there was likely to be some difficulty concerning it. In fact, it had been used by Marmaduke Bannerworth as a kind of security from time to time for his gambling debts, so it was probable that hardly anyone had had it long enough to trouble himself about rentals. "If we find anyone," said Henry Bannerworth, "in possession, I shall not trouble them to pay anything for the use of the house they have had, provided they quietly give up possession and leave the place in a decent state." "Oh, that of course they will do," said Charles Holland, "and be too glad to escape arrears of rent. But it would be no bad thing to ask the landlord of this house what is the state of the property. No doubt he can not only let us know whether it be tenanted or not, but if so, what sort of people they are who occupy it." This suggestion was agreed to, and when the landlord was summoned and the question put, he said, "Oh yes, I know the Deerbrook estate quite well. It is a very handsome little property, and is at present occupied by a Mr. Jeremiah Shepherd, a Quaker, a very worthy gentleman indeed, I believe, but I suppose all Quakers are worthy people, because, you see, sir, they wear broad-brimmed hats, and no collars to their coats." "An excellent reason," said the Admiral, "but I had a friend who did know something about Quakers, and he used to say that they had got such a reputation for honesty that they could afford to be rogues for the rest of their existence." "Well, well," said Henry, "we can but call upon him. Do you think that this would be a reasonable hour?" "Oh yes, sir," said the landlord. "He is sure to be home at this hour, if you have any business to transact with Mr. Shepherd." He is a very respectable man, sir, and as it is his own property that he lives upon, he is quite a gentleman, and never wears anything but drab breeches and gaiters." Without waiting to enter into any further conversation with the landlord, who had such extraordinary reasons for his opinions, Henry and Charles and the Admiral, leaving the rest of the party at the inn, proceeded to Deerbrook Lodge, as it was called, and found as they approached it that it exceeded in appearance their warmest anticipations. It was a substantial red brick house of the Tudor style of architecture, and had that air of dignified and quiet repose about it which a magnificent lawn of the greenest possible turf in the front always gives to a country mansion. The grounds, too, seemed to be extensive, and, to take it for all in all, the Bannerworth family had every reason to be well pleased with this first view that they got of their acquired property. "You will have some trouble," said the Admiral, "with the Quaker, you may depend. They are a race that hold fast to anything in the shape of pounds, shillings, and pence, and are not very easy to be dealt with." "Oh, the man may not be so absurd, I should think," said Charles. "It can be proved that the estate was in the Bannerworth family for many years, and your possession, Henry, of the title deeds will set the question at rest. But see, what a stately looking servant is coming in answer to the ring which I have just given to the bill." A footman, most certainly having all the appearance of what is so frequently advertised for as a serious manservant, advanced to the gate, and in answer to the inquiry if Mr. Shepherd was within, he said, "Yes, truly is he, but he liketh not to be disturbed, for he is at prayers, that is to say, at dinner, and is not accustomed to be disturbed thereat." "I regret that we must disturb him," said Henry, "for our business happens to be important, and we must positively see him." Upon this remonstrance, the servant unlocked the gate, and conducted them up a path by the side of the lawn which led to the house, and the more they saw of it, the more pleased they were with the many natural beauties with which it abounded, and Henry whispered to Charles, "I am quite sure that Flora will be delighted with this place, for if I know anything of her taste, it will just suit it agreeably and comfortably, and I do sincerely hope that we shall be able to get possession without the disagreeable necessity of a lawsuit." They were ushered into a handsome apartment, and then told that Mr. Shepherd would be with them very shortly, and they were not sorry to have a little leisure for studying the place before its reputed owner made his appearance. "I suppose," said Henry, "the best way will be at once to state that I am the owner of the place, and upon what conditions I am willing to forego any claim that I might otherwise succeed in settling up for arrears of rental during the time that he has been here." "Oh, yes," said Charles, "you cannot be too explicit. But hush! Here he comes, and you will soon know what sort of an individual you have to deal with in this matter." At this moment the door opened, and Mr. Shepherd, the present ostensible possessor of the Deerbrook estate, and whose appearance spoke to the truth of the landlord's word, made his appearance. But as what he said was sufficiently important to deserve a new chapter, we shall oblige him with one. End of chapter 97. Chapter 98 of Varney the Vampire, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Valli. Varney the Vampire, Volume 2, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 98. The Interview with the Quaker at Deerbrook. The Quaker was a man of about middle age, and was duly attired in the garb of the particular sect to which he belonged. There was about his countenance all that affectation of calmness and abandonment of worldly thoughts and desires, which is mistaken by so many people for the reality of self-denial, when really those who know this sect well are perfectly aware that there is not a more money-loving, grasping people on the face of the earth. After gravely motioning his visitors to be seated, Mr. Shepherd cast his eyes up to the ceiling, as if he were muttering some prayer, and then he said, "Verily, may I ask to whom I am to attribute this visit from individuals who, in this vale of unblessedness, are unknown to me?" "Certainly, sir," said Henry. "You are entitled, of course, at once to such an explanation of us. I have called upon you because I am the proprietor of this estate, to know how it is that you became in possession of it, and under what pretence you hold that possession." Mr. Shepherd slightly changed color, and staggered back a pace or two before he said, "The property is mine, but I naturally decline to produce my title to anybody who may ask for it. Thou mayest go now. Behind thee is the door." "Mr. Shepherd," said Henry, "I am fully in a condition, as to means and evidence both, to prove my title to the estate, and an action of ejectment will soon force you from it, but I am unwilling, under any circumstances, to do what I fully may do, if anything short of that will answer my purpose. I therefore give you fair notice, that if, upon my convincing you that I am the owner of the estate, you go out quietly within 14 days, I will make no inquiry as to how long you have been here, and will say nothing whatever upon the subject of rental owing to me on account of such occupation." "I defy thee, friend," said the Quaker, "and if thou givest me any trouble, I shall put thee in Chancery, from whence thou wilt not get out for the term of thy natural life. So I give thee due notice, and thou mayest please thyself in the transaction. And again I tell thee, the door is exactly behind thee, out of which I beg to request thou shouldst at once walk." "I tell you what, Mr. Quaker," said the Admiral, who had with difficulty restrained himself thus far, "I look upon you as one of the greatest humbugs ever I came across, and that's saying a great deal, for in my life I have come across some thumpers, and if we don't make you smart for this confounded obstinacy, you wolf in sheep's clothing, we will know the reason why. If it costs me £1,000, I'll make you suffer for it." "Thou mayest be damned, friend," said the Quaker. "Possession is a great number of points of the law, and as I have it, I mean to keep it. I have a friend who is in law, and who will put thee as comfortably in Chancery, and with as little expense to me as possible. This is a very charming estate, and I have not the slightest intention of giving it up." "But you must," said Charles, "give it up to the right owner. How can you be so foolish as to run yourself to legal expenses for nothing?" "Teach thy grandmother, young man, to suck eggs," said the Quaker. "I wish thee all a remarkably good day, and thou mayst all return from whence you camest, and hang thyself, if thou please, for all I care, and having made up my mind to live and die in this very pleasant property, I shall have to put thee all into chancery." "Why, you canting thief," said the Admiral. "Thou mayst be damned," said the Quaker. "In speaking so to thee, I use the language which I am perfectly well aware thou wilt best understand. So I say unto thee again, thou mayst be damned. Obedia, show these sinners off the premises, and should they refuse to go with that quickness that shall seem to be fitting and proper, thou mayst urge them on with divers kicks on their hinder persons, and thou mayst likewise call to thy aid Towser, the large dog, to bite singularly great mouthfuls out of them." The Quaker turned, and was walking in a very stately manner out of the room, when the Admiral stepped forward, and accelerated his movements with such a kick, that away he went as if he had been shot out of a gun. "There, friend," said the Admiral, "since you seem fond of kicking, I think this is a very good beginning. It strikes me you didn't know who you had to deal with. And now, Mr. Obedia, it's your turn, and we'll manage Towser when we get outside." "I think thee all the same, friend," said Obedia, "but would rather be excused." "Perhaps you would like your nose pulled instead, then?" "No, friend, it's quite long enough already, and I shall take myself off to the lower regions of these premises forthwith." So saying, Obedia rushed from the room with great precipitancy, leaving, most certainly, the Admiral and his party masters of the field. And although both Henry and Charles both disapproved of the assault which the Admiral had committed, they could not interfere for laughing, and, as they left the house, which they did now of their own accord, Charles said, "Uncle, you may depend you will be pulled up to the quarter session." "Damn the quarter session," said the Admiral. "Do you think I was going to sit still quietly while that vagabond promised to kick me? But as it is, it's all up with coming to Deerbrook to live for one while to come, for if he is really as good as his word, and puts the matter into chancery, there's an end of it. I have heard it's like ducking in head foremost into a hollow tree, with a wasp's nest at the bottom of it. You may kick, but I'll be damned if you can get out." "Well," said Henry, "I believe that's rather an apt illustration, but we must do the best we can in such a case, and in the meantime seek out some other place to reside in. Your friend, the little lawyer in the town, shall have the case to conduct for us, and perhaps, after all, we shall defeat the Quaker sooner than you imagine." "I long to see the day come," said the Admiral, "when that fellow will have to troop out of the place, for in all my life I never did know such confounded impudence as he treated us with." Never mind," said Charles. "The time must come, of course, when this pleasant estate, to which we have taken such a fancy, will be ours, and until then we shall have no difficulty whatever in finding some sweet verdant spot full of exquisite and natural beauties, which we can make a home of well and easily, caring nothing for being a short time only kept from possession of that which, of right, shall in a short time belong to us. And there is one thing that I am rejoiced at, which is that Flora has not seen this place, so that she can have no regret about it, because she don't know of its existence farther than by name, and it can hold no place in her imagination which could make it a subject matter of regret. When they reached the inn, they informed Mrs. Bannerworth and Flora of the ill success of the enterprise, and of the obstinacy of the tenant of the house, and on that evening they had a good laugh with each other about the little scene that had occurred between the Admiral and the Quaker, so that, upon the whole, perhaps they were quite as happy, for people can but laugh and be merry, as if they had at once got possession of the Deerbrook estate without any trouble or difficulty whatever. They determined upon staying there for that night, although they might have got fresh horses and gone back, if it had pleased them so to do. But there was much to tempt them in the romantic scenery around which they took a stroll when it was lit up by the sweet moonlight, and everything came out in silvery relief, looking so beautiful and serene, so pensively quiet and so admirable, that it was calculated to draw the mind entirely from all thought of earthly matters, and to completely rid them of even the shadow of an annoyance connected with that Deerbrook property, which was so wrongfully detained from them. "It is at such seasons as this," said Flora, "that contentment steals into the heart, and we really feel with how little we should be satisfied, provided it be sufficient to ensure those ordinary comforts of existence which we all look for." "It is, indeed," said Charles, "and you and I, Flora, would not repine if our lot had been much more humble than it is, provided Heaven had left us youth and love." "Those, indeed," said Henry, "are dear possessions." "Well, then," remarked the Admiral, "you have got youth on your side, and I once knew a worse looking fellow than even you are. So why don't you fall in love with somebody at once?" "Don't make so sure, uncle," said Flora archly, "that he has not." The old Admiral laughed, for he liked Flora to call him uncle, and said, "You shall tell me all about it, Flora, some day when we are alone, but not now, while these chaps are listening to every word we utter." "I will," said Flora. "It's a grand secret of Henry's, which I am determined to tell." "That's very unkind of you," said Henry, "to say the least of it." "Not at all. If you had trusted me, Henry, it would be quite another thing, but as I found it out from my own natural sagacity, I cannot see that I am bound in the slightest to bestow upon you any consolation on account of it, or to shew you any mercy on the subject." "And she hopes," said Charles, "that that will be a lesson to you, to tell her upon another occasion everything whatever, without the slightest stint or hindrance." "I stand convicted," said Henry, "and my only consolation is that I don't mind a straw the Admiral knowing all about it, and I meant to tell him myself as a matter of course." "Did you?" said the Admiral. "That's a very good attempt to get out of it, but it won't answer exactly, Henry, with those who know better, so say no more." In such light and pleasant conversation they passed some time, until the chill night air, grateful and pleasant as it was to the senses, made them think it prudent to retire to the inn again. After they had partaken of the evening meal, and Flora and Mrs. Bannerworth had retired to rest, the gentlemen sat up, at the express desire of the Admiral, to talk over the affair upon which they were all in common so deeply interested. A general feeling of anxiety evidently pervaded all their minds to ascertain something of the whereabouts or the fate of Varney, who had so very mysteriously taken himself off at a time when they least of all expected he would have executed such a manoeuvre. "You all see," said the Admiral, "that what is bred in the bone, as I told you, will never be out of the flesh, and this vampire fellow could not possibly be quiet, you see, for long, but he must be at his old tricks." "I do not know," said Charles Holland, "but I am rather inclined to think that he has somehow become aware that he had become rather a trouble to us, and so his pride, of which I think we have had evidence enough that he has a large share of, took the alarm, and he went off as quick as he could." "It may be so," said Henry, "and of course, in the absence of anything to the contrary, I feel inclined to give Varney the vampire credit for as much purity of motive as I can." "That's all very well in its way," said the Admiral, "but you must acknowledge that he did not leave in the most polite manner in the world, and then I, for one, cannot exactly approve of his jumping upon Dr. Chillingworth's back, from off a garden wall, as a cat would upon a mouse." "Be liberal, uncle," said Charles, "and recollect that we are not quite sure it was Varney, for the doctor declines to be positive upon the subject, and he ought to know." "Stuff!" said the Admiral, "the doctor knows well enough, but he is like the man that has threatened to kick the other for laughing at his wife. He said he was sure he had done it, but if he had been damned sure, he would have kicked him into the middle of next week." "Certainly," said Charles, "the doctor seems quite clearly of opinion that whoever committed that assault upon him did so with a full knowledge of the worth of the picture, which he believes contained within its extra lining bank notes to a large amount." "And which," said Henry, "after all, is but a supposition, and Varney, after such an attempt to possess himself of such a treasure, if it was he that made it, may be actually now a houseless wanderer. But I consider that such has been the notoriety of his proceedings, that if he now attempts any vampire tricks, he very soon will be discovered, and we shall hear of him." "From his own account," said Charles Holland, "he has not been the most scrupulous person in the world with regard to the means by which he has, from time to time, recruited an exhausted exchequer, and we can easily imagine that this vampire business of his would so terrify and paralyze people that he would have little difficulty in robbing a house under such circumstances." "You may depend," added Charles, "that he has done one of two things. He has either commenced a much more reckless career than ever he has yet attempted, or he has gone away completely into obscurity, and will never be heard of again. I sincerely myself hope that the latter is the case, for it will be better for him, and better for everybody connected with him." "Hang the fellow," said the Admiral, I should not like him to starve, although he has given us so much trouble, and I hope that if anything very queer happens to him, he will not scruple to let us know, and he will not positively want. But come, is it to be another tumbler apiece, or to bed?" Bed was voted, for such they knew was the Admiral's wish, or he never would have mentioned the alternative, and in the course of another half hour, the whole of these persons in whose fate we profess to have so profound an interest were wrapped in repose. We will now turn to a consideration of what this singular and mysterious Baron Stormoyer of Salzburg was about, for that he had some ulterior objects in view, which by no means at present shew themselves, we cannot doubt, and likewise there can be no question but that very shortly some of his views and projects will develop themselves. End of chapter 98. Chapter 99. Varney the Vampire, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Wally. Varney the Vampire, Volume 2, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 99. The Baron becomes master of Anderbury-on-the-Mount, and begins to congratulate himself. The Dream. It was a wonderful relief to Mr. Leake to find that the fact of a dead body having been found in the subterranean passage of Anderbury House was really no bar to the Baron possessing himself of those premises. Mr. Leake could not disguise from himself that to many persons it would have been a serious impediment, and the very mystery in which that affair was still wrapped up would have made the impediment greater, because people don't so much think of a murder which is all found out, and for which the perpetrator suffers, but a murdered body found, and yet no murderer, keeps public curiosity upon the stretch, and is almost certain destruction to house property. But now, whether the Baron bought Anderbury House or rented it was much the same to Mr. Leake, for in the former case he got his percentage all at once, and in the latter, acting as agent, he got more, but he got it by degrees. He waited, therefore, with some degree of feverish impatience to know which way that illustrious individual would make up his mind, and when he said at length, in his strange calm way, that he would give £10,000 for Anderbury-on-the-Mount, Mr. Leake wrote off, in violent haste, to the owner, advising him to accept the same without delay, and as the owner never intended again to set foot in Anderbury House, and moreover wanted money, he wrote back again in as violent haste that he would take £10,000 most certainly, and wished the transaction concluded as quickly as it very well could be, promising Mr. Leake, which was a very gratifying thing to that gentleman, not on account of the money, as he himself said, "Oh dear, no," but as a matter of feeling, a handsome bonus, in addition to his percentage, if he quickly got the matter completed. Armed with this authority, the agent showed an amount of generalship which must, if he had been placed in the situation of Field Marshal the Duke of Wellington, have won for him all the continental battles. he went at once to the Baron, and told him that he had received a letter from the owner of Anderbury-on-the-Mount, asking £10,500 for the estate, but leaving it at his, Mr. Leake's, option to take £10,000 if he chose. "Now, my Lord Baron," said Mr. Leake, "business is business, and I may as well put £250 in my pocket, and your lordship put £250 in yours, as not." "That is to say," said the Baron, "that you are willing to sell your employer's interest to me." "Oh, why, it isn't exactly that, my lord. Only, in these transactions, everybody does the best he can for himself, and I'm sure I should be very sorry if you thought that Mr. Leake interrupted the Baron, "you need have no delicacy with me whatever. I believe you to be as great a rogue as ever stepped, so you need make no excuses. Only, of course, you cannot expect me to assist you in your villainy. That is quite out of the question. So you will understand that I decline giving more than the £10,000 for Anderbury House, and if that is not accepted in 1 hour from this time, I will not have it at all." "It's accepted now at once," groaned Mr. Leake, who found that the Baron was too many for him. "It's accepted at once, my lord, and I beg that you will bury the past in what do you call it, oblivion." "Very good," said the Baron. "I presume if I give you a cheque for £1,000 as a deposit, I may have possession at once, while the deeds are preparing?" "Certainly, my Lord Baron, oh, certainly." The Baron then gave Mr. Leake, and took his acknowledgment for the same, a cheque for £1,000 on one of the most eminent banking houses in London, and in 2 hours from that time, such was the celerity and precision of his movements, he took possession of Anderbury House, and engaged the man and woman who had been minding it to be his temporary servants, until he could get up an establishment suitable to his rank, and the place he inhabited. It would have been a strange sight to Mr. Leake, and would have made him open his eyes a little with wonder, if he could have seen the Baron traversing the apartments of Anderbury House alone. "And am I at last settled?" he said to himself, as he stood in a large saloon. "Am I at last settled in a home such as I can really call my own? And shall I not be hunted from it by my enemies? Let me consider. I will be quick in giving such an entertainment here, that it shall be talked of for many a day to come. It shall be such an entertainment as shall present to me all of youth, beauty, rank, and wealth that can be found in the neighbourhood, and out of them I will choose some one who shall be the Baroness, and for a time pace the stately halls as their mistress. For a time, yes, I have said only for a time. I wonder if there be a family vault to this property, because if there be, I may want to use it. In this purchase of Anderbury-on-the-Mount, the ancient furniture of the place had been all included, so that, in truth, the Baron had but to walk in and to find himself, if he could make himself so, quite at home. A costly bedchamber was prepared for him, the bed linen and furniture of which was sent by Mr. Leake from his own house, and no doubt he fully intended to be well paid for the same. The Baron, after about 2 hours spent in examination of his house, sat down in one of the principal apartments, and partook of a very slight repast, and after that, folding his arms upon his bosom, he seemed to give himself up to thought entirely. and from the smile that occasionally showed itself on his remarkable physiognomy, it would seem that those thoughts of his were of a pleasant and felicitous character. Now and then, too, from a few and unsettled words that fell from his lips, it would seem as if he were greatly felicitating himself upon something which he had achieved that was of a character to give him intense satisfaction. Perhaps it was the death of this singular man who called upon him that gave him so much pleasure, and we are inclined to think that was the case, for after the commission of a murder such as that, one of two feelings were pretty sure to possess him. Remorse might take possession of him, and he might suffer much mental anguish in consequence of the deed, or the object which he achieved by that death might be of such a nature as to become quite a subject of congratulation, so as, whenever he thought upon it, to give him the pleasantest and most delightful feelings. It looked very much as if this was the case as regarded the Baron, because it was as clear and evident as the sun at noonday that he had felt no degree of remorse or regret for that deed, and that, as regards his conscience, certainly the murder he had committed sat as easy upon it as anything well could. The evening was now drawing on, and the large apartments of the ancient house began to be enveloped in gloom. But, unlike the generality of persons who have committed crimes, and whose consciences are charged with injustice, the gathering gloom of night seemed to have no terror whatever for the Baron Stolmyer. But at length, with something of a sense of weariness, he rose and rang for attendance, desiring to be shown to the bedchamber which had been prepared for his reception. It was a strange thing, but it seemed to be customary with him not to undress when he retired to rest, but, as he had done at the hotel, he only took off a portion of his apparel, and then cast himself upon the bed, and in a few moments it seemed as if a deep repose crept over him. We may seem, but in reality it was a disturbed and anxious sleep which the Baron had, and soon he began to toss his arms to and fro restlessly, and to utter deep groans indicative of mental anguish. Occasionally, likewise, a muttered word or two, scarcely articulately pronounced, would come from his lips, such as, "Save me! Save me! Not yet! Not yet! My doom! No, no, the moonlight! The moonlight! Kill him! Strike him down!" This state of mind continued for a considerable time, until, with a shrill cry, he sprung to his feet, and stood in an attitude of horror, trembling in every limb, and exhibiting a most horrible and frightful picture of mental distress. Then there came a loud knocking at his chamber door, and the voice of the man Davis, who had been alarmed at the strange shriek that had come from the Baron's lips, fell upon his ears. The sound of any human voice at such a time was like music to him. "Are you ill, sir?" cried David. "Are you ill?" "No, no, it was nothing but a dream, only a dream." And then he added to himself, "But it was a dream of such absolute horror, that I shall dread to close my eyes and rest again, lest once more so fearful a vision should greet me. It was a dream of frightful significance, that it will live in my remembrance like a reality, and be dreamed of again as such." He sat down and wiped the cold perspiration from his brow. Then rising, he walked with unsteady steps towards the window, and throwing aside the massive curtain which shut out the night without by making a still deeper night within, a flood of beautiful and tender moonlight fell into the apartment. As the cold rays fell upon his face, he breathed more freely, and seemed more to revive beneath their influence than as if he had suddenly found the bright sunshine beaming upon him in all the refulgence of its midday glory. "I'm better now," he muttered. "I'm much better now. What a fearful vision that was which came across my heated fancy! Welcome, welcome, beautiful moonbeams, welcome, for deep in my very heart I feel your cheering influence now." The violent trembling which had seized him passed away, and once more he resumed his wonted composure and calm hideousness of expression, if we may be allowed the word. Now for some time he sat in silence, and then in a low deep voice he spoke. "It was a strange dream, a dream made up of strange fancies and strange impulses. I thought that I stood in a vaulted chamber, and that all round me depicted nothing but gloom and desolation. But as I there stood, the chamber filled with hideous forms, coming from where I knew not, but still crowding, crowding in, until the shadow of the merest shade could not have found a place. And so they crushed me into the smallest possible space, and there I stood, with 100 grinning faces close around me, and in such a mad paroxysm of terror that I would have given the world for escape from that dreadful thraldom. But they gibed at me, filling my ears with shrieking noises, and then at once there was a proposition yelled out with shrieking vehemence by every voice. It was to place me in the tombs even as I was, a living man. "Heap mountains of earth upon him," cried a voice, "endow him with rare gift of immortality, and then let him lie buried for thousands of years yet to come." There seized upon me those gaunt and terrific forms, and deep into the bowels of the earth I was hurried, a depth beyond all calculation, and when I thought my fate was sealed, a change came over me, and I found myself in one of the ice wells of this mansion, cold and death-like, while a crowd of eager, curious faces, illumined by the light of torches, gazed down upon me, but no one spoke, and then they began to cast large fragments of the rocky cliff upon me. I called for aid, and asked for death, but still they proceeded to fill up the pit, while I lay, incapable of anything but agonized thought, at the bottom of it. Then it was, I presume, that in my despair I shook off that fearful slumber and awakened. He was silent, and seemed much to rejoice in the moonbeams as they fell upon his face, and after a time, in order it would appear that he might feel more of their influence, he opened the window, and stepped out upon a balcony which was immediately in front of it. The view that he now had was a beautiful one in the extreme, spreading far over in one direction, a beautiful tract of highly cultivated country, and on the other, as far as the eye could reach, upon the boundless ocean, on which the moonbeams fell with such beauty and power that, still and placid as the waters were on that particular night, the sea looked like a sheet of radiant silver, broken into gentle irregularities. It was a scene upon which a poet or a painter, but painters should be all poets, although poets may not be painters, might gaze with rapture and delight. Not the slightest breath of air stirred the gentlest leaf upon a forest tree, but such a calmness and such a serenity reigned over all things, that one might imagine oneself looking upon some new and beautiful world, the harmony of which had never yet been disturbed by the jarring sounds of elemental strife. Strange thoughts and feelings seemed to come over the Baron, as he then looked upon that mild and placid scene without, and after a time he spoke, saying, "And what do I struggle for now? What is it now but mere existence, that is the end and aim of all these anxious thoughts and feelings? Nothing more, nothing more, but the mere liberty to breathe and to be anxious, the capacity to endure pain. That is what I live for, nothing else in the wide world, for when and how can I expect that calm contentment of the soul which man takes such pains to cast from him, but which I know the full value of, can ever be mine?" Once more he cast his eyes round him, upon the great extent of cultivated country, and although he felt he could call the most of it that lay immediately beneath his observation his own, it yet gave him but little gratification to do so, and probably he looked with about as much indifference upon his own possessions as any one possibly could. "This is a new career," he said, "and something tells me that it is my last, so while it continues I will not shrink from it, but on the contrary enjoy it, and I will endeavour to lose the recollection of those stormy periods of my existence which have passed away in a complete round and whirl of what the world calls enjoyments and delights. I will spend large sums on brilliant entertainments, and this house, which they tell me has been so long deserted by everything in the shape of festivity and hilarity, shall once again ring with joyous laughter, and I will make an endeavour to forget what I am." He evidently dreaded again to lie down to repose, for after some time further spent in thought, and in the expression of the feelings that lay uppermost in his mind, he put on again that portion of his apparel which he had taken off. "In this soft and pleasant moonlight," he said, "which is so grateful to my senses, I will walk in the gardens of this mansion, and should a sense of weariness oppress me, I shall be able to find, no doubt, some pleasant spot where I can lie down to rest, and I shall not fear horrifying or anxious dreams when I can repose beneath the beams of the moon, which cool my fevered brow." With a slow and stately step he moved across the long and beautiful corridor from which his chamber opened, and then descending the grand staircase, and in that house a grand staircase it really was, he made his way across the hall, and undoing the fastening of a window which opened into a large and handsome conservatory, he passed through that again, and soon found himself in the extensive gardens of Andobury. Certainly, if there be any site more chaste and beautiful than another, it is a highly cultivated and well wooded garden by moonlight, and we cannot but admire the taste of the Baron Stolmyer in preferring it even to the stately bedchamber he had so recently left, and which, notwithstanding all the advantages and beauties that art could bestow upon it, could never hope to rival, or even to come near, the natural beauties of that highly cultivated piece of ground. And there are some flowers, too, that give out their sweetest odors to the night air, and some again that unfold their choicest beauties only when the sun has set, and the cold moonbeams can but look down upon them. When he got fairly into the garden, he found that there was a light, gentle breeze playing among the shorter shrubs and flowers, but that it reached not high enough to stir the leaves of the trees. But it is extremely doubtful if, completely taken up as this man was, no doubt, with worldly pursuits, he did not, after the first few moments, completely forget the world of natural beauties by which he was surrounded. Folding his arms, he walked along the stately avenues with a solemn tread, and then, soon banishing from his mind those feelings of melancholy sadness which had oppressed him, he began evidently to indulge in dreams of felicity, which, by the manner in which he spoke of them, were evidently but dreams. "What can I desire or want more than I have?" he said. "Immense wealth, consequently immense power. Golden opinions may always be purchased with gold. And what is there, then, really, to hinder me pursuing to the full the career which I have marked out to myself? Surely I can surround myself with all that is young and delightful and beautiful. Can I not make these halls echo with such laughter, that surely it must awaken even in my breast joyous emotions? Then there is the wine cup. Why should not that flow with rich abundance, gladdening the hearts of all, and adding even to genius, for the time, a new fire, and a more delightful expression of its thoughts and feelings? And music too, surely I can have abundance of music, to shed the witchery of its charms about me, and with these inducements and allurements, I must and will succeed in banishing reflection, if I achieve no more." As he now stood, and turned his eyes towards the east, he fancied he saw that the morning light was beginning faintly to show itself in the far-off horizon. "Another day is coming," he said, "and how much, how very much, might be done in a day! I will, with the assistance of that man Leake, who I can readily perceive is quite willing to bow down to any idol, provided it be of gold, to commence the career of festivities that I have set my heart upon, and we shall soon see how striking an alteration will take place in the halls of Canterbury." He entered a small summer house which was built in the garden, and through the stained glass of which the moon shone with a variegated light, and there he sat down, and after a time tasted of that repose which, upon the bed of down that he had left, and surrounded by all the costly litter of his handsome bedchamber, he had courted in vain. End of chapter 99. Chapter 100 of Varney the Vampire, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Valli. Varney the Vampire, Volume 2, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 100. Mr. Leake speculates upon the Baron's matrimonial intentions. Mr. Lake pondered deeply over what the Baron had said to him regarding his intention to take unto himself a wife, and viewed the resolution in all its bearing, with a view of discovering in what way such a thing could be turned to account, and whether that account might not be managed to his own advantage, which was a matter than Mr. Lake very often considered of paramount importance to himself, as being the pivot upon which things moved. In Mr. Lake was certainly centred all those notions which usually rise from a desire to benefit oneself, and causing, as far as in him lay, all events to circle round him when they least appeared to do so. I must make this move of the Baron's matrimonial alliance redound to my own advantage in some way or other, though I cannot precisely say in what way. But if I have any hand in it, there must be a way. Of that there can be no doubt. The only thing is to discover the way. Mr. Lake set himself steadily to consider the subject in all its various bearings, determined he would not give up the chase until he had discovered what was to be done. "I have it, I have it," he muttered. "I have it. Who can suggest anything better? I must have something to do in the suggestive style. I will persuade the Baron to invite some one with whom I can have a few words in private. I will have some few words in the way of a bargain with them. Yes, yes, I will do my best to make somebody else's fortune, but at the same time they must do something for me in return. I must have a quid for my quo, as the parsons say. They cannot preach the gospel without they have a full stomach, for who can be pious and hungry at the same moment? I can't. My thoughts would be diverted. But the case holds good in every relation in life. Even those whom I would benefit must benefit me. Else I lose the natural desire I have to benefit them. This reciprocity is the motto I like to apply in cases of this kind, and very proper too. Thus did Mr. Lake argue the matter within his own mind, and then, having thus made a resolution, his next step was to consider how he should put it in practice, how he should be able to realize his hopes, and give life and being to the suggestions of his inventive faculties, which were usually of a practical nature. "Well, well," he muttered, "let me see. It's difficult to say who is who nowadays, but that must not cause me to lose a chance, and I think I can make pretty sure of my bargain. I think if I undertake anything, I can go through it and not fail. I will have so much of security as will prove a bargain, and thus bring shame and disgrace upon them if they refuse to make good the conditions." Thus Mr. Lake had an eye to the future and the contingencies that might, under different circumstances, arise by any possibility. Men like Mr. Lake do not often fail in their endeavours when they take a comprehensive view of any affair in which they might engage, and thus, by contemplating it in all its various phases, ensure as much as may be success to all their schemes. The next consideration that presented itself to Mr. Lake was the party. It was all very well to chalk out a plan of action, the mode in which a thing should be done, but it was another to adapt the tools to the occasion, and make them subservient to the purpose he had in view. He did not choose his tools first, and then adapt his work. No, he saw his object, and adapted the means to the end. and in considering this part of the affair, he came to the following resolution. "I think I know who to pitch upon," muttered Mr. Leake to himself in a thoughtful tone. "Ay, she has several children, and is a widow too. I know she is comparatively poor, and not too much troubled with compunction, or any absurd notions of delicacy upon this matter. I can tell her what I mean better than I could to a good many. Yes, I will go and visit her. I can come to an understanding at once." This was satisfactory, and he arose to quit the house, and proceeded to the residence of Mrs. Williams. The lady, whose accommodating disposition, and whose desire to see her daughters well provided for, would cause her to bargain about matters that many would think too serious, and too much a matter of the affections to be permitted to be looked upon in the light of a mere affair of pounds, shillings, and pence. Now Mrs. Williams was a lady who possessed something very much like a genteel independence, which is a very mysterious matter, and one which puzzled many people to divine. No one can understand what a genteel independence means. It is one of those things that enables people to flit about, apparently comfortable in circumstances, with genteel clothes and fingers on which nor marks of toil are observable, but which are white and soft, though often lean attenuated, in consequence of privations. However, to return to Mrs. Williams, she was a widow, had several marriageable daughters, and was most anxious that they should be settled out in life, so that she might be sure of their future welfare. She was a sharp-sighted, clever woman in some respects, and in others she was as women usually are, which is not saying much. The house the widow occupied was on a pattern of neatness and gentility, and ornamented with woman's work from one end to the other. The ladies were accomplished and well educated, and possessed of some personal charms, and they were not altogether unacquainted with the fact. "Yes, yes," he muttered, "I will go to Mrs. Williams, and there we can come to an immediate understanding. Helen Williams will, I think, stand a very good chance indeed. I must go and have some conversation with her, and learn her sentiments before I break ground with him, else she may try something without my aid on her own account." This was a laudable object, and was but, as he said, merely putting another person in the way of making a fortune, and putting something into his own pocket at the same time, which was doing two good things at once, charitable acts of the first class, because charity begins at home, and then it gives to one's neighbours when we have a surplus. It did not take Mr. Leake very long to reach the widow's house, and it was not without some degree of confidence that he rang the bell for admission, and when a servant appeared, he said, "Is Mrs. Williams at home?" "Yes, sir, she is," answered the drudge. "Do you want her?" "I wish to see her, else I should not have come here," replied Mr. Leake. "Tell her Mr. Leake desires to speak with her." "Very well, sir," said the girl, who left the hall, and then walked to the parlour in which Mrs. Williams was seated, and overheard all that was said in the passage. "Mr. Leake, ma'am," said the girl. "Tell Mr. Leake to walk in," said the lady, and in due form Mr. Leake did walk in, introduced by the servant, who soon departed, leaving the two worthies in each other's presence. Good morning, Mrs. Williams. And good morning, Mr. Leake. This visit is unexpected, but valued. I'm happy to see you. Will you be seated? Thank you, said Leake. I will. Unexpected incidents give rise to other unexpected incidents. So you see, one event gives rise to another, and they follow each other in rapid succession. So they do, said Mrs. Williams. Well, said Mr. Leake, as if greatly relieved in mind, giving sound to something very much like a sigh. And how so you find yourselves this variable weather, Mrs. Williams? As well as can be expected, you know, at my time of life. Your time of life? Upon my word, you are a young woman, and if I might hazard an opinion, one with no small share of charms. Indeed, you are decidedly a beautiful woman, Mrs. Williams. Ah, Mr. Leake, I thought you were too much a man of business to be given to flattery, but I'm afraid of you. There's no need, ma'am, I assure you. But how are your lovely daughters? In the enjoyment of good health and spirits? Yes, they are very well, I thank you, Mr. Leake. Very well indeed. They usually are. They are considered to enjoy very good health. That is a good thing, I'm sure. A very good thing, upon my word. They usually are well? Yes, they have very little that ails them. It will be a blessing to you when they are comfortably provisioned of, under the protection of someone who will seek their future happiness as he own, said Mr. Leake. Why, as to that, said Mrs. Williams, I'm not so anxious as many might be. I love to see my children around about me. I love to be in their company, and to know that no one can ill use them. That's very true, said Mr. Leake. And yet I have, I must say, at times, a wish that I might, before I die, see them comfortably settled in life, and their future happiness secured. Certainly, it's quite a mother's wish that it should be so, that her children might enter the world, and that they might be provided for, and subject to none of the disagreeable contingencies of life. Those are my feelings. I thought as much, Mrs. Williams. Have you heard of the Kershaws lately? Inquired Mr. Leake. Yes, I did hear there was a marriage in the family. Pray, is it true? It is. A good marriage? Yes, I believe a very good marriage, one in which a great deal of money is floating about from one to the other. Indeed, I hear the gentleman is very rich. How did they become acquainted with such a man? I did not think they had any friends who could have brought them into contact with such a person. A friend? Said Leake. Indeed. Why, as I said, I did not know they possessed such friends. But still I suppose there was some drawback, either low-bred contracted friendships, or some circumstances or other, that caused him to settle there. I believe not, said Leake. And what is he, then? Inquired Mrs. Williams. Why, he was a stronger in those parts, but he had an excellent fortune, and was, according to all accounts, a very excellent match. How came they to find him out? Who introduced them to him? I should like to know such a person. Why, some friend. How very disinterested of that friend, said Mrs. Williams. Not quite. It was a mutual understanding, I believe. How? Why, thus. The friend wanted money, and the lady wanted a husband for her daughter. Well, I dare say she did, and I should have thought she was like to have waited long enough. And so she would. But an active man of business may have the means of pushing a family's fortune, if they will but make it worth his while. It was in this manner the Kershaws have made their fortune. And what did they do? Why, they pushed her daughter into certain company, into which she was introduced by the man of business, not by himself, but he managed it so that she was introduced in a manner that made it appear as if they had no connection, and then he could exert himself in another manner, and so contrived to serve them by spreading favourable reports. "And that's how Mary Kershaw got her husband, is it?" enquired Mrs. Williams with a serious air. "Yes, it is indeed." "How very immoral!" "Eh?" "How very immoral of a mother speculating in matrimonial affairs for her daughter. How could she expect that she could procure happiness for her when she uses such means? What better could she use?" "You mistake the motive of the affair altogether, Mrs. Williams. Give me leave to say you do." "Indeed?" "Yes, decidedly. Thus, you don't attempt to buy a daughter's happiness. You only pay an agent, that is all. But it can be no crime that that agent is engaged upon matters connected with the happiness of your daughter, which is the great object of a mother's care." "Certainly, certainly, how plain all that is," said Mrs. Williams. "But I can't think it is exactly what I should do myself." "Perhaps not, but I have exactly such a chance at this very moment." "You, Mr. Leake?" "Yes, I have the means, I believe, of obtaining a good fortune for the daughter of a very respectable person, of the first respectability, and with natural advantages in her favour. Such a one, if it were worth my while to lose time in carrying such an affair. Why, then, the matter looks a little different to what it did, and certainly who could object to do what was just and right?" "Exactly. Now, if you were desirous of seeing your daughter Helen, for instance, comfortably provided for, what would you give, making it a supposititious case, what would you give to see your daughter happy and comfortable for life, with a good home over her head?" "A good deal." "What?" "I cannot say, but of course that would depend much upon the value of such a prize. But I would not hesitate at a trifle in such a matter as that, come what may." Well, well, this is really the best way to consider the affair in all its various branches. You become more satisfied in the end. Now, do you really think you would be able to tolerate such an attempt to benefit yourself and daughter?" "I do." "Will you enter into particulars?" "Yes, Mr. Leake, whenever you please. I am willing to attend to your proposal, and will be bound to anything I may say. For in matters of this kind, I must consider anything one may say or undertake as a debt of honour." "Exactly. But what we agree to now, we must put in black and white, because, by the by, we may not think of it so well as we should when we see it drawn up before one." "Agreed. But what of this person?" "Why, I think if we were to agree, we would find this gentleman very rich and munificent, and living in a princely style. He is, in fact, a man of rank, of title, in fact." "Is that so?" "Yes, it is, I assure you, because I know him, and have had business matters to do with him. And though a correct man, he is not at all nice about matters in which money is the chief ingredient. He pays 800 a year for rent, so you may guess he is not at all unlikely to give your daughter a handsome settlement, if he will have her. Exactly, if he have her. There is the contingency, of course, which, however, cannot affect you. Yes, it must, since my daughter does not obtain her husband. And you pay no money. If the benefit is contingent to you, it is to me also. I do not wish to bind you to anything that will cause you to be a loser under any circumstance. Very well, said Mrs. Williams. Say what you please. There is pen, ink, and paper. Make it out, and I will sign any memorandum you may please, provided it be of the complexion you have mentioned. I wish for no other. Mr. Leake accordingly sat down near a table, and produced an agreement which was to give him a certain sum of money, provided Helen Williams was married to the Baron. And who is he, my dear Mr. Leake? said the lady. There, said Leake, read that, and you will see his name. And as he spoke, he pushed the memorandum towards her, and she took it up and read it carefully over, and when she had so done, she signed it and returned it, saying, So he is a baron. Yes, I told you he was a man of rank and title. You did. And where will he live? At Anderbury House. A fine place, I know it. A splendid and princely place it is too. He must have a large fortune there. It will be a splendid match for Helen. I wonder if there be any prospect of success. It appears almost too great a catch. I should say there was every prospect of success. But we must not let Helen know anything of our compact. I know her feelings so well, that I am fully persuaded that she would not acquiesce in the arrangement at all. Certainly, it may forever remain our own secret, with which no human being need be acquainted. That is precisely what I wish. But now, how are we to manage the introduction? That will be easy enough. I am glad of it. But how is it to be managed at all? Thus, the Baron will give grand entertainments, and as he knows I am very well acquainted with the generality of the gentry about, he has asked me to point out those whom he might safely invite to his splendid banquets. Then you will have the kindness to invite us, said Mrs. Williams. I see through it now. Aye, a very good plan. Then you can say everything that is necessary. To be sure I can, and will, said Leake. Well, I am glad you have called about this to-day, for we have had some little scheme in view, but unknown to the principal party concerned. However, as this one is in view, I shall prosecute no other. It would be dangerous to attempt two such speculations at once, else he would be unlikely to fill a promise even after he had gone some way towards doing so. I would run no risk in landing such a prize, said Mrs. Williams, who began to have a keen relish for the chance they had in view, such as they had not yet heard of from any quarter. Then I may fully rely upon your putting Helen forward upon every occasion that may present itself? You may. And in the meantime keep as much to yourself as you can. You must profess to be unbounded in your admiration for all he says or does, and then you will obtain a preference for companionship, and Every little is an aid in such matters. I shall be careful. And in the meantime, I will bid you good day," said Mr. Leake. End of chapter 100.
Chapter 101 of Varney the Vampire, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jason Oakley. Varney the Vampire, Volume 2 by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 101. The Baron made quick work of it, for in 5 days after the one in which he took Anderbury House, he gave his first entertainment. Money works wonders, and in the Baron's hands it seemed to have lost none of its magical power, for Anderbury House in that time was furnished like a palace. Rich and costly were the decorations, the ornamental parts were bold and florid. The house and grounds were of a most magnificent character, though they had been viewed as separate features, but when considered as one, as that which was part and parcel of the great whole, it was truly princely. Great care, labour, and expense had been exerted to make the mansion one befitting the habitation of a prince, and the Baron himself was looked upon as little less than a prince. His disregard of money, his liberality, all concurred in making him looked upon as one of the most popular men in that neighbourhood. Indeed, none such as he had ever been seen or heard of in that quarter. He was safe to be considered as one of the grandees of the day. Anderbury House was now a theme of conversation with every one in the whole town. His magnificence, liberality, and all things connected with him were all well calculated to cause a feeling of prejudice to be made in his favour. When people saw the men that were at work, the loads of articles that were sent there, they were amazed, and could hardly credit their senses. Then they all considered how very rich he must be to be able to spend so much in furniture, in hangings, in beautifying, and in ornamental work, which must have been very heavy. The Baron was fully determined to do all he had intended to do in the way of opening his first grand entertainment with great eclat, and in a manner that would take the whole country by surprise. The day came, the house was finished, decorated, filled with servants, and everything that could make it appear as though it had been for years in that state. It is surprising how soon a place can be made to lose all signs of its ever having been uninhabited, and the fact of human beings being in a place soon wears away the look of desolation by which it is otherwise enveloped. But how much easier it must have been, with ample means, for a man like the Baron to cause such a house as that of Anderbury House to become what it was. The great wonder being not what was done with ample means, but the short time in which it had all been collected together, which was done with such celerity and such small signs of bustle and disturbance that it appears as if performed by the wand of a magician. So sudden and so quiet it was done comparatively. At the end of 5 days there was a number of invitations fairly written out and directed, by order of the Baron, to the principal inhabitants and gentry of the place to visit Anderbury House, and partake of a grand banquet given by the Baron to them and his friends on that occasion. The day was named, and the information supplied by Mr. Leake to the Baron was of a character that to that individual was extremely valuable, and of which he freely availed himself. It must not be imagined that the worthy Mr. Leake was in any way oblivious of the promise or obligation into which he had entered with Mrs. Williams, whose name he had taken very great care to insert in the list of invitations that the Baron had sent out. The evening arrived, and the carriages drove up to the Anderbury House in rapid succession. There were few or none of them who knew the Baron. They were all, however, anxious, most anxious to see who and what the Baron was, who occupied the estate. The title and name sounded well, and that was what dwelt upon people's minds, and it made an impression upon them, and they freely accepted the invitations, especially when they inquired among themselves what was the extent of invitation had been issued, and they were confined wholly to the elite of the place. What was thought or said upon the occasion it would be difficult to say, because it was so various, and there were none who could in any way form an opinion at all that wore any appearance of probability about it. But there was a rumour spread about that he was a foreigner who had immense riches, desirous of marrying an Englishwoman, and yet unable to obtain introductions in the usual way, or else he was merely acting in accordance with the customs and habits of his own country. The carriage drive of Enderbury House was completely occupied by the strings of carriages that had taken up and set down for 2 hours or more as rapidly as they could. The fine apartments that Enderbury House contained, that were destined to be used for the occasion, were indeed a splendid suite of rooms, but now they were lit up with chandeliers and adorned with glasses and mirrors and pictures. As for the ornamental part of the mansion, it was superb. Nothing had been spared in expense, and by the way in which it was laid out, it was evident the Baron was a man of taste and judgment, and had converted a nobleman's residence into a palace. The gentry came dashing up to the door. The place was crowded, and many were announced and met and welcomed by the Baron, who gave them a cordial and distinguished greeting. There were many persons present. They were astonished at the display of magnificence and wealth of the Baron. They were delighted by his reception of them, his conversation and general manners, and many, too, were much astonished by the splendid entertainment with which he had provided them. All that art or the season could produce was there, superb wines and liqueurs, fruits, to an extent they had never before contemplated or thought of. Enderbury House was without rival. The wines were good, and they warmed the blood, and courtesies and civilities of life were by the aid of alchemy of old port, splendid and sparkling champagne, sherries, burgundies, and other wines soon turned into friendships and cordialities. "Baron," said one of the guests, "you have a superb place, and you certainly are the proper individual to own such a place." "And why, my dear sir?" inquired the Baron blandly. "Because you have the taste and heart to decorate and array the place in a manner befitting its extent, and you have the hospitality of one of the ancients to the east." "Ha, ha! Very good, my dear sir. You are kind, very kind. But I must admit I do like to see neighbours act honestly and in good faith with each other. Besides, I am of opinion that man is a social animal, and one who lives only in society. I cannot be a hermit." "Right. If the world were all of your opinion, and I believe they are, practice only is opposed, what a state of kindliness and comfort we should all be in. I am sure of it." "Aye, so am I. Do you like music?" "I do," was the answer. "Then you shall hear some. We shall have dance presently, and there will be no heart that will not beat in unison with a harmonious strain. I think they deserve not to be here in the centre of happiness if they did not." "Ho, music there!" said the Baron as he stamped on the floor of the grand saloon in which several hundred guests stood. The call was answered by a loud crash of instrumental music that came suddenly and startlingly upon the ears of the guests, but then it was followed by a lighter strain, with a pretty but marked melody, such a one that it instantly communicated to those present the feeling of being participators and even actors in the scene that was about to be enacted upon the floor. It required but very little exertion to form the dance, where everyone was willing and anxious to take their places. There was a slight degree of excitement in the procuring of partners. Here for a moment the Baron was at fault, but by some means they were not at that moment explained or even thought of. Mrs. Williams led the beautiful Helen past the spot at the moment. He had spoken to her before, and it was well pleased with her. He perceived she was beautiful and amiable. Her mother, too, was with her, and in another moment the Baron stepped forward, saying, "Madame, if the hand of your daughter is not already engaged, I beg respectively to claim it for the opening dance." Mrs. William curtsied in condescension, saying in reply, "Yes, my lord, my daughter is disengaged." "Miss Williams," said the Baron with much deference, "may I request the honour of your hand?" Helen Williams curtsied, and she was not engaged, and accepted his offer with a smile, but with some diffidence. The Baron immediately led her to the top of the room, where, by this time, there was a perfect lane for them to pass through until they reached the top. All had taken their places by an instinctive sort of feeling that was almost universal in the ballroom. The signal was given, and then the Baron led Helen down the first dance amidst the admiration of all and the envy of not a few. The giddy whirl of the dance, the throng of beauty, and the sweet but gay notes of the bands added to the coup d'oeil of the scene, a scene of so much happiness and gaiety there were few who looked coldly upon it. The Baron himself appeared in the highest spirits, and with the greatest hospitality he sought to administer to the wants of his guests every moment that he could abstract from the present leadership of the dance. He visited one and then the other, until he had made a fair round, and then found that the night was very far advanced, and that in a short time he was convinced the daylight would come. The guests were well pleased with the splendour of the entertainment and the profusion that was there. Nothing was wanting. All were well pleased with the arrangements. Great care and great expense had gone to gratify and pleasure them, and it had succeeded indeed. If it had not, they would have been captious and ungrateful to an extreme. The guests, however, well pleased with their entertainment, were still unable to bear up against the excitement and fatigue of pleasure for hours, and the animal power fails. Indeed, there is no one sense which may not be exhausted by an overindulgence. Even hearing will, as soon as any other, become invariably tired by listening too long to music, and even become unable to distinguish between the different melodies, and the guests began to flag, and to pay more attention to the side tables, and then to look drowsy, and some of the younger spirits appeared to have the dance to themselves. The Baron now saw the proper moment had arrived for dismissing the company, and, causing the music to cease, he advanced in the middle of the room, and waving his hand, said, "My honoured guests, the sun begins to peep over the hills, and the bright car of Phoebus rapidly ascends the sky, telling us that another day has begun. The happy mortals must part, and so must we. Let me thank you all for this kindness, for thus honouring my banquet with your presence, and let me hope it may be often thus. Often I say, yes, fair ladies, your presence will always be a distinguished honour. While I am a bachelor, I shall continue these fetes once a fortnight regularly, until someone takes the arrangement of such matters out of my hands by legally assuming the title of Baroness." There was a long pause after this announcement, and then a sudden buzz of admiration which was heard on all sides, and the ladies looked at each other, the Baron, and the magnificent place they were in. We cannot tell what passed in their minds, but a shrewd guess might readily be formed, and to the performance of the task we leave the reader. There were many courtesies before the separation was effected, and an hour had passed before the Baron Stollmeyer of Stolzberg found himself alone. End of chapter 101. Recording by Jason Oakley, Brisbane, Australia. www.bangrocks.com.
Chapter 102 of Varney the Vampire, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Varney. Varney the Vampire, Volume 2, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 102. The Wedding Feast. The Admiral's Disappointment. And now the day arrived at length when Charles Holland was to call Flora Bannerworth his bride. On this most auspicious event, as may be well imagined, the Admiral was in his glory, and he declared his intention of dancing, if any very handsome young lady should ask him to be her partner at the ball, but not otherwise, for it had been agreed to have a ball in the evening. Jack Pringle, too, was restored completely to favour upon the occasion. Indeed, as far as the Admiral was concerned, he seemed to have granted a general amnesty to all offenders, because he was heard to say, "Well, I really should not mind if any poor devil of a Frenchman was to come. He should know what good eating and drinking was for once in his life. Or even that old vagabond, old Varney the Vampire. What a fool he was to take himself off before the wedding, to be sure." Henry Bannerworth had undertaken to take off the old man's hand all the trouble connected with the actual ceremony, that is to say, letting the clergyman know, and so on. Therefore he, the Admiral, had nothing at all upon his mind but the festivities that were to be gone into upon the occasion. The numerous guests recommended by the lawyer were invited to a breakfast, which was to be at 1 o'clock. while a favoured few, which, together with the family party made up altogether about 18 persons, were to come to the wedding itself, and to be actually present at the ceremony. The Admiral was rather annoyed at Jack Pringle about 10 o'clock, looking very anxiously at the sky and shaking his head in a manner which seemed to indicate that he had something of importance on his mind. "What the deuce is in the wind now?" said the Admiral. "You are always looking for foul weather, you are, and be hanged you."
"Oh," said Jack, "I was only a-considering what they calls the blessed aspect of the sky, and it seems to me that there is a sort of kind of look about things as says that there won't be no marriage at all to-day."
"No marriage?"
"No, not a bit of it. I'm tolerably sure there won't. I was a-going on one of my numerous occasions to be married, and there was just that there kind of look in the sky, and I wasn't."
"What kind of look, you lubber? I rather think, after living afloat a matter of 40 years and more, I ought to know the looks of the sky rather, and I don't see anything unusual in it."
"Don't you? Then I does, and there won't be no marriage."
"Why, you infernal croaking swab, you are drunk or out of your senses, one of the two. I would bet my head to a bottle of rum that there will be a marriage."
"I don't mind," said Jack, "betting 1 bottle to 20 that there won't."
"Done then, done! And, Jack, for once in a way you will find yourself regularly done, I can tell you. I know you have got some crotchet or other in your head, by which you think you will get the better of the old man, but it won't do, for I won't stand any quibbling or lawyer-like sneaking out of it."
"Oh, I won't sneak out of it, you shall see. It shall be all plain sailing and above board, I can tell you, Admiral."
The old man rather puzzled himself to think what Jack could mean, but after a time he gave it up and forgot it, for his mind began to be too actively engaged upon what was going on to pay much attention to what he considered was some joke of Jack's, which would turn out to be a mere quibble of words after all. The Admiral was right when he said there was no appearance of anything in the weather to indicate that any stop would be put to the festivity on that account, for a more pleasant and a more genial, delightful day for the occasion never shone out of the heavens. Indeed, if anything could have been considered as a gratifying omen of the future felicity which Charles Holland was likely to enjoy in the society of Flora Bannerworth, it was the aspect of that day, a day so replete with beauties that had it been picked out specially for that occasion it could not have been more gratifying or delightful. The house was a large and handsome one which the Admiral had taken, and since of course he considered it to be his own, he was from an early hour in the morning in a perpetual fidget, and here and there and everywhere, for the purpose of seeing that all the arrangements were complete for the day's proceedings. As may be well supposed, he was a great hindrance to everybody, and most especially the servants, whom he had temporarily engaged, wished him at the very devil for his interference. But, however, notwithstanding all these drawbacks, by 10 o'clock everything was in a tolerable state of readiness, and then the Admiral vociferously congratulated the first of the guests who arrived, for that was a great merit in the old man's eyes, and although he did not know the person a bit, he almost terrified him by the cordiality of his greeting. "That's right," he said. "Take old Time by the forelock, and always be too soon instead of too late. I'll tell you some capital stories some of these days about the advantage of being a little too soon. But hilloa! Here comes somebody else. Egad, we shall have them all here soon. Here, Jack Pringle, where are you?"
"Here!" cried Jack. "Hard on to your larboard bow."
"Pipe all hands among the flunkies."
"Aye, aye, sir," said Jack.
Producing then a boatswain's whistle, he blew a shrill call, which pleased the Admiral, for, as he said, that was the proper way to begin anything like an entertainment. People know they must be punctual at weddings, and generally are tolerably so, with the exception of those persons who are never punctual at anything, so that in a short time nearly the whole of those who had been invited to be present at the ceremony had arrived, and the hour was fast getting on towards that when the marriage was to take place. The Admiral would have been blind indeed if he had not perceived that there was a great deal of whispering going on among the Bannerworth family, and he got rather indignant and a little uneasy to know what it could all be about. but most of all he began to be annoyed at Jack Pringle, for that individual's conduct was certainly of a peculiar and extraordinary character. Every now and then he would burst out into such an amazing roar of laughter, apparently at nothing, that it became seriously annoying to the old man, and finally, taking up a pair of nutcrackers that were upon the table, he gave Jack a hard rap upon the top of the head, as he said, "Are you out of your senses? What are you going on about?"
"Oh, nothing," said Jack. "I was only a-thinking. Don't you recollect our wager?"
"Yes, I do. You have laid me 1 bottle of rum to 20 that Charles and Flora won't be married to-day."
"Very good," said Jack. "That's quite correct, and mind, I hold you to it."
"Hold me to it? I'll hold you to it. I know well enough it's some stupid joke you have got hold of."
"Very good," said Jack. "We shall see."
The time crept on, and 11:30 o'clock came, and the guests were assembled in the drawing-room, where by a special licence the ceremony was to have been performed, and on the mantel-shelf of which there was a timepiece indicating the rapid arrival of the hour named for the ceremony.
"You know, Henry," said the Admiral, "I left everything to you. I hope it's all correct now, and that you have not made any blunders."
"None whatever, I assure you, Admiral. I have arranged everything, but Flora has just told me that she wants to speak to you."
"Speak to me? Then why the deuce doesn't she speak? I suppose she can speak to me without asking your leave."
"Admiral," said Flora, "I am extremely anxious to ask you if you will forgive me for something which may possibly annoy you a little, and which certainly I feel myself answerable for."
"What is it?"
"You must promise to forgive me first."
Well, of course I do. What is it?"
"Then I must say I would rather not be married to-day."
"What?"
cried the Admiral.
"I told you so," shouted Jack. "I saw it in the look of the clouds this morning. I never knew anybody get married when there was a light breeze blowing from the nor'-east." "You be quiet," said the Admiral. "I'll be the death of you presently. What is the meaning of this, Flora? Is it not rather a cruel jest to say such a thing to me now?"
"It is no jest, sir, but a fact. I must beg to be excused."
"And I, uncle," said Charles Holland, advancing, "am of the same mind, and I join with Flora in begging that you will look over the little disappointment this may occasion you." "Little disappointment!" cried the Admiral. "Am I awake? Am I out of my senses? Jack, you rascal, where am I?"
"Can't say," cried Jack,
"but I think as how you are about 2 points to the south'ard." "Flora, speak again. You cannot mean to tell me that any foolish quarrel has interfered to prevent this union, upon which I have set my heart. If you are not jesting, there must be some very special reason for this alteration of intention."
"There is," said Flora, as she looked the old man kindly in the face. "There is a very special reason, sir, and one which I will mention to you at once, a reason which makes it next to impossible that the ceremony should proceed. The real fact is—"
"Well, go on. Go on."
"That Charles and I were married a fortnight ago."
"Damn me," said the Admiral, "if ever I was so taken in my life! A fortnight ago, shiver my timbers!"
"Go on, old Peppercaster," said Jack. "Only remember you owe me 20 bottles of rum."
"I won't look over it," said the Admiral. "I won't and I can't. It's treating me ill, Flora. I tell you it's treating me ill."
"But you know you have looked over it, Admiral," said Flora, "and I have your positive promise to forgive me."
"Besides," said Jack, "she won't do so no more, and as far as I sees of these here things, it's a deuced good thing as we ain't bothered with any parson coming here this morning, casting up his eyes like a dying dolphin if you outs with so much as a natural dam or two. I can't stand such rubbish, not I, and it's my out-and-out opinion that we shall be all the merrier,
And as for the old man—"
Jack's oratory was put to a stop by the Admiral seizing a piece of confectionery that was upon the table, and throwing it with such a dab in his face that he was half choked and covered with currant jam, and he made such a spluttering that the guests could not keep their countenances no longer, but burst into a roar of laughter consequent upon that proceeding.
"And you too, Henry," said the Admiral, "I suppose you were in the plot?"
"Why, yes," said Henry, "I rather think I was. The fact is that Flora disliked the public marriage, although she looked forward with pleasure to the meeting with this pleasant party on the present occasion, so among us we all cast about for some means for securing the agreeable without the disagreeable, and so a fortnight ago they were married, quietly and privately, and I plead guilty."
"I thought as much," said the Admiral. "I'll be hanged if I didn't. But now just answer me one question, Charles."
100, if you please, uncle."
"No, one will suffice. I want to know whether you were married in the name of Bell or in the name of Holland."
"I took legal advice, uncle, as to the validity of my marriage in the name of Bell, and as I found that a man's marriage was quite legal let him call himself whatever he pleases, and as I knew that it was your wish I should take the name of Bell, I was married in that name, and Flora now calls herself Mrs. Bell."
"Then I'll say no more about it," said the Admiral, "but let it pass so. Let's be as merry as possible, and first of all we will have a bumper all round to the bride."
This affair, upon which Charles really had some misgivings, being thus agreeably settled, there was certainly nothing to interfere with the hilarity of the meeting, and as there was an abundance of good cheer, and the guests had been selected judiciously, and were persons who could and would enjoy themselves, an extremely pleasant day was passed. For about an hour perhaps only, the Admiral now and then exhibited some symptoms of indignation, and shook his head occasionally at Flora, but a smile from her soon restored him, and he did actually contrive to get through a quadrille in some extraordinary manner, by almost knocking every lady down, and ending by falling sprawling himself. The only great interruption, and that lasted for nearly half an hour, to the proceedings, arose from that incorrigible Jack Pringle, who, as usual, did not get a glass too much, but a whole bottle too much, and then an obscure idea seized him that it was absolutely impossible for him to avoid kissing all the ladies, as it was a wedding, or ought to have been a wedding. Blaming himself, therefore, very much for not having thought of it before, he made a wild rush into the drawing-room, and commenced operations. A scene of confusion ensued which quite baffles description, and Jack had to be carried out at last by main force, thinking himself a very ill-used person, when he was only doing what was right and proper. The Admiral apologized to the ladies for Jack, calling their attention to the fact that he wasn't such a fool as he looked, and that, after all, it wasn't a bad notion of Jack's, only that he had not set about it in the right way.
"Howsomedever," said the Admiral, "I don't mind showing you how he ought to have done it."
This, however, was universally declined, and that with so much decision, too, that the Admiral was forced to forego the generous intention, but long before the parties separated for the night, he admitted that it was just as well the marriage business had been all settled before, and it was shrewdly suspected that from the fact of the Admiral singing Rule Britannia after he had gone to bed, he had just slightly exceeded the bounds of that moderation which he was always preaching to Jack. End of chapter 102. Recording by Varney.
Chapter 103 of Varney the Vampire, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Varney the Vampire, Volume 2, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 103. Dr. Chillingworth makes urgent inquiries for the vampire, and the lawyer gives some advice concerning the Quaker. If the Bannerworth family and the Admiral were inclined to put up quietly with the loss of the large sum of money which Dr. Chillingworth fully believed that Varney the Vampire had gone off with, he could not fully divest himself of the idea that it was recoverable. When he went home he succeeded in silencing the clamors of his wife by assuring her that his practice for half a dozen years would not at all be equal to what he should gain if he could successfully carry out what he was aiming at; and as everything, to Mrs. Chillingworth, resolved itself into a question of pounds, shillings, and pence, she was tolerable well satisfied, and consented to remain quiet, more especially as he gave her sufficient to keep the household comfortably for some time while again left home. So thoroughly had he made up his mind not to let the matter rest, that he carefully resolved the best means of setting about, systematically, to inquire for Varney. He thought it impossible that he could have left the cottage home of the Bannerworths with such great secrecy that no one had observed him. He was too remarkable a man, too, in personal appearance to escape notice, and if any one saw him, with a grain of curiosity in their composition, they would be sure to look after him with speculative eyes as to who and what he was. The cottage had not many dwellings near it, and the doctor thought it highly possible that if he visited them all, and made proper inquiries, some one among their inhabitants might be able to tell him that such a man as Varney had been seen. Accordingly he commenced his tour, and, as luck would have it, at the very second cottage he went to, a woman stated that a tall, dark, singular-looking man had asked leave to sit down for a few minutes, and to be accommodated with a glass of water. Had he any parcel or bundle with him? asked Mr. Chillingworth. No, was the reply. He certainly had nothing of the kind that I could see, and only seemed very weary and exhausted indeed. Do you know which direction he went in? I watched him from my cottage door, and after looking about him for some few minutes, he walked away slowly in the direction of the London road. This was all the information that Dr. Chillingworth could obtain in that quarter, but it strengthened him in his own opinion that Varney had left that part of the country, and proceeded to London, but with what motives or intentions could not be guessed even, although probably it was with an intention of finding a wider sphere of action. If, thought the doctor, he has gone on the London road, and walked, he must have stopped, in the very weak state that he was, within a very few miles for rest and refreshment, in which case I shall hear tidings of him if I take myself the same path. He pursued this plan, and walked on, inquiring at the different inns that he passed, but all in vain, for such a man. No one had seen anybody resembling Varney, and the doctor, with a sense of great disappointment, was compelled himself to stop for rest at a roadside inn, where the mails and stage-coaches stopped to change horses. The landlord of the inn was a good-tempered, conversable man, and was listening, with quiet complacency, to the rather long description of the personal appearance of the individual he sought, that was given by Dr. Chillingworth, when the mail coach from London, which was proceeding to a very distant part of the country, stopped to change horses, and the coachman came to the bar to take his usual glass of refreshment. While so engaged, he heard something of what Dr. Chillingworth was saying, and remarked to that gentleman, "Do you mean, sir, a Longfellow, that looked as if he had been buried a month and dug up again?" "Well," said the doctor, "he certainly had something of that appearance, but the man I am inquiring about disappeared last Thursday." "The very day, sir. I was going up with the mail when he hailed it, and got up on the outside. He's the very man, you may depend. I remember well enough his getting up, but somehow or another when we got to London he wasn't to be found. And so he had his ride as far as it went, and I have not the least idea of how far that was for nothing." "I thank you for your information, and I have no doubt that it was the man I seek for. Although he had a large sum of money with him, I think, yet it was not in an available shape to use, and I dare say he would not be very scrupulous about the means he adopted to avoid the inconvenience of any detention." "Not he, sir, he wasn't very particular. I dare say he got down somewhere in London, most probably at Piccadilly, where there is always a crowd, and I draw up for about 5 minutes. I don't look to see who gets down, or who stays up, so, as regards that, he might take himself off easily enough if he liked." "But you missed him?" "Yes, I did, when it was too late. Can you tell me who or what he is, sir?" "Yes," said Dr. Chillingworth, It was Varney the vampire, of whom, no doubt, you have all heard so much, and who has made such a commotion in the countryside." "The deuce it was!" said the coachman. "And I have actually had one of these creatures upon my coach, have I? I only wish I had known it, that's all. I would have pretty soon got rid of such a customer, I can tell him. They don't suit me, those sort of gentry. But I'm off now. Good day, sir. I hope you may catch him." The coachman got upon his box and drove away, and Dr. Chillingworth began to think that unless he took a journey to London, which he was scarcely prepared to do, he must give up for a time the pursuit of Varney. Besides, he thought, and justly enough too, that even if he went to the metropolis in search of him, its extent would baffle all inquiry, and make it almost impossible that it could be set about with any prospect of success. So he resolved, before he went any further in the matter, to urge the Admiral and the Bannerworths once more upon the subject. He was firmly, himself, of opinion that something more, and that perhaps too of a very uncomfortable character regarding Varney, would soon be heard, unless they could communicate to him in some manner, and persuade him either to retire from England altogether, or to lead a quiet life with a portion of the wealth he had acquired. It will be seen with what great pertinacity the doctor clung to that idea which to the Bannerworths appeared such a very doubtful one, namely, that Varney had really got possession of all the money which had been hidden by Marmaduke Bannerworth. But we must leave the doctor for the present inactive, because he felt that, at the period of Flora's marriage, they would be too much occupied to give him the attention he required, and, therefore, he determined to wait until that ceremony, at all events, was completely over. And now we may as well state at this juncture that the Admiral was quite as good as his word, as regarded taking the advice of his friend, the lawyer, concerning the Quaker who still held possession of the Deerbrook estate. With all the indignation that he felt upon the matter, he laid it before the man of law, explaining how liberally Henry had dealt with him, and what a very uncourteous reception they had met with. "I am afraid," said the lawyer, "that he may keep you out of it for a year or two, unless you compromise with him." "What do you mean by compromise?" "Just this. He knows very well, of course, that he cannot hold possession, and he wants to be paid out, that's the whole of the affair. He considers that you may take friendly advice, and that then you will be told how much shorter, cheaper, and less vexatious a course it is, to put up with almost any amount of imposition, than to get involved in a lawsuit." "That's all very fine," said the Admiral, "but do you think I'd let that rascally Quaker have a farthing of my money? No, indeed, I should think not. If he expects us to compromise he will be disappointed." "Well, then, if your determination is to proceed, I will, if you like, take the necessary steps in the name of Mr. Henry Bannerworth. Do you know if he administered to his father's estate?" "No, I know very little about it, but you had better see him." "Certainly," said the lawyer, "that will be the best plan. I had better see him, as you say, and I dare say," added the lawyer to himself, "I shall find him more reasonable than you are by a great deal." The lawyer did see Henry, for he called upon him and so strongly advised him to compromise the matter with the Quaker, that Henry gave him full instructions to do as he pleased. "Your title is so clear," said the lawyer, "that it cannot prejudice you to make the offer, or rather, to allow me to make it for you. Besides, I will take care that it shall be made without prejudice, and I dare say you will get possession pretty quickly of the Deerbrook estate." The lawyer wrote to the Quaker, asking for the name of some solicitor who would act in his behalf, and at once received an answer, referring him to a Quaker attorney, who was tolerably notorious for sharp practice, and who was about as great a rogue as could be found in a profession somewhat notorious for such characters. The shortest plan and the best was that which was at once adopted by the Admiral's friend, the attorney, for he went to town and saw the Quaker upon the subject. The result of their conference was, that Mr. Shepherd wanted a sum equivalent to 2 years' rental of the premises he occupied, before giving up possession of them; and in reply 1 year was offered, and there the matter rested for mutual consideration of the principals. Henry did not feel exactly disposed to do anything in the affair, in actual defiance of the Admiral, so he resolved upon trying, at all events, to persuade him into the compromise, if possible. and the principal argument he intended using was, that Flora had heard sufficient of the Deerbrook property, and that it would be 1,000 pities, consequently, to keep her out of possession of it, since, from what they had all seen of it, they felt that it would be a very desirable residence indeed. The Admiral's anger, however, had been so roused by the insolent conduct of the Quaker, that it required great care and tact to introduce the subject to him in such a shape, and Henry set about it not without some fear of the result. "I have seen, Admiral," he said, "your friend the lawyer about the Deerbrook property, and we shall not have possession in our lifetimes." "What do you mean by that?" "Oh, our ghosts may perhaps haunt its verdant shades, but we shall all be dead long before the Court of Chancery decides in our favor, for, owing to the manner of my father's death, some difficulties may be thrown in the way to protract time." "What, does he tell you so?" "Yes, indeed he does, Admiral; and then, you see, heaven knows how many claimants may arise for the estate, if it was known how recently we came by the title deeds." "The deuce they would! I can't say but there is some reason in that after all. But what is to be done? You can't say that the Quaker, Shepherd, is to be allowed to retain possession of the Deerbrook estate, just because there are some difficulties in the way of getting it out of his clutches?" "Certainly not; but the whole question resolves itself into what is the best means of accomplishing that object, and the great difficulty seems to be this, that he actually has possession, which you have heard, of course, is 9 points of the law, and puts a man in such a position that he can give a great deal of trouble to anyone who is not so fortunately situated." "Can he? Then I tell you what I'll do, Henry, I'll pretty soon alter that state of things." "But how can you, Admiral?" "By going and taking possession, to be sure; and if possession be indeed 9 points of the law, I don't see why we shouldn't have them. I have taken a ship or two from an enemy when they have been under their own batteries, and it ain't the most likely thing in the world that a Quaker, who, in the navy, we call a wooden gun, should stop me taking possession of the house." "I am quite sure," said Henry, "that if you were to set about it, you would do it. There can be no doubt whatever upon that head. But it's a very difficult thing to treat the law in that sort of way, and you may depend there would be an amazing fuss made about it, so much so indeed, that some serious consequences might ensue, and we should perhaps lose the estate altogether." "Hang the estate! It's the Quaker I want to serve out." "But you have served him out. Don't you recollect the kick you gave him?" "Why, yes, I certainly did give him a kick." "And a good one, too." "You think it was a good one, do you, Henry? Well, I must say I am very glad of that, very glad of it. It's some consolation, that's quite clear." "And I think, then, after that, Admiral, after feeling that you have served him out in that kind of manner, and that he has put up with the degradation of having been kicked by you, you might just as well forego a little of your resentment, and allow me to ascertain if I cannot make something like terms with him." "Terms with a vagabond like that?" "Yes. What say you to giving him a trifle, and then let him go, provided he clears out of the estate at once, and gives us no further trouble?" "I'd 10 times rather kick him again." "Why, yes, and I must confess he deserves kicking most certainly. I admit all that a greater scamp you could not find. But, after all, you see, Admiral, it comes to a question of pounds, shillings, and pence. Nothing in the world makes a man like that suffer but touching his pocket." "Very likely, but you propose to put something into his pocket." "Yes, at first, but it is to save the more, as would easily be found; and besides, you see how he has been afraid to take any notice of your kicking him." "To be sure he has. Such fellows are always afraid. You didn't expect he would take any notice, did you? And if you did, I knew better. Afraid, indeed! Ah, to be sure, that's just what he was likely to be, afraid as a matter of course." "If you please, sir," said a servant, coming in to the Admiral, "here is a gentleman wants to speak to you." "To me? Who the deuce can it be, I wonder?" "He says it's on particular business, sir." "Well, well, show him in here." A mere youth was shown into the apartment, who, addressing the Admiral, said, "Pray, sir, is your name Bell?" "To be sure it is, and what of that?" "Nothing particular, sir, only I have the honor of serving this upon you." "And what the devil is it?" Before this question was well out of the Admiral's lips the lad had disappeared, and when the old man unfolded the paper he found that it was a notice of action from Shepherd, the Quaker, on account of the assault which Admiral Bell had committed upon him. "And this is the fellow," cried the Admiral, "that you want me to compromise with! No, Master Henry, that won't do. And, since he has had the imprudence now to commence war with me, he shall not find that I am backward in taking up the cudgels in my own defence. I'll pretty soon let him know that he has got rather an obstinate foe to deal with, and we will see how long he will find it worth his while to persevere." Henry felt at once that this imprudent act of the Quaker, which, no doubt, was intended to hasten and facilitate a compromise, placed it further off than ever, and that, in the Admiral's present state of mind, it was quite absurd to think of talking to him in anything like a peaceable strain, for such could not be done. The utmost that could be hoped was that he would not actually give way to some act of violence, and that he would, at all events, do nothing more than what the law allowed him to do in the matter. This was what Henry did not feel quite sure of, and he only hoped it. Chapter 103. Chapter 104 of Varney the Vampire, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Varney the Vampire, Volume 2, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 104. The Bone House of the Churchyard of Anderbury, the Resuscitation, the Fight and the Escape of the Dead, the Boat and the Vain Pursuit. The coroner, after the inquest was over, issued his precept for the interment of the body of the man who was found in the ice well of Anderbury House, and whose body was deposited at the Bone House in Anderbury churchyard. There was an end now to these proceedings, though it was much too fresh in people's minds to enable them to forget it; yet, once the coroner's inquiry over, it usually happens that a feeling of satiety, arising from excitement, in the first place, or following that excitement, and induced by the knowledge that all is done that can be towards unravelling the mystery that had caused such a sensation, takes place. The town of Anderbury was first subsiding to its original quietude, and the only indication of any excitement was that among a few old topers, who met in the early part of the evening to discuss anything that there might be stirring to talk about, and to do that required but little inducement, to talk being their principal, not to say only, amusement. Indeed, to have deprived them of that would have been to have deprived them of nearly their only inducement to work and to live, that they may indulge in their evening conversations at the alehouse. There was a very general belief among such people that, as the whole affair was unexplained, that it was mysterious, and the nods and winks were numerous. Indeed, it was thought that there was more than the usual amount of mystery. However, this has its limit, and when all is said that can be said, there must be an end to the discussion, which is usually dropped for want of fuel to feed it. That night the Baron sat alone in his apartment, apparently buried in deep thought; but, now and then, he might have been seen to lift up his eyes toward the east, as if watching for something, and then he would cast them towards a magnificent timepiece on the mantelpiece, and then he would again relapse into thoughtfulness. There were several such fits as these, that were broken in the same manner as before, and, at length, he arose and took a small book off one of the tables, and examined a certain page and a certain column, and then he half muttered to himself: "Yes, yes, it is as I thought. The moon will rise in about an hour and a half. That will do. I will now go to the bone house, and there watch the body, and ascertain if my fears are correct. If not, I shall be well repaid for my trouble; and should they be, why, I must endeavor to make the affair take the best turn I can. I must try and prevent the completion of my own deed from being disturbed in its integrity. The dead must remain so; and, if not, to that condition he must return, and lie where no moon's ray will reach him." He arose, and, wrapping his cloak around him, went to the door of his apartment, and paused as if listening. "No one is stirring," he muttered. "No one is about." He stole softly out of the apartment and descended the stairs, making his way towards a small private door, which opened into the garden, which he secured behind him. Then he walked rapidly but softly through the garden, which he quitted by another private door, and which he also secured after him, and then proceeded quickly and silently towards the churchyard of Anderbury Church, which was but ill qualified to keep intruders out of it, seeing that there was but a low wall and a hedge for the purpose of a fence, which could at various places be easily scaled. Indeed, there are few country churchyards that cannot be so entered; and it does not appear usually the practice to endeavour to keep out human beings, but rather to keep the yard clear of all brute intruders, for it was open to all who should choose to come. The scene was not very distinct. The moon was not yet risen, and darkness reigned upon the earth. He could see but a short way, and he cared but little for that. If darkness prevents my seeing, it also prevents others seeing me; therefore it is welcome. The moon will rise soon enough to aid me in my watch, and if it rise not at all, it would be agreeably satisfactory, seeing that there would be no probability of what I suspect happening without her rays. He hurried onwards towards the churchyard. The sea was close by, and the night breeze, as if swept across the face of the ocean, gave an indistinct roar, which never ceases, but only increases and abates as a storm or calm prevails at the time, and as the wind increases or diminishes, thus increasing or diminishing the intensity of the roar, but it never entirely ceases at any time. The Baron made his way towards the churchyard by an unfrequented path that was well known to him; but as he was about to get over a stile into a field, he thought he heard a voice speaking on the other side of the hedge. He paused a moment, and crept along the hedge, until he came to the spot where the voice seemed to come from, and then he paused until he heard them speak again. "I tell you what it is, Jack, it's a very strange affair, a very strange thing indeed." "So it is." "And one I can't understand at all, though I have endeavoured to do all I can that way. I have thought the matter over very often, but it always comes to this, that it is a very strange affair." "What can be the cause of it?" "I don't know." "Have you seen it?" "I thought I did once," said the second, "but it was misty and dark, but I think I couldn't be mistaken." "Nor I." "You have seen it oftener than I, have you not?" "Yes, yes, I have, several times." "How did you see it?" "Why, thus: I was looking out for the lugger, and there away in the east I saw something white coming across the sea. It came very steady and slow, and looked small at first." "Yes, yes." "Well, then, after that it came closer and closer, until I saw it changed its shape to a gigantic woman." "A woman!" exclaimed the other. "Yes, or may be a man in a winding sheet. That is most likely, though, after all." "I think so too," he replied. "As sure as there are dead bodies in Anderbury churchyard, it forebodes some great evil; of that I am very well persuaded." "What great evil do you think will happen?" "How can I tell? I am no prophet. I cannot imagine in what shape it should come; but come it will, depend upon it. If it comes not now, when it does come, remember my words." "I will." "And you will find them all true some day or other, if it don't come too soon to be pleasant. But I think something may happen to the lugger." "She has not been seen these 2 days; and it is now past the time when she ought to have been in. Thus it was with the other lugger that the revenue cutter took." "Did you see the apparition?" "No, but there was a token, I believe; but I was not in those parts at that time." "Well, but how did it happen that they let the lugger be taken by the King's men?" "Oh, they couldn't well help it, you may depend upon that. She was coming from Cherbourg, laden with brandy and with lace, a good cargo, and worth something, I assure you." "She must have been worth something." "She was. Well, she had a very good run for a part of the way, when a fog came on. Well, it wasn't well understood what they were to do. Some were for putting back, others for standing where they were, and some few for running in shore. "I shall run in shore," said the captain. "I know every hole upon the coast; and I know the exact spot where we are, and how to steer. I can run the vessel to an inch." "And that inch may do the business for us all," said one of the crew; "but I'm ready." "And I too," said the captain; "and I will run her where there will be no chance of any meeting with the preventive people. But the fact is, we can neither see nor be seen. We are safe, boys; a good run on shore, and a swift voyage home." "Huzza!" shouted the men; and the vessel was run towards the shore, and, at the same time, they were going under an easy sail safe and secure, and had no thought of any evil. There was a lookout, at the same time we could not see 2 yards beyond the vessel. The watch was alert, but he could see nothing; but suddenly he called out: "Ship ahead! Port your helm!" "What ship's that?" inquired a voice, and, in another moment, they found themselves alongside the revenue cutter, from whom they had so long and so often escaped. "Board!" shouted the officer on board, and then he called upon our people to surrender. But the captain drew his sword, and called out to the crew to do as he did, and defend the ship; and as he spoke he cut one man down, but was immediately met by a pistol shot, which laid him dead on the deck. After that there was no resistance. The men didn't want to endanger their lives by resisting men who were doing their duty, and protected by law. They were, moreover, outnumbered by the revenue people, and, if they resisted, they would be liable to hanging, whereas they could but imprison them. They were all taken, and they were all imprisoned for different crimes; all, however, getting free after a term. Did that ruin the owners? Oh, no, they calculated upon a loss now and then, and can well afford it too. Well, what do you think of the Baron at Anderbury House? Think? Why, think he's a trump. What a glorious haul there would be there, if we could get hold of it. How do you mean? Why, the plate and other things that are valuable. Look you now, if we could load the lugger with the contents of the house, what would they not fetch in Paris? We should not get it if we were to take it there. We should obtain a heavier profit than ever we should under any other circumstances, and I think it will be a very good plan, indeed, to take Anderbury House by storm. There's some thousands of pounds worth of plate and jewellery there. So there is. Well, what do you say to make the attempt? Attempt, I say, but I shall not call it an attempt, for there will be no attempt at resistance. We shall have only to walk in and frighten a few servants. There will be nothing but to carry away what we lay our hands on. That will do, anything that will pay. The Baron had been an attentive listener. He had, moreover, had some thoughts in his own mind of jumping over the hedge, and seizing the 2 men; but, upon second thoughts, he believed that this was the worst that could be done. I will frighten them, and thus prevent them from putting their designs into practice to my damage. The Baron silently collected several large stones and clods of earth into one space, and then he peeped through the hedge. He saw where they lay, and took up 2 clods, pitched one on each of their heads, and then he said, when they started up, "Miserable sinners, the eye of heaven is upon you! Go your ways and repent while there is time." The men were for a moment horrified, and stood still, chained to the spot. But suddenly they were released, and in a moment they rushed from the spot with the fleetness of deer. The Baron watched them out of sight, and then he muttered to himself, "'Tis well, they are now out of sight, they are gone, and they will make no attempt upon Anderbury House. I'll warrant them they think their design will be penetrated by others, and they will suffer for it, should they attempt it. I trust I can make a very good resistance. However, it is worth thinking of." He paused a few moments longer, and then turned towards the churchyard. He pursued his way, however, thoughtfully. Every now and then, however, he looked around to ascertain if any one were present, but he was satisfied there was none, and thus he was quite and entirely alone in his walk. There was now light enough to enable him to distinguish objects at a short distance, and he quickened his pace, as he thought of the moon's rising; but a few minutes brought him into view of the church of Anderbury. The old church was seen to advantage at such an hour, for as the sky was cloudless, and the stars were out, The tapering spire looked like some great and gigantic indication raised there for some purpose pointing heavenward. There was a deep gloom surrounding the whole place, for there was not a shadow cast by any one object, neither had the church one side that was lighter than the other. In a very short time the Baron reached the charnel house, or the bone house as it was more usually called. It was a small place, attached to the church itself. The wants of the population were not great, and, therefore, all these public places were built with the view only of a limited use. It was large enough for all purposes, and as large as it is usual for them to be in such places; and the Baron, before he attempted to enter the place, took a walk all the way round, to ascertain if there was any one lurking about; but finding none, he returned to the door of the charnel house with the full intention of going in. However, there was no key, and he could not, therefore, enter it by the usual way, and he must find some other. "There is sure to be something or other," he muttered, "to cause a temporary stop to one's career in some place or other; but I will not be deterred by such a trifle. There is a place in the roof somewhere here, I think, where I can get in with but little trouble." The Baron looked about for a place that would enable him to climb up, but he suddenly withdrew his hand, exclaiming, "Hilloa! What have we here?" It was soon settled, and the Baron held up between him and the light the key of the charnel house, which he had found as he put his fingers into a niche to assist him in lifting himself up to the roof. "This is lucky, and will save me much trouble; but I have not much time to spare." He put the key into the lock, and found it fitted the lock, and he in another moment opened the door of the charnel house, and entered its unwholesome precincts. There were but few who would have entered that place at that hour, knowing, too, that a man was lying dead that had died a violent death. Few, indeed, would have done so; but the Baron was himself above such considerations; and besides he had an object in view, which was of some importance. He desired to watch the body of the murdered man; he desired to stay there, and watch the effects of the moon's rays upon it. He now smelt where he was, for there was that fetid smell of death, which always hangs about the bone house, which is a receptacle of all the mortal remains of man, which have been once cast into the grave, for which their friends have paid large fees, as well for the ceremony as for the quiet enjoyment of the home of death; but which bargain must be continually violated, and the bones of a man's ancestor, instead of ornamenting some museum, or his carcass doing some good by way of instruction, lie rotting in the graveyard, till the sexton digs up the same ground and takes fresh his fees, but burning the bones of the former. The Baron entered the receptacle of the remains of mortality. One after the other have men's bones been thrown in here, or perhaps they have been mixed together, so that it would have puzzled an angel to have separated them from each other. What more could mortals expect? Their bones, at least, will form a fuel, to be sure, but very indifferent fuel, too. Here, however, the Baron entered, and stepped lightly into the place. It was an uncomfortable place at best; cold, cheerless, very bare, save of such things as would remind one of the sexton's duty, and of the nature of the place in which he was. The first thing the Baron did was to look towards the place where the window was placed, but no light came in. He advanced to it and gazed out upon the night. "Well, well," he muttered, "the moon is just rising. There will be time enough, and I can remain in this place as long as any of its rays penetrate the windows." He paused a few moments, during which he looked out upon the country; but all was wrapped up in gloom and darkness, save where some of the moon's beams fell, and then there could be seen some dark spots more prominent than the rest; and then, after a while, he could distinguish between the different objects, though he could not always tell their different parts. "Well," he muttered, "I am here now, and am housed. Faugh! How the place smells! I shall never be able to remain here; I shall never get the scent from my nostrils." He turned from the window and examined the place. It was a square room, with bare walls; a few shelves and some odd lumber thrown into one corner, a ladder, some tools, trestles, and a lot of rubbish in the shape of old pieces of coffins, bones, and other matters that belonged to a churchyard. There was very little in all this to make the place at all likely to become popular with anybody. The shell in which the man had been placed was, from some cause or other, upset from off the trestles, and the body had rolled out. It lay in all its ghastly proportions at full length upon the ground, somewhat on one side, and looking towards the window. The posture showed the body was deprived of life. It was still and motionless. Not a sound or motion escaped the lips of the Baron, as he gazed upon the victim of the ice well. Well did the Baron mark the position of the body, and marvel at the singularity of the accident which had exposed the body in the way in which it laid. I wonder what could have been the cause of such an accident? Who could have thought it would have happened? I am sure I never could have expected it should have happened. He took one of the trestles that lay near the body, and placed it so he could gaze upon the corpse and out the window alternately, without any disturbance to himself. Here I can watch the progress of the moon, he thought, and the body too, and if I find my conjectures are right, I will soon prevent his quitting this place, and put him in such a position as shall preclude the possibility of the revivifying powers of the moon ever reaching him again. He shall lie till corruption visits his body, and then a return to life be impossible. Thus muttered the Baron, as he gazed fixedly at the body of the man, who had met his death in the manner related, and of whom the Baron entertained some singular suspicions. The moon was rising above the horizon, and shed a soft light over the fields and woods. It was strange and silent, save when the church clock struck out the hours as they fled. It was a strange sound, and almost startled the Baron to hear the hour come booming through the building, and gave such a sound that it broke the awful stillness of the night which reigned. The moon all the while rising higher and higher in the heavens, until its beams came very near the window. The Baron's patience became somewhat impaired. He saw that the time would soon arrive when his curiosity must be satisfied, and when the truth would at once break in upon him. "Can it be," he muttered, "that the dead should ever again rise to communicate with the world, and live to lead a loathsome life? Impossible! And yet 'tis said so by many, who assert they speak but the evidence of their own senses. If it is to be depended upon at all, it will be as well for me as they. Why should I not be satisfied as well as they are? I have, moreover, more than ordinary motives for satisfaction. The human bloodsucker shall not live. I am resolved upon that." The moonbeams now entered the window of the charnel house. At first it was but a pencil ray, so small and minute that the Baron himself could scarce perceive it; but he did see it, and kept his eye intently fixed upon it, watching its increase in size and change of position with intense excitement. There was the moon rising high in the heaven, with all its myriads of stars and black canopy, studding the vault with innumerable gems; and as it rose, so it gave a far greater change to the aspect of the landscape than would have been expected. The whole side of the charnel house was illuminated by the moon's rays, but they fell aslant and only entered the window in one direction, which cast them on one side, near where the Baron sat. He could now see how the place was furnished. The significant appurtenances of the charnel house were easily discernible, and would have given a melancholy turn to the thoughts of anybody who might have examined them; but not so the Baron. He was by far too excited to heed them, though he honoured them with a passing glance. They were used by the sexton in the prosecution of his business, in the performance of his duties. Therefore there need be but little attention paid to them. They cannot harm anyone, but are the means of frightening fools. To frighten the Baron was, however, something more than a mere matter of course. His nerves were strung to the purpose with which he visited the place, and they were not to be disturbed by any insignia whatever. There were plenty of ghastly objects about; bones, legs, hands, arms, and even skulls were lying about in profusion, or rather they were heaped up in one corner of the place, and there was an attempt to hide them by heaping up old boards in front of them, as if it were done on purpose to prevent the prying eye of man from peeping and seeing the secrets of the charnel house. It is strange, but true, being accustomed to such scenes as these causes a diminution of the awe and fear in which such things are usually held. Soldiers and sailors care not much for death. They are used to exposure, and the loss of life does not seem to them so terrible as to those who have never faced danger. So with the sexton. He turns up the remains of mortality, as if they were so much rubbish and never had been endowed with life. Indeed, it was only necessary to become familiar with the remains of man, and then much of the awe and mystery attending them dies away. What cares the grave digger whether the burial service has been read over the remains or not? What cares he if the ground in which they have been placed is consecrated ground? He can't tell the difference, and it matters not to him. He is above such consideration, and so is he and his patrons, as to whether the spot in which the remains lie has been bought and paid for long ago. He has no objection to sell again that which has been sold, and that which has been used as the resting place of some one or other. No matter, they say. The mystery, the freemasonry, and all, have been instituted for the multitude, and not for those who are behind the curtain, and pocket the fees. That is the great object of the conspirators. However, here they were, all lumped up together on one side, or rather in one corner, with a few boards thrown over them, as if to prevent their being seen by any incidental intruder. Here the Baron sat, watching the moonlight in its slow progress towards the dead body; and as it crept towards the object, he felt more and more excited, but yet remained perfectly immovable. He turned his eyes sometimes from the body to the streak of moonlight that passed through the small window, and then to the small window itself, from which he could see the moon himself, but that was fast rising too high, and was becoming invisible by changing its position, so that the Baron could not see it. "The moon travels fast," he muttered, "and a few more minutes will tell me what I am to expect." As he spoke these words he felt in his pocket, and appeared satisfied with what he found there, possibly some weapon. The moon's rays were now within an inch or so of the body, and all was still and silent as the grave. No sound, no motion, not even a breath of air stirred to interrupt the silence and stillness of the scene. Even the breathing of the Baron himself was suppressed, and he strove to watch without motion. The moonlight appeared to grow more brilliant, more beautifully white, and cast, as he thought, a stronger and more sickly light than usual into the charnel house. There was nothing that he had ever before seen like it, and he looked around him more than once to assure himself that he was where he was, and that he was alone with the body in the bone house. At such moments the fancy is apt to play us strange freaks, and, if not a strong and nervous man, capable of throwing off any extraneous influence, why he would soon be bowed down by the weight of mental terror and agony, that is, nothing short of temporary madness, and which probably would make a permanent impression, and leave the seeds of mental disease forever. But the Baron was not easily moved. He had not been brought up in schools where the mind is bound, enchained from infancy by artificial means, which seem to bind the powers of the mind in after years, and, in moments of doubt and difficulty, to render it dependent upon any extraneous circumstance rather than itself. However, there were few things thought of then by the Baron, who sat intently watching the progress of the moon's beams towards the body, which was now touched by them. The light fell strong; it edged the white garments that were thrown around the body. The Baron watched more and more intently, and each moment lessened the space of time when the truth would come out, when he would be assured of the truth of his conjectures. There was no ray on the body yet, but it slowly and slowly let the light approach the body. The edge was illumined, and then the moonbeams fell more and more upon it. Gradually did they enlarge its surface till the whole body was in the light of the moon. The Baron's excitement and expectation were now at the highest, for the whole body was illuminated. "Now," he exclaimed in a muted whisper, "now is the moment." No sooner was the whole of the body, the breast, and the face illumined, than there was a perceptible quiver through that form. "Ha!" exclaimed the Baron with a start. The features presented a ghastly spectacle. There was a peculiar sickly and horrible expression in the countenance, much of which was caused by the peculiar position in which it was placed. The peculiar color of the moon's rays, and the additional horrors of the place, all seemed to give an effect to an object peculiarly ghastly and horrible. The body, after a few moments, as if awakening to life and recollection, lifted up its head, and turned over upon one side towards the moonlight; and then, after a moment, it looked up in the moon's rays, which seemed to pour down upon the countenance that lifted up towards it. The baron rose softly and stealthily. "You shall feel that this is your last hour. The newly awakened life which feeds upon the blood of others shall never exist to carry on its disgusting career." As he muttered these thoughts to himself, he drew a short dagger from his pocket. At the same moment the figure turned its face towards him. It gave a half unearthly scream, as its eyes met those of the baron's, who exclaimed, "Now's the time! Death to the monster!" As he spoke he threw himself headlong on the prostrate form of the vampire, for such it was, which, as he did so, endeavored to rise up and escape. The baron, who had aimed a deadly blow at him, as he threw himself upon him, caused him to fall back again; but the fearful being had contrived to ward off the blow, either with its arms, or by means of shifting its position, or something of the sort. The baron missed the blow, and was now in a deadly struggle with the vampire. The struggle was fierce. No signs of shrinking on the part of the baron, who carried it on with the full intention of its ending fatally to his opponent, while he was exerting himself to escape the muscular grasp of the baron. The baron, however, was not a match for the more than superhuman strength of the vampire, who, endued with all the energy of love of a newly acquired life, struggled with a desperation scarcely to be conceived. Had anyone looked in, from without, upon the struggle that was going on within, they would have believed that some demons of the dead had suddenly become endued with the power of appearing upon earth, and had chosen that spot upon which they could exercise their malignity in combat with each other. Suddenly, however, the baron was thrown with great force upon the ground, and he lay for a moment half stunned. Then the vampire, disengaged as he was, stopped to cast a magnificent look of triumph upon his fallen foe, and dashed out of the bone house by the same entrance as that which afforded ingress to the place to the baron. In another moment the baron rose up and rushed after the flying vampire, his defeat by no means extinguishing his courage or ardor. He soon caught sight of the vampire as he was flying from the bone house. Indeed, the moonlight was now so strong that it seemed almost day. Every object, far or near, appeared distinct and observable, while the waves of the ocean appeared every now and then to throw off the silvery light, like 1,000 moving mirrors. Beautiful as the scene was, there was none there who stood to look upon it. The only living and breathing persons present were those who were engaged in the chase. Not a soul, save these two, were about; none saw them; none witnessed the fearful efforts of the two. The place looked like some spot of earth spoken of by the enchanters. All was motionless and still, save these two, and the ceaseless motion of the ocean waves. The vampire made for the shore, with the baron a short distance behind him. They strained every nerve, and the baron thought he should succeed in securing him on the beach. There were some boats that were secured on the beach, and towards these the vampire sped with the fleetness of the wind, and no sooner did he reach one, than seizing its head, he caused it to run through the sand by the impetus he had acquired in running, and it was afloat in a moment. There was no time to lose, for just as he had pushed into deep water, the baron had rushed down almost in time to seize the boat, but missed it. He then made for the boats, and succeeded in reaching one that was afloat, secured only by a rope. In this he pushed out in the waves in pursuit of the object of his search. Away they both went. The sea was comparatively smooth. They both rowed with velocity, that promised much as regarded their capability as rowers. The spray of the water was thrown up by their oars and by the boats' heads. The baron, however, had the worst of it; he rowed to disadvantage; because, every now and then, he had to turn his head to see which way the object of his pursuit was rowing, and, therefore, a loss of speed occurred; but yet he kept up well in the wake of the vampire. There was, however, no attention paid as to where he was going. As long as it was straight in the wake of the flying, he was satisfied. But he saw nothing else, nor looked at aught else. Indeed, the world might have been there, and he would not have been aware of the fact. His whole faculties were bound up in the object before him, to reach which he exerted his whole strength. However, upon looking up again, he could nowhere see the vampire. He looked long and steadily in all quarters, but saw him not. He had eluded him. Chapter 104.
Chapter 105 of Varney the Vampire, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Varney. Varney the Vampire, Volume 2, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 105. The Baron proposes for Helen Williams, and is duly accepted, with a compliment on his beauty. The Baron had put out to sea in chase of the vampire, without considering that there was really great danger in so doing, inasmuch as that the elements were not quite in a kindly disposed condition, and there was a heavy sea. Where he had obtained his skill as a seaman, heaven only knows, but certain it is he had obtained such knowledge somewhere, for he commenced navigating the boat with the greatest skill, and soon succeeded in getting close in shore. The moment the keel grated upon the beach, a man rushed into the water, and laid hold of the boat with one hand, and the Baron with the other, exclaiming, "You are my prisoner. You took my boat, and I don't care who or what you are. I will have justice." "How much money do you require?"
"More than you will like to pay. I shan't let you off under £1."
"Here are £5."
"Law, excuse me, your honour. I didn't mean what I said. If so be as your honour is such a gentleman as I now sees as your honour is, it don't make any matter in the world. I hopes as how your honour will always take my boat when you wants one, and no mistake."
The Baron made no reply to all these compliments, but walked away at once towards his own house on the cliffs.
"I have missed him," he muttered, "and all my labour has been in vain. I thought that at least I had got rid of that affliction. I thought that he at least would have rotted in the tomb. Curse on the tardiness that left him unburied until the moonbeams had rested upon him. After that all was in vain, unless some new death had come over him."
There was a flush of anger upon the Baron's face as he reached his own house, and let himself into it by a garden gate that he always kept the key of, which would have effectually prevented any of his servants from taking any notice of him, had they met him. But at such an hour it was not likely he should meet any one, nor did he do so. He at once sought his own chamber, where he remained for some time immersed in deep thought. This thought was not wholly devoted to a consideration of his annoyance at the escape of the vampire, but he took into his most serious thoughts the circumstances attending upon his entertainment. The question of to marry or not to marry was not one that had to be settled by the Baron. No, that he had done already, and he had not made the announcement he had to Mr. Leeke of his matrimonial intention unadvisedly. What the Baron now considered was, whether he should propose to Miss Helen Williams or not. He certainly had been somewhat struck by the quiet beauty of the young girl, and probably he was aware that he was not just the sort of person to win a young maiden's heart, and that if he achieved such an honour at all, it would most probably be in consequence of acting upon the cupidity of her relations. As he was determined therefore to marry, it became necessary that he should select some one for his victim who, in addition to the personal charms which appeared to him to be a desideratum, should be of so pliant and amiable a disposition as to give way to those solicitations and incessant remonstrances which she was likely to be assailed with if she resisted.
It was fortunate for Mr. Leake that the Baron did fix his regards upon Helen Williams, because from what we know of Mrs. Williams, we can well perceive that it is quite evident she will not let any considerations of her daughter's happiness stand in the way of an equitable arrangement with that gentleman. And although there might have been, and indeed were, persons at the Baron's entertainment whom he would more gladly have called by the name of bride than Helen Williams, yet he was not slow to perceive that those parties had wills of their own, and if their relatives had pleased to do so, they would not themselves have admitted that they were up for sale to the highest bidder. The result of the Baron's considerations, therefore, was that Helen Williams would suit him very well, and that the poverty of her family was just the circumstance of all others which ensured his success.
"I will wed her," he said, "although I cannot win her. She will be mine, because I shall purchase her, which, to my mind, is a much more admirable mode of embarking in a matrimonial career than the trouble of a tedious courtship, with all its frivolities and follies."
Whether or not the Baron was used to matrimonial affairs, we cannot say, but certain it is he did not seem to consider that the proposing for a young lady and marrying her was a matter of very grave or serious moment, but really, by the style in which he considered it, anybody would have thought it one of the most ordinary concerns of life. During his short stay at Andobury, he had managed, by the magic power of wealth, to procure everything he required in the shape of servants, carriages, and horses, and now, on the morning after his most strange and mysterious adventure with the corpse of the murdered man, he ordered his carriage, and went out to pay a number of visits to the parties who had been present at his entertainment. Among those visits he included one to the Williamses family, and by about 12 o'clock in the day reached their residence, and was received with such an extraordinary amount of bustle that it was quite ludicrous to see it, but still it suited him, because it showed how they worshipped wealth, with the exception of Helen, and she did not make her appearance at all. Mrs. Williams was all smiles and sweetness, paying so many compliments to the Baron, that, although he knew nothing of the diplomatic arrangement of Mr. Leake, he yet felt quite certain that he had her with him most completely, and that none of her exertions would be wanting for the purpose of securing his victim. After these compliments had somewhat subsided, the Baron said, "Madam, I hope I shall have the pleasure of seeing your daughter Helen, who did me the honour of being at my poor entertainment the other evening, and attracted while there the eyes of all beholders."
"Oh, certainly, my Lord Baron. I have not the slightest doubt in my own mind but that Helen is quite panting, in a matter of speaking, for the honour of seeing you again."
"You are very obliging, madam, and I can assure you that one of the most gratifying circumstances that have occurred to me during my short residence in this neighbourhood had consisted in the fact of my making the acquaintance of you and your amiable family."
"Will you excuse me for one moment?"
said Mrs. Williams, and after a courteous bow from the Baron, she left the apartment, and proceeded to the room of her daughter Helen, whom she addressed, saying,
"Helen, are you aware that the Baron is here? The great Baron? The Baron Stolmure of Salzburg? Good God! How can you be so foolish? He has actually asked for you, and you are not there, when you know as well as I do, Helen, that such a man as that, to whom the expense is no object, might pop in a moment."
"He might what, mother?"
"Pop the question. Propose, of course. Don't tell me that you don't know what I mean. I have no patience with such nonsense. Only think how rich he is. You know as well as I that it would be the making of you and the whole family, and I can tell you, Helen, that if you are not a positive fool, in my opinion, he will pop, for there was quite a particular expression upon his face when he asked for you."
"But I fancy, mother, there is always a particular expression upon his face, a particularly ugly one, I mean, for beyond all question he is the most ordinary man I ever saw in my life."
"Now really, Helen, you are enough to vex a saint. What can a man's looks have to do with his property?"
But what's his property to me, mother?"
"Oh, good gracious! Have I lived to hear a child of mine ask what a man's property is to her, when he begins to be attentive? I did not expect it. I will confess I did not expect it. I did think there would be a little consideration on the part of a child of my own, when she knows I have to strive and stretch our means like a thin piece of Indian rubber to make both ends meet."
"But, mother, if I cannot love this man, wherefore should I for one moment entertain the thought of making him my husband?"
"Self! Self!" exclaimed Mrs. Williams, lifting up her hands. "Nothing but self!"
"I cannot suppose, mother, that it is an extraordinary act to decline sacrificing one's whole existence for the sake of marrying a man with money, who cannot only not love, but who is an object of positive aversion, as this man is to me."
"Yes," exclaimed Mrs. Williams, "that's right. See me dragged to prison, and see us all without shoes to our feet. That's what you would do, rather than give up your nonsensical notion about people's looks."
"But why," said Helen, "should these calamities, which have never yet appeared, all suddenly come over us, because I do not feel inclined to marry the Baron Stolmmuir of Salzburg?"
"And as for the man's looks,"
added Mrs. Williams, rather adroitly shifting the argument, and declining to answer the rather home question put by Helen,
"as for the man's looks, I am quite ashamed of any daughter of mine talking about men's looks. It's indelicate, positively indelicate."
"I cannot see your argument, mother, and I implore you not to persecute me about this man, whom I really cannot love."
"Persecute, indeed! But I tell you what it is, Helen, you don't seem to be at all aware, first of all, that I am drowned in debt; secondly, that I shall have to bring your brother Charles home from college to make him a tailor or a shoemaker or something of that sort, and you will have to go out as a daily governess, while I rot away by slow degrees in a prison."
"But, mother, if these evils are all about to fall upon us, cannot some fair means be adopted of extrication from them? Your income, I always understood, was a certain one, and surely it almost amounts to criminality to live far beyond it."
"Not at all, when you expect your daughter to be a reasonable Christian, and to marry decently and respectably. Really, my dear, I must say that I little expected such remarks as you make from a child of mine, I can tell you."
Mrs. Williams was right enough there, for it was a wonder that such remarks should come from a child of hers, who could not be supposed to have heard any such sentiments, but who must have, from the mere force of a just and admirable disposition, given utterance to them. "Mother," she said after a pause, "do not fancy that I would not do much to relieve you from any burthens you may have, and if difficulties have arisen, they are to be remedied in the best way we can, as well as regretted. But I pray you not to ask me to wed this man whom I cannot love."
"Well, well, I am sure you make a terrible fuss, and I don't know what about, for my part. It's nothing, I rather suppose, and after all, the Baron may not be going to propose at all for you, and I may be wrong."
As Mrs. Williams thus admitted the possibility that she might be wrong, she looked with an expression of countenance, as much to say, "Did you ever in all your life hear of such virtue as that, or such self-denial?" "Then what do you wish for me to do, mother?"
"To see him! You cannot put such a slight, indeed I might almost say an insult upon him, as not to see him when he actually calls and asks for you. He is, you know, after all, a gentleman."
Helen found it difficult to say that she would not see the Baron, so, although it was done with great reluctance, she followed her mother to the room in which that lady had left him, and where he did most anxiously expect her. He felt that his cause was not quite so good as it had been, and that the non-appearance of Helen got up some serious doubts as to the complying disposition he thought she had. When, however, he at length saw her, some of those fears were dispelled, and he began to imagine that his suit did not look quite so desperate. There was certainly about the Baron a rather courtly air and manner, which, as Mrs. Williams said, showed that he lived in the best society, and Helen would not allow her aversion to the man to carry her so far as not to behave to him with politeness, so that for some moments that the conversation proceeded, any one would have thought that those three persons were upon the most amicable of terms with each other. But Mrs. Williams, like some skilful old general, was well versed in matrimonial tactics, and after making a few remarks, she deliberately left the room, to poor Helen's great chagrin, for although she had consented out of ordinary civility to see the Baron, she had by no means intended to have a tete-a-tete with him. That was quite another affair, and one may well suppose what a degree of indignation she felt at being forced into such circumstances, and by her mother too, who of all persons in the world ought to have protected her, and to whom she ought to have looked certainly for very different things indeed. It was a very awkward situation to be placed in for poor Helen, inasmuch as she now really could not leave the Baron completely alone without great rudeness, and yet she much dreaded, in consequence of the hints that her mother had thrown out, what the interview would be that was about to ensue. How devoutly and particularly she hoped that after all the supposition of her mother that the Baron had any matrimonial intentions toward her was a mistake, and she felt that the first words he might utter would be the means of chance letting her know if such really was the case, or if she was to be what she could not help styling the victim of his addresses. Of course the Baron knew perfectly well that Mrs. Williams had taken her departure for the express purpose of giving him an opportunity of pressing his suit to her daughter, if he felt so disposed, and as he did feel so disposed, he was not at all likely to neglect the opportunity. None but a man of great tact and discretion, however, could have made so good use of such an opportunity as the Baron, for although he certainly did not succeed in removing from the mind of Helen Williams a strong feeling that he was an uncommonly disagreeable man, he did not add to that impression.
"Miss Williams," he said, "I have not until now had an opportunity of thanking you for the very great favour you did me by making one at the party at Anderbury House."
"The obligation," said Helen, "was on my side, sir, and I beg that you will not pay me so empty a compliment as to endeavour to make it otherwise."
"You do yourself a great injustice. The grace which you lent to my entertainment was to my mind its greatest charm. I feel, I assure you, compelled to say so much, because it is the genuine truth, and not for the purpose of paying to you an empty compliment, which I have too much respect for you to do."
Helen was silent, for she knew not very well what to reply to this speech, inasmuch as it was one of those general ones that require no reply, unless the persons to whom they are uttered choose to enter at length into a civil complimentary kind of warfare, for the express purpose of so doing. The Baron waited for some reply to be made, and then, as none came, he spoke himself, saying after at least 2 minutes' pause,
"Miss Williams, you may or you may not have heard that my principal intention of settling in this neighbourhood, which I was informed, and I find correctly so, is celebrated for the respectability of its inhabitants, was to marry."
"Sir," said Helen, "I know nothing of that matter, nor do I think it is one with which I ought to be in any way troubled."
"Without explanation, certainly not, Miss Williams. But will you allow me to add, that unless my speech had contained certainly something more than a mere compliment, or a mere desire to give you a piece of gossiping information, I should not have uttered it on any account, but I have something to add to it, which does concern your private ear most particularly, and which I do hope will meet with your favourable consideration."
He paused again, and as Helen returned no answer, he after a time continued, saying in a still lower tone,
"May I venture to hope that no preconceived prejudice will have the effect of diminishing any expectations and hopes with which I have pleased myself?
It is said, and said most truly too, that there are none so blind as those who won't see, and the same rule may be most unquestionably applied to those who won't hear or understand. And although it was, of course, impossible that Helen Williams could have any doubt as to what the Baron meant, she was resolved that he should speak out plainly, in order that she might, without giving room for any ambiguity, likewise speak as plainly to him, in answer to the proposition that was upon his lips. Perhaps the Baron was wise enough to see that much, for he proceeded now with much more clearness to declare what he meant, when he said, "I told you, Miss Williams, that my object in coming here was to contract a matrimonial alliance, being tired of the solitary life I had been leading for some years. I should not have troubled you with such a communication, had it not been in my power to add to it another that will explain why I did so." Helen merely inclined her head, to signify that she heard him. "That other communication," he continued, "is to the effect that I have found the person on whom I feel convinced that I can fix my affections, without the possibility of their ever wandering again from the dear object. Amid all the rank, beauty, and intelligence that graced my halls upon that occasion, which will ever be hallowed in my imagination, I had eyes but for one form, and ears but for one voice." Still Helen was silent. "There may be many who, in the possession of much attraction and much virtue, may make many happy homes, but the heart calls its own flower, and will think that it presents the most delicate and most beautiful tints to the eye. That flower, from amidst all the galaxy of beauty, I think, nay, I know, that I have selected. Can you not now guess the purport of my simple words, Helen?" It was tolerably familiar to call her Helen upon so short an acquaintance, and she drew back, looking some astonishment, which he perceiving and divining the cause, for no one could accuse the Baron of want of tact, replied to. "Forgive me, if in conversing with you my heart seems to forget the distance that is between us, and I think of you by that name which certainly is presumptuous on my part to call you by. But there are persons in whose thoughts and feelings we so deeply sympathize, and who, from the first moment that we see them, become bound to us by so many mysterious links of feeling, that we seem as if we had known them for ages, and as if, from that moment, we could be as familiar, ay, much more so, than with many whom we may have met often in the great world." This was true, and what is more, it happened to be a truth that touched a right chord in the breast of Helen Williams, for she felt what he said recall recollections of the past, when there was one whom she had seen, and from the first moment that she had seen him, had felt that time and circumstances could effect no change in those first dear and delightful impressions which had swept across her heart. The Baron saw the contemplative aspect of her face, and he added, "You feel the truth of what I utter?" She started, for she had indeed felt the truth of the sentiment, although her heart was far away, and for a moment she had completely forgotten the existence of the Baron, or that it was from his lips she had heard the sentiment expressed. It was a mortification to him to see this, for he did see it, and he said, "Miss Williams, I hope I have said enough, at all events, to convince you that I am not one of those cold, worldly-minded spirits, who have none of what may be truly called the higher and the nobler feelings of humanity, but who can, and who do feel and think, that there is much of beauty and much of innocence in life, and that both are the dearest and best gifts of heaven." "I have nothing to say in contradiction to what you have uttered," said Helen, "but you will, I trust, now excuse me, sir, from continuing a conversation which can have no good result, and which between persons who are nearly perfect strangers is scarcely desirable." This was a speech which, if anything would, was calculated to bring the Baron to the point at once, and as she rose while she uttered it, as with an intention of leaving the room, he at once said, "Nay, as I am here, allow me to utter that which I came to speak, and do not, I pray you, hastily decide upon a question of more importance to yourself and to me than any which can be ordinarily asked. Let me beg of you, Miss Williams, to be seated, and to believe that, in my manner of putting this question to you, there shall be nothing which can, in the slightest degree, prove offensive to you." Thus urged, it would have been something savouring of ill manners if Helen Williams had refused to accede to his request, and although there was nothing she so devoutly wished as that that interview should be over, and over quickly, she felt that perhaps the surest way of accomplishing that object was to listen quietly to what he had to say, and accordingly she did so, reseating herself again on the chair she had so recently occupied, and determined in her own mind to give him a decisive answer. He then seemed rather in doubt as to how he should commence, and as he spoke there was an air of hesitation and doubt about him, such as he, indeed, very seldom wore. Probably he felt it was rather a climax that he had arrived at, and that if he was to accomplish anything in the matrimonial way, it was a very doubtful case as regarded his present application.
"I cannot but feel," he said, "that what I am about to say sounds hasty and premature, considering that we have known each other for so short a space of time. It is not for me to enlarge upon circumstances which I fear will have but little weight with you, but still it is my duty to mention that I have a large fortune, and consequently can afford to place the object of my affections in such a position in life as that she shall feel surrounded with everything that can make her existence pleasant and desirable."
"Go on, sir," said Helen. "I am staying to hear you, in order that I might clearly and distinctly answer you." This was by no means encouraging, but still the Baron proceeded.
"I wish to make you an offer of my hand and heart, and as the Baroness Stolmüer of Salzburg, I am quite certain that you will add a dignity to that title, instead of receiving one from it."
"Sir," said Helen, "an offer of this kind from any gentleman is a compliment which ought always to be appreciated, and I assure you it is one which I feel highly; but as one's future happiness in a marriage is by far too important an affair to be trifled with, I must beg to decline the honour you intend me."
"Decline?"
said the Baron. "Yes, sir, I said decline, and I trust that the justice of the Baron Stolmüer will effectually preserve me from anything in the shape of a persecution for so declining." At this moment, and before the Baron could make any answer to what was said to him by Helen in this firm and determined manner, the door was flung open, and Mrs. Williams rushed into the room.
"My dear sir," she cried to the Baron, "of course you understand these matters perfectly well. Girls, you know, are always so very unreasonable that you can't expect anything from them but a refusal at first, although they may really mean quite the reverse."
"Mother, is this just or fair?" said Helen reproachfully.
"Oh, stuff! Stuff! Don't speak to me about justice and fairness, indeed, when you are so absurd as to behave in this dreadful manner towards the Baron. But, madam," said the Baron, "I fear—" "Fear nothing, my lord, but if you will have the kindness to step into the next apartment for a few minutes, I will join you, and we can talk this matter over."
Mrs. Williams did not think it at all necessary to make any excuse for having listened to the Baron's overtures, and perhaps indeed she thought that it was not necessary to do so, and that her interest in the affair was a sufficient extenuation of what certainly was a most abominable proceeding. Shame and disgust at her mother's conduct now kept Helen silent, and as the Baron was perfectly willing to give himself all the chances he could, he made a low bow and left the apartment, in conformity with the desires of Mrs. Williams, wondering much in his own mind by what miracle she proposed influencing her daughter's decision after the extremely positive negative she had given to his proposal. He waited with much impatience, as well as curiosity, and as our readers may, as well as the Baron, be a little curious to know what arguments Mrs. Williams used, we shall proceed to give them a brief outline of what she said.
"Are you mad?" was the first ejaculation. "Are you thoroughly and entirely out of your senses, that you behave yourself in this extraordinary manner?"
"In what extraordinary manner? A man asks me if I can wed him and love him, and as he asks me politely, I tell him as politely that I cannot, which is the whole of the affair. Is there anything so very extraordinary in such behaviour as that?"
"Indeed, I think there is something very extraordinary in it. I tell you what it is, Helen. Mr. Leake is firmly of the opinion that the Baron's income must be at least £10,000 a year."
I do not think I shall marry a man for his income, if it were 10 times that amount. This is insanity, positive insanity. Have you really the least idea of what you are talking about? But I know what it is well enough. I know very well what it is. Of course, it's that fellow James Anderson that comes between you and your wits. That's the scamp that prevents you from exercising a proper control over yourself, and you know it is. But he is gone to sea, and it is to be hoped we shall never look upon him again. I don't wish to see him, and I am quite sure you need not, so you had better make up your mind to marry the Baron at once. This is too cruel, much too cruel, and but that I see it with my own eyes, I would not have believed it possible." She burst into tears as she spoke, and then for a brief moment, but it was only for a moment, the heart of the mother was a little touched. The love of money again assumed its sway, and the happiness of her child sunk into insignificance compared with that worst of passions. "Listen to me, Helen," she said. "It's all very well to make choice of who you like, and refuse who you like, when it can be done. But I tell you that in this case it cannot be done, for we are all of us on the brink of ruin, and if you will not by this marriage rescue us from that state, destruction must come upon us all. You can save me, you can save your sisters, and you can save your brother if you will. Of course, if you will not, I cannot make you, and you will have the consolation of knowing that although you had it in your power to save us all from destruction, you did not do it." "But why should I be placed in so cruel a situation as to be called upon to sacrifice myself completely for my family? Would it not be nobler to meet difficulties, if they have arisen, with a good spirit?" "As you please, as you please. I can say no more." Mrs. Williams moved towards the door, but Helen called to her, saying, "Give me time to think. I only ask you to give me time to think." This was a grand concession, and Mrs. Williams at once acceded to the proposition that it was prudent to leave well enough alone in such a case, and that having once seen that persecution would do something, it was highly desirable to leave it to work its way. She accordingly at once left the room, and proceeded into the adjoining apartment, to which the Baron had retired, and where from his attitude it seemed highly probable that he had taken example by Mrs. Williams, and as she had listened to his conversation with her daughter, he had in like manner listened to her. "I have the pleasure to inform you, Baron," she said, "that my daughter, although at first taken a little by surprise as regards your offer, now accepts it, and I can only add for my own part, that it is with great pleasure I contemplate having so handsome and distinguished a son-in-law." "Madam, I highly esteem your compliment, and I must beg of you as a favour that you will fix the wedding day as quickly as you please or can, and that, as it must put you to some expense as well as your other daughters, and as it would be very unjust that on my account you should expend 1 penny piece, you will do me the favour of accepting from me a £500 note to cover those expenses." Mrs. Williams quite instinctively held out her hand, but the Baron added, with a bow that dampened her expectations a little, "A sum which I shall have the pleasure of handing to you as soon as the wedding day is fixed." It would be doing great injustice to the acuteness of Mrs. Williams, if we did not say she quite understood this to be a bribe for expediting proceedings, and if anything was likely to clench the matter, and to place the marriage of the Baron with Helen beyond the shadow of a doubt, it certainly was this fact, that £500 was offered to the mother for what we cannot help calling the sale of her child. But these kind of things are much more common in society than people are at all aware, and 1/2 the marriages that take place at all are most unquestionably matters of barter, when the highest bidder obtains the prize, if prize that can be called, which generally consists of a shallow conceited heart, nurtured in all kinds of selfishness, and full of feelings, not one of which can be considered great or estimable. It is sad, indeed, when, as in the case of Helen Williams, the victim is made a victim on account of her better and nobler feelings, and where it is not her own selfishness, but the selfishness of others, which she is condemned to be victimized to. Whether she will or will not consent, under the circumstances we have narrated, to become the bride of the Baron Stolmür of Salzburg, we shall shortly discover. But certain it is that he entertained a strong notion she would, and that Mrs. Williams thoroughly made up her mind that she should. Nothing can save Helen but a determination of character, which we fear we cannot say she possesses. Her correct reason makes her say things which, if she could carry them out, would be as proper and as decisive as possible, but the great fault of her character consists in a weakness of purpose, which effectually prevents her from carrying out the suggestion presented to her by her own superior intellect. End of chapter 105. Recording by Varney.
Chapter 106 of Varney the Vampire, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Avalli. Varney the Vampire, Volume 2, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 106. The preparations for the Baron's marriage, the young lover, and the remonstrance. So it appeared that the Baron was right, and that, with all his disqualifications, he had succeeded in obtaining the promise of a wife, because he had the one great qualification which outshone everything to his disadvantage, namely wealth. And he was not so blind or so foolish as not fully to understand and to know that it was to the relatives of the bride, and not to the bride herself, that he was indebted for an answer in the affirmative to his proposition. He well knew that although he had dazzled their eyes and awakened their cupidity, he had produced no such an effect upon the young and beautiful being who was about thus to be sacrificed upon the altar of Mammon. And probably if anything could have added to his earnest desire to make her his, it was that he saw she was untouched by the power of his gold, and therefore he could not but respect as well as admire her, and he much preferred taking to his arms one for whom he entertained a supreme and sovereign contempt. She felt that she was a victim, and that if she consented to become his, she must look upon herself as blighted and sacrificed forever. But he was too selfish to hesitate on such a ground as that. His feelings were far from being so human as to stop short, because he knew the alliance was viewed by her with hatred and horror, and that she did view it with those feelings spared him at all events, as he told himself, some trouble, for it took away from the necessity of keeping up the constant shew and glitter of wealth, for that shew and glitter affected her not, and therefore would have been presented to her imagination in vain. But far different was it regarded her friends and connections, who had arrogated to themselves the power of deciding upon this matter of life and death to her. To them he felt that he must shew all the glitter of display that belonged to his extensive means, or they would be disappointed, for they not only wanted riches themselves, but they wanted the worldly reputation contingent upon having so rich a relative. Therefore was it that he determined that nothing should be wanting at his approaching nuptials to make them most magnificent, and he raked his imagination to discover a mode by which he could spend a large sum of money, so as to get for it the greatest amount of display. This was a matter which a man such as he was eminently calculated to achieve, and as he succeeded in fixing his nuptials to take place in a fortnight from that time, he had ample time to make all such preparations as he might consider requisite. It so happened that on the following evening on which he had obtained so strange a consent through another party to his matrimonial speculation, that the sun sunk upon the coast with every appearance of approaching stormy weather. Scarcely had its disk sunk below the western horizon when a furious gale arose, and for the first time since his residence at Canterbury Hall he felt what it was to hold an estate so near to the sea-coast. The sea rose tempestuously, appearing to shake the mansion to its very foundation, and more than one half of the excavation leading from the grounds to the sea-coast was filled with water. The gale blew off the sea, and one or two trees upon the Canterbury estate were torn up by their roots, spreading destruction round them among the numerous shrubs and flowers. Some of the windows of the mansion were dashed in, and the wind came roaring into the house, whistling up the staircases, opening and shutting doors, and altogether procuring a scene of devastation and uproar which would have terrified most persons. The Baron, however, on the contrary, notwithstanding whatever damage was done, was of course done to his property, took the matter with the greatest ease and composure in the world, and in fact rather seemed to enjoy the fury of the elements than to be awed by them. He remained out of doors the whole time, and although the rain now and then fell in torrents and drenched him to the skin, he seemed scarcely conscious of that circumstance, or, if he were, he evidently thought it too trivial to take any notice of. The servants looked at him in amazement, scarcely believing it possible that any one in his senses could be so indifferent to the rage of the elements that was proceeding, but they little knew the real character of the man whom they had for a master, or they would have wondered at nothing, and been surprised at nothing that they saw of him or heard of him. The storm continued until the night completely set in, and still it showed no signs whatever of anything in the shape of an end, and it seemed but too evident that it was likely to continue in all its wild and ungovernable fury for many an hour to come. He got as close as he could to the beach, so as not to leave his own estate, and from there he listened attentively to the howling of the blast, seeming rather pleased with the idea than otherwise, that much mischief was being done by that most terrific storm. A servant brought him a telescope, so that he could look out upon the waste of waters and see some of the struggling vessels that, with might and main, were endeavouring to keep off the shore, but which, despite all their efforts, were being hurried to destruction, a destruction which they could not avoid, and which must present itself in the most serious aspect, because it appears inevitable and is invested with all the misery of a protracted execution. And in particular he remarked one vessel which was drifting onward to certain and inevitable destruction. He could see the rockets and the blue lights that they burned now and then through the storm, while ever and anon, with a booming strange sound over the waste of waters, there would come the signal gun of distress, with its awful reverberations, awakening feelings of sympathy in the breast of every one but the Baron, and he seemed impenetrable to all human feeling, for he looked on with a strange calmness, a calmness that one might suppose would set upon some man who had nothing to do with human hopes, human thoughts, or human feelings, but not by any means that calmness of a pure spirit looking upon things which it would aid, if it could, but which are beyond its power of action. He saw the anxious throng of persons on the beach precisely below his own estate. He saw them launch a boat, and with a grim smile he saw it swamped in the surge, and the brave bold men who had made the gallant endeavour to save their fellows met themselves, with but one exception, a watery grave. And then even the Baron smiled and muttered to himself, "What is all this to me? What have I to do with human hopes and feelings? What is it to me whether they live or die? Or whether yon ship that I now see struggling through the waste of waters reaches its destination, or is engulfed forever in the foaming surge? What is it to me, I repeat, whether these bold, brave men live or die? Will they not be the very persons to hunt me from the face of society? Will they not be the very persons who would declare that I was unfit to live? And shall I trouble myself with one thought as to whether they live or die? Ah, they come nearer, nearer, nearer still, and I shall see such a sight as may not often be observed by one such as I am, and on such a coast as this." There was a strange wild wailing cry, and the ship, which was a large one, struck heavily upon a rock about a mile distant from the shore, and very close indeed to where the Anderbury estates commenced. Now, as if seized with a sudden impulse, although we cannot and do not think it was one of humanity, the Baron descended by a large fissure in the rock to the beach. This took him some time to accomplish, for he had to walk completely through the grounds of the Anderbury Hall, half a mile beyond, before he reached it, and then it took him some time to walk down, because he had to do so with extreme caution, inasmuch as the heavy rain that had fallen had made the ground so slippery that it was with great difficulty he could at all keep his feet. When he arrived in sight of the beach, the ship was gone, but a lifeboat was being launched, amid the hurrahs of the multitude, for the purpose of picking up some of the survivors of the wreck who were noticed drifting upon portions of its hulk. The Baron had brought his telescope with him, and he placed it to his eye and took a long and steady look at the boat. A muttered malediction came from his lips, and having shut the telescope, he turned and hastily pursued his path again to Anderbury House. After the wedding, Jack Pringle really felt himself so upset by the quantity of health he had drunk, and the general manner in which he had disposed of a quantity of rum, that he told the Admiral he found himself not quite so well as he ought to be, and that he thought it was all owing to having been out of sight of water for so many months. This was a plea which sounded very reasonable to the Admiral, and when Jack said, "You know it ain't possible to live very long without a glimpse, at least, of an arm of the sea, or something of that sort," the old man assented to the proposition at once, and replied, "Why, that's true enough, Jack, and I shall have to go somewhere myself soon, or else get musty, for you may depend it never was intended that human beings should live all their lives on land." "I should think not," said Jack, "and what I was going to say was, that you must try and take care of yourself, you old baby, for a day or two, while I take a run to the coast. It ain't above 25 miles, and mind you don't get into any mischief till I come back." "Confound your impudence!" It's a very odd thing that you can't come into my presence without a lie in your mouth. You know you have been as much trouble to me as a cargo of monkeys in a storm. Be off with ye, and if I never see your face again, it will be a good job." Jack considered that he had quite sufficiently announced his departure, so he set off at once, and made his way towards the coast, not a little pleased, as he neared it, to fancy that every now and then he kept snuffing the sea air, and when the coach in which he went put him down within about 4 miles of a little village inhabited by fishermen, he walked that distance. Although, sailor-like, it was an exercise he was by no means fond of, and to his great joy once more stood upon a sandy beach, and heard the murmur of the ocean, and saw the waves curling at his feet. He was quite delighted, and really felt, or fancied he felt, which was the same thing, wonderfully invigorated by the change, and quite another thing to what he had been. Under such circumstances, Jack was sure not to be long in picking up a companion, so, in one of the cottages into which, with all the free and easy manner of a sailor, he strolled, he found an old man-of-war's man retired there to spend the remainder of his days along with his son and daughter. We feel that it would be quite impossible for us to do justice to the meeting between those two worthies, for they soon found out the capabilities of each. Some grog, which Jack thought the sweetest he had tasted for a long time, because it was drunk within the sight of the ocean, was produced, and then the tales they set to telling each other of their adventures afloat would have been enough to stun any one. We have rather a fear, likewise, that in some cases they were not so strictly particular as they might have been had they been upon their oaths as regards truth, but they seemed to be upon the principle of mutual forbearance, and the implied understanding of "you believe me, and I'll believe you." Whenever this kind of rivalry, however, commences between inveterate story-tellers, there is no saying to what length they will go, and Jack certainly related some extraordinary things. They happened both to have been to the same latitude, but of course they had not both seen the same sights exactly, or enjoyed the same adventures. So what one did not know or could not invent, the other pretty soon did, so that between them they made up a most entertaining conversation, and one which really would, to any one who was willing to be amused, and not very particular about veracity, have had great charms. "Ah," said the old sailor, "when I was on the coast of Inji, the hair melted off my head." "Did it?" said Jack. "Oh, that's nothing at all. We had a couple of men roasted at the wheel with the heat, and they didn't know it till they were both done brown." "You don't say so?" "Yes, I does, and what's more, we always had our meat cooked over again upon one of the gun slides, and after that, when we were a long way southward, it was so cold not one of the crew shut his eyes for a week." "Indeed! But you spoke of a man as you called Safety Jack. Who was he? I should like all for to know." "When I was on board the Fame, our captain was a know-nothing sort of shore-going lubber, who had been guffed a pair of swaps over better men's heads, and uncommon afeard he was of getting into any danger. He was always coming on deck on a morning, and giving a kind of a hurry-scurry scared look all round him. He'd say, if so be as he see'd no land, 'Where are we? Is there any danger?' Then a first laugh he'd say, "No danger, sir, only a little fear." Then the captain he'd say, all the while looking as scared as a marine in a squall, "Let us be safe, let us be safe, that's all." So we called him Safety Jack, in consequence of that peculiarity. Well, you must know, as we were running for the Cape, and Safety Jack, he wouldn't be persuaded, but insisted upon hugging the coast of Africa all the way, 'cause, as he said, it looked safer to see the land. So as it happened, when we neared the Cape, we got into a regular northwesterly current that set clear away southeast, so it might be a few points more southerly. The wind, too, blew in the same direction, and it seemed a bad job altogether. "I laughed then," says he to the captain. "That's Safety Jack, you must understand. It will take us some time to work into the bay with this wind and current, but we can do it." "Is it safe?" said Safety Jack. "Oh, yes," said the other, "though I have known a vessel of small draught to be capsized hereaway." Safety Jack at this turns very pale, and he says, "Well, run before the wind a few leagues to the south. It's safer, and the gale may go down, and we may get out of the current, and besides, it's safer." Well, everybody grumbled, but Safety Jack would have his own way, and we went spanking along with the wind and current nearly due south. But instead of getting out of the current, we got further into it, and the gale increased to a hurricane. We went through the water at such a rate that the men who stood facing the wind could not button their jackets, or shut their eyes, and there was the mate and 5 able-bodied men holding the captain's hair on his head. The men's teeth, too, were all blown out of their mouths, and kept rattling among the rigging like a half-dozen old shot in a locker. On we went faster and faster, till all of a sudden we saw the rails flapping against the masts, and the ship was evidently turning around in spite of the helm. "We're out of it," mumbled Safety Jack. "I think we're in for it," cried the mate. "This is the whirlpool." And so it was. Round and round we flew like lightning, coming nearer to one point at each turn. The men all fell down on the deck as giddy as geese, and Safety Jack, he began screaming. Just to give you an idea of how we went around, there was 2 of the crew as had a squabble about a bottle of rum, and one of them says, "If I can't have it, you shan't," and there it goes, striking it behind him. Well, you'll hardly believe it, but the ship was going round so fast in a circle of about a mile, that afore the bottle could drop the man as threw it was brought round to it again, and it knocked his eye out. Well, presently the ship gives a kind of shivering and stops for half a moment, and Safety Jack, he screams again. Then the water opened like a well hole, and just for a moment we could see it bubbling and lashing like a boiling cauldron. Then down we went into the foaming surge like a lump of lead. "You don't mean to swear to that?" "Yes, I do, at any time and any day. I should think so, and rather think I ought to know, as I was there." "And how did you get saved? That's the question, my boy." "You ought to be satisfied about that, I should think," said Jack, "by seeing me here. If I had not escaped, I rather suppose I shouldn't have been here to have told you about it." "That's all very well, but I ask you how you escaped." "Oh, that's quite another thing. I floated about for 8 weeks upon an empty tar barrel." "8 weeks, did you say?" Yes, 8 weeks, 2 days, 4 hours and 3/4. The deuce you did! How came you to be so mightily particular as to the 3/4? Because I thought some fool would be sure to ask me. Oh, that indeed! But the most odd thing that happened to me, I will say, was when I was once wrecked on an island that we called Flea Island. Flea Island? What a rum name! What made you call it that, I should like to know? Oh, a trifling circumstance. There was nothing in it but fleas, and they were as big as elephants. Very good, said Jack. I can believe that, because there is nothing outrageous about it. I don't consider myself at all difficult to please, and so long as you stick to such things as that nobody can doubt, you will find it all right with me. I'm very much obliged. But should you happen ever to come across that captain of yours again? Yes, but it were a good while afterwards I was on board a whaler that I saw something floating that looked like a great hump of chalk, and when we picked it up, who should it turn out to be but Safety Jack, and what they called putrefied, and turned to something like white coral. You don't mean that? Yes, I do. We keep him out of curiosity for about a week, lashed up to the mainmast. But the men of the night watch were scared at him, and threw him overboard, because they said, when the moonlight fell upon him, he for all the world looked like a ghost, and they couldn't keep their eyes off him, which I dare say was somewhere about the truth. You certainly have seen a little service. But mix yourself another glass of grog, and I shall do the same, for I don't mean to turn into hammock to-night. What for? Because there is going to be a storm. I have not been looking at the weather for so many years without being able to tell that before it comes. There will be a storm before 24 hours are over, and I think it will blow off the sea, so that there will be no end of mischief. Jack Pringle went to the door of the fisherman's hut, and although the evening had set in, he cast a scrutinizing glance at the heavens, looked earnestly in the direction from whence the wind proceeded, and when he came back again and sat down by the side of the old sailor, he said, "You're right. There will not only be a storm, but such a one too as they haven't seen for some time. So I shall no more think of turning in than you do. Who knows but what vessel may be drifted inshore, and then we, who are seamen, will be able to do more good than a score of your shore-going fellows, who are afraid if the salt water gets above their ankles." That's true enough. When the wind does rise in this way, and blows a strong gale, it's pretty clear that there will be something in the shape of wreck to look at. The prognostications of Jack and the old sailor turned out, as we know, to be tolerably correct, for the storm which they had anticipated was precisely that severe one which roused the Baron Stolmuir of Salzburg from his lethargy, and induced him to go down to the beach to see what was likely to be the fate of the vessel from which the signals of distress had proceeded. As soon as the wind began to howl and the waves to dash upon the shore, Jack Pringle and the old sailor left the cottage, and stood with great anxiety upon the beach, anxious to render what assistance they could to those who were suffering from the fury of the storm. We have before mentioned that a boat that the Baron Stolmuir saw swamped had ventured out to the assistance of the crew. In that boat had been Jack Pringle, and he had refused to allow the old sailor to accompany him on account of his age. "No, no," said Jack, "this is a work for youngsters, and they only ought to set about it. You remain where you are. We know well enough that your will is good, and let that be sufficient. And now, my lads, who will go with me?" Jack soon got a few good volunteers, and started out on his chivalrous expedition to see what could be done towards rescuing some of the crew of the distressed ship. But alas! What the Baron had said about the fate of that boat was true, although he was incorrect as regarded the consequences of its swamping to all on board; for Jack Pringle, in consequence of being a first-rate swimmer, and possessed likewise as he was of great coolness and presence of mind, contrived to reach shore again, although he was the only one of the ill-fated crew who really did so. But, as Jack himself said, they died in a noble cause, and as everybody must die some time in some sort of way, he didn't see that they had anything very particular to complain of in that respect. It was on the second occasion, however, that Jack was going out with a lifeboat, that the Baron reached the beach, and then, as if indignant that such daring attempts should be made to save what he evidently thought so little of, namely human life, he retired in indignation again to his home. But not all the barons in the world would have stopped Jack in his chivalrous enterprise, and so he proceeded at once to carry it out to the best of his ability, and he did pick up a man who was nearly exhausted, and clinging, with but a faint hope of deliverance, to a portion of wreck. End of chapter 106. Chapter 107 of Varney the Vampire, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Valli. Varney the Vampire, Volume 2, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 107. The young sailor saved by Jack Pringle turns out to be an important personage. It was not the least gratifying part by any means of Jack Pringle's going to the seaside, that in consequence of that occurrence he had been instrumental in saving the life of a fellow creature. And when he returned to the cottage of the fisherman, bearing in his arms the apparently lifeless remains of a young man who had been clinging to a portion of the wreck, the cheer that greeted him from the bystanders was certainly the most grateful music that had ever greeted his ears. He had a strong impression on his own mind that the young man whom he had removed from the wreck would recover, and that impression he was wonderfully well pleased to find verified by the fact. The care and the assiduity of the family, upon whose hospitality the young stranger was thus, by the fury of the elements thrown, succeeded shortly in restoring him to perfect consciousness. He showed a disposition then to arise, but this Jack Pringle and the old fisherman would not permit, for they both knew from experience in such cases how essential rest was. So they darkened the room in which he lay and left him to himself. "Well," said Jack, as they sat together, "what do you think of that young fellow? I cannot for my part make out very well what he is, although I can say what he is not, and that's a seaman." "No, he is no sailor, certainly, and he is more likely to have been a passenger on board the merchantman than anything else, and if so, It's an odd thing that he should have been the only one saved out of the ship's crew, when there must have been men used to such disasters, and one would think capable of taking care of themselves. It is an odd thing, but there is no accounting for it. We shall hear all about it, though, when he recovers sufficiently to speak to us without doing himself any mischief. Certainly, and that will be after he has had a sleep, for then he will be all right. For mind you, I don't think he was insensible on account of having been in the water so much, as because he was so thoroughly tired out that he didn't know what he was about. The stranger slept for about 4 hours, and then he awakened, greatly refreshed by the slumber, and quite able to give some account of himself without fatigue. After expressing his most grateful thanks for the service that had been rendered to him, to which Jack listened with great impatience, because he really did not consider it a service at all, but one of the most natural things in the world for a man to do, who saw another in distress, he said, "I was captain's clerk on board a king's ship called the Undine, and we had a smart affair with a nest of pirates on the African coast. We were absolutely attacked by 4 or 5 of their vessels at once, and having sunk 3 and captured the remainder, during which, however, we lost some officers and a number of men, our captain determined upon sending home a dispatch of the transaction, which he entrusted to my care." "Hang pirates," said Jack. "They ought all to be hung up at the yard arm, without judge or jury. But I suppose they are by this time pretty well settled." "I have no doubt of it, for it was the captain's intention to steer to the nearest port, and there be evidence against them, and get them in due course executed. He put me on board a merchant vessel with my dispatches, and a more prosperous and pleasant voyage we could not have, until the storm which arose off the coast here, and proved the destruction of our vessel." "Ah," said Jack, "it's always the case. If anything happens, it's within sight almost of the port you are bound to." "So it is," said the old fisherman. "All is safe out in the blue waters. But when you least expect it, and things are looking quite pleasant, and people are brushing themselves up to go on shore, then all of a sudden something will occur, and you'll find yourselves a wreck." "It would seem so," said the young stranger, "and at all events that was our evil fortune, whatever it may be any one else's, for we were, indeed, just congratulating ourselves upon being at home, or nearly so, when this terrific storm arose, and I suppose I am the only survivor out a crew of 28 men." "The only one," said Jack, "I'm sorry to say. All had sunk before the lifeboat had reached you, and what's more, several brave fellows lost their lives in the first attempt to pick up some of the crew. So it has been a most disastrous matter altogether." "But cheer up," said the fisherman. "It might have been worse, for I have known cases when a ship has gone down, and not left one survivor to say who or what she was, or tell the tale of her destruction." "And I too," said Jack. "On what part of the coast," said the stranger, "am I? For during the night we have drifted so far, and been so beaten about by the gale, that whether we came 20 miles or 100, I cannot tell." "Why, the town at close here is called Anterbury." "Anterbury!" exclaimed the young man. "Is it possible that my faculties have been so confused by the danger I have been in, as not to know this coast? This is the very place to which I should have proceeded post haste, directly I concluded my business in London at the Admiralty." "Indeed! Then you had better stay here at once, and go to the Admiralty afterwards, for I dare say that will answer the purpose just as well at all events. And I suppose you have lost your dispatches. I have indeed, but yet it is my duty to report myself as soon as possible. But now that I am in Canterbury, I cannot resist the opportunity of calling upon a dear friend who resides in this town. Do you happen to know a family of the name of Williams? No, said Jack, I never heard of them, except you mean a Bill Williams, that was once on board the Ocean frigate as a cook. No, no, I mean a family residing here, one of the members of which is dearer to me than life itself. Well, said Jack, it is good fortune that has cast you here, since that is the case. It is not likely that I should know anything of the people you speak of, because I am a stranger in the place myself, and have come a distance of 25 miles just to have a look at the sea, and nothing else, and good fortune brought me here in time, it appears, to save your life, and I only hope you will find your sweetheart true to you. I can have no doubt of that. Well, it's a good thing to be confident, but for my part, I always had very serious doubts, and when I came off a voyage, I frequently found that my sweetheart had picked up with somebody else in the course of about a week after I was gone. But in this case, said the young stranger, I would stake my life upon the fidelity of her whom I wish so much now to see. Well, said Jack, of course you please yourself, but before you make a fool of yourself by calling upon her, just satisfy yourself upon the subject, that's all, and get some friend to make an inquiry for you, or else perhaps you will be served as I was once. How was that? Why, the fact is, when I was younger than I am now, I took a fancy to a nice little creature of the name of Jemima West, whom I fully intended to marry, and so I told her, before I started upon one voyage, that I meant to be my last, for you see, I had a pretty good stock of prize money, and I meant to set up a public school at Liverpool. And did she prove false to you? A little. When I came home, of course I walked off straight to where she lived. Her father and mother were very respectable people, and amused themselves with selling coals and potatoes. So in I walked as I used to do into the shop, and so on, bang into the parlour, and there sat Jemima, much as usual, neither very clean and neither very dirty. Well, on the other side of the fireplace was a fellow smoking a pipe, and when I caught hold of her and gave her half a dozen regular kisses, he takes his pipe out of his mouth and opens his eyes like an old crocodile. "Why, my girl," I said, "how are you?" "Oh, I don't know," she said. "I didn't expect to see you any more." "No," said the fellow with the pipe, "and I'm damned if ever I expected to see you at all. Who the devil are you?" "Who the devil are you?" says I. "But however, that don't much matter, for be you whom you may, if you don't pretty quick take yourself off, I'll kick you out." "That's a good joke," says he, "to talk of kicking a man out of his own house, after coming in and kissing his wife like a steam engine. A very good joke." "Wife?" says I. "Do you say you are this fellow's wife?" "Yes," says she, and she pretended to wipe something out of the corner of her eye with her apron. "Yes," says she, "I thought you were drowned long ago, and so I thought I might as well be Mrs. Joggles." Now you may guess, messmate, what a damned fool I looked after that, and how glad I was to back out. So you see, I advise you to make some enquiries just before you take upon yourself to be so positive about your sweetheart?" The young man laughed as he said, "I think I'll chance it, and notwithstanding your misadventure, I have some reason to believe that I shall not be so unfortunate. But at all events I will take your advice and make some previous enquiries. It shall not be said that I fell into any misadventure of that nature for want of ordinary caution." "That's right. Don't be above taking advice. And do you know, I shan't be at all surprised that you will find your sweetheart going to be Mrs. Somebody else. But come, here's dinner will be ready directly." "Yes," said the old man, "it will as soon as my son returns from Canterbury, where he has gone to buy a bit of fresh meat for you, for I thought you would be tired of fish, and we had nothing else in the house. I regret much giving you so much trouble, but I shall have my pay to receive when I reach London, and will take care that you are amply recompensed." "Oh, don't mention that. And by the by, here he comes. Well, Tom, what have you brought?" "A leg of mutton," said Tom. "I ain't a judge of nothing else, but I thought I might venture upon that at all events. I think somebody told me it was very good with shrimp sauce." "Rather an odd mixture that, Tom, and not quite usual, I should say." "Well, the old fellow was on the grin that told me, on account of an old woman that had been to them to ask for some credit for a month or two, because her daughter was going to be married to a Baron somebody, who they say has taken Canterbury on the Mount, and is immensely rich." "Did you hear her name, Tom?" "Oh yes, I have seen her before in the town. It's old Mother Williams, and it's her daughter Helen as is going to be married." "Well, I never!" cried Jack. "I say, Miss Maid, didn't I tell you? The murder is out now. That's your sweetheart, ain't it?" The young man turned very pale, and for a few moments he did not speak, but when he did so, he said, "There must be some mistake. I could stake my life upon her constancy." "Then a precious goose you would be," said Jack, "to do any such thing, for I wouldn't stake my little finger upon any woman. Why, man, it's just what you ought to have expected. It's the way with them all, out of sight, out of mind, and I'm only surprised at a fellow of your sense not knowing that, for you seem to be up to a thing or two." "It cannot be, it cannot be. I must go myself to seek Helen, and at once put a stop to these rumours, which I am convinced arise from some misconstruction, and probably a confusion of names. I know that Mrs. Williams is a selfish woman, and it is possible that she might not hesitate in sacrificing one of her daughters to gold, but that one cannot be Helen, who has pledged her faith to me." "Well," said Jack, "take advantage of any doubt you can, but it would be very absurd for you to go interfering in the matter yourself. You leave it to me to make the necessary inquiries, whilst you remain here snug and unknown, and I promise you, on the word of a British seaman, that I'll bring you exact news all about it." "I accept your offer gratefully, for if she be faithless to me, I wish never to encounter her again, but to leave her to enjoy what happiness she can with that other for whom she has broken her faith with me." "Good," said Jack. "That's the wisest plan, for after all, you see, in these matters, who's to blame but the girl herself? And you can't very well give her a thrashing, you know, for as regards the fellow, of course, she don't say anything to him about you, and he can't tell but what she is a regular free trader." "True, true. And the best thing, therefore, I can do, to make certain of controlling my temper in the transaction, is not to see her, unless I can make certain that she is faithful to the vows she has plighted to me. But let me beg of you, as quickly as possible, to end my state of suspense and doubt." "I believe you," said Jack. "I'll go at once to find it all out. You shan't be in doubt much longer, and of course I hope that things will turn out to your satisfaction, although I can't say I expect they will. The hope that they will is life itself to me, and I shall wait here with an impatience bordering upon positive agony for your report." End of chapter 107. Chapter 108 of Varney the Vampire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Varney. Varney the Vampire, Volume 2, by Thomas Prest. Chapter 108. The decision against the doctor, and more news of Varney the Vampire. It will be remembered that Dr. Chillingworth, although he had without doubt ascertained that Varney had proceeded to London, hesitated about following him there without the full connivance and consent of the Bannerworths, and now, at the very first opportunity he had, when he found the Admiral and Henry together, he introduced the subject. He detailed what he had already done in the way of tracing Varney from place to place, and ended by declaring his conviction that he was to be found in London. "It is not only of importance," he said, "to discover Varney on account of the property which I think he has taken with him, but it really amounts almost to a public duty to do so, when we consider the evil he has succeeded in bringing upon us, and that some other family may be soon suffering from similar machinations." "But, doctor," said Henry, "I presume you have no disinclination to admit that the principal view you take of this subject is as regards its connection with the supposed sum of money which Varney has taken with him." "I freely own," said the doctor, "that I should like to place that money in your hands, because I think you are entitled to it, and perhaps that is my principal motive, but it certainly is not my only one, for as I consider Varney quite a curiosity in a medical point of view, I certainly wish to follow him up, and should be extremely sorry to lose sight of him altogether." "But you must be aware, doctor," said Henry, "that there really is something like positive danger in following such a man up, and although he feels himself under such great obligations to you, that I do not think he would willingly do you an injury, yet there is no knowing what so strange and irascible a temper might not be goaded to." "I have no dread of danger." "I dare say you have not," said the Admiral, "but I give you my vote against having anything further to do with Varney." "And," said Henry, "although I cannot withhold an expression of admiration for the doctor's perseverance, I beg him to think that we oppose his pilgrimage in search of the vampire, because we feel more for his personal safety than we fear any of the machinations of Varney." "Well, gentlemen," said the doctor, "since I am in a minority, of course I must give in, and say no more about it. I should certainly have liked to find the fellow, for it is my impression that he certainly has a good many thousands of your money in his possession, but as it is, I will say no more about it, although I shall retain my opinion that you are ill advised in not following him up." "Oh," said the Admiral, "it wouldn't do to follow people up always. I don't know. There's that Quaker, for instance, who has got possession of Deerbrook." "The Quaker!" shouted the Admiral. "Damn the Quaker! I'll follow him up while I have a guinea left, or a leg to stand on. What the deuce made you mention him? For you know the very sound of his name is enough to put me in a fever. The Quaker be hanged! An infernal thief as he is!" It was well known to both Henry and the doctor, and in fact to all the family now, that the mention of the Quaker was always enough to drive the Admiral nearly frantic, so that we are inclined to think Dr. Chillingworth was actuated by a little spirit of vengeance when he made that remark, and that, on the whole, he was so vexed at the non-participation of the Bannerworths and the Admiral in his views concerning Sir Francis Varney, that, on the irritation of the moment, he did not scruple to say something which he thought would be annoying. But his downright good feeling so got the better of anything of that sort, that turning to the Admiral, he said, "I do apologize. I ought to apologize for my calling to your attention anything of a disagreeable character, for I have no right whatever to do so, and it was only upon the impulse of a moment, I assure you, that I uttered the words." "Doctor," said the Admiral, "I know all that as well as you can tell me, so just say no more about it, if you please, for I don't want to hear one word upon such a subject." "Well, then," said the doctor, "now that I stand acquitted of doing or saying anything of a doubtful or disagreeable character, I can only tell you that I shall persevere in my opinion, and that it is just possible, though not very likely, that I may, upon my own account, do something in the matter." "All of which," said Henry, "I am very sorry to hear you say, doctor." "But why are you sorry?" "Because I cannot help anticipating danger. I feel almost certain that it will ensue, and in that case no one will more bitterly regret that you mixed yourself up in the affair than I shall." "Oh, do not presume any such thing," said the doctor jestingly. "You may depend Varney and I understand each other too well for there to be much danger in my intercourse with him. There is something about the fellow yet that will not permit him to do any deliberate wrong to me, and strange as the feeling may appear, I cannot help acknowledging that I like him in some things, and that, having been the means of restoring him to life, I feel somehow or other as if I were bound to look after him." "Well, that is rather absurd," said the Admiral, "I must confess. But however, doctor, if you have any such feeling, by all means carry it out. I won't say nay. But by any means find him out, if you like, and if you can make him a decent member of society, in heaven's name do so." "I do not expect that," said the doctor, "and if I only keep him out of mischief, I shall be sufficiently satisfied, for that would be accomplishing a great deal with such a man." "Promise me one thing," said Henry, "in connection with this affair." "What may that be?" "It is that you will not take any step in the matter without letting us know. Of course you are a free agent in a transaction, but have as much right as anybody to say or to do anything as regards Varney the Vampire. But still, knowing so much of him as we do, I for one certainly would be glad to be made aware of anything you are attempting concerning him." "That I will promise you, so you need be under no possible apprehension on such a score, but feel completely at your ease that nothing is being done unless you know of it." At this juncture a servant entered the room with a letter which was addressed to Henry Bannerworth, and upon opening it he uttered a sudden exclamation of surprise. "What is it?" said the Admiral. You seem astonished, Henry." "I am indeed astonished, and I may be. Who do you suppose, Admiral, this letter is from?" "I can't possibly take upon myself to say." "Why, from no other person than Varney the Vampire." "Indeed!" cried Dr. Chillingworth. "And does he offer restitution? Does he offer to return the money he so wrongly has got possession of? Tell me that." "I cannot answer you, for I have not read one word of the epistle. I only see by the signature that it is his. But as it is impossible that there can be any secrets between myself and Varney, I shall read it to you aloud, and you shall both of you be able to judge concerning it." The Admiral and the Doctor assumed attitudes of attention, while Henry, after glancing his eyes slightly down the contents of the letter, commenced reading it as follows: To Henry Bannerworth, Sir, probably the last person in the world from whom you might expect to receive a communication, is he who now pens this epistle, but as it is penned with a good feeling towards you and yours, I hope and trust it will be received in a kindly spirit. Admitting that the circumstances under which I left the protection of your house were such as to require some explanation from me, it is that explanation which I now proceed to give. Circumstances made it imperatively necessary that I should adopt a course of conduct that should no longer make me a burden to those who had more cause to wish me dead than to assist me in maintaining existence. Without, then, the least sinister motive towards you or any one belonging to you, I left your home secretly and at once, not being willing to listen to remonstrances that I knew would be spoken kindly, but which I knew at the same time could not be very serious, inasmuch as my presence cannot possibly be otherwise than a severe tax upon your kindness and your patience. I cannot be so besotted as to think for a moment that you can forget, although a generosity of temper for which I give you full credit might enable you to forgive the injuries you have received from me. But I could not make up my mind to reside under your roof on such terms, and since my recovery from the violence of a lawless mob, the question in my mind has been, not whether I should leave you or not, but how I should leave you, and where I should betake myself to. At length, finding it impossible to come to any rational conclusion upon these points, and that time was rapidly wearing, so that it became necessary, if I came to a conclusion at all, I should come to it quickly, I resolved to leave without giving you any notice of the fact, and set up my staff, as it were, in the wilderness, and proceed in whatever direction chance may point out to me. This, I say, was my resolve, and I have carried it into execution. All I ask of you is to forget me, and not to waste any thought upon the man who will never do any injury to you, or to any one belonging to you, and who hopes you will make no inquiry for him, but, should you meet him ever, you will pass him by as if you knew him not. These few words come from him who was Varney the Vampire. There was a dead silence when this epistle was concluded, and all seemed busy with their own opinions as regarded this communication, which certainly was one of a singular nature, and highly calculated to excite their surprise. Upon the whole, though, there was one extremely evident conclusion to be drawn from it, and that was, that Varney was extremely anxious not to be interfered with. "Can anything be more transparent?" exclaimed the doctor. "It is just as I say. Varney wants to try some new scheme, and is very much afraid that he may come across us in some way, and be balked in it. by our exposing what his real character is. And if anything could give me a stronger impulse than another to follow him and see what he is about, it would certainly be that letter. "I do not think you need to be afraid," said Henry, "for the letter, bearing as it does that signification, is such a one as induces me to believe he is fearful that some circumstance may throw him in our way, and in that case that we may spoil his sport, or of the likelihood of such a thing occurring he is of course a much better judge than we can be. So I should say, let him alone, and see if anything really turns up concerning him. If it does, we have a fair principal action before us, for we have no occasion, merely because he has asked us, to be quiet and peaceable. If we find him playing any pranks, or attempting to play any pranks—" "That's my opinion too," said the Admiral. "Be quiet and take no notice, and it will be an odd thing to me then, if you don't soon hear something of Master Varney, and that may be a something too that may astonish us." "Is that all the letter?" said Dr. Chillingworth. "Yes, with the exception of these words in a postscript. Any communication addressed to V.V., General Post Office, London, will reach my hands promptly." "Ah, then there's the gist of the matter," said the doctor. "The vagabond wants to be assured that we shall not interfere with him, and then he has got some rascality in hand, you may depend, which he would set to work about in real earnest." "I shall not write to him," said Henry, "but shall pursue quite a different course of policy, and wait patiently for what may happen, for I am convinced that is the only plan to pursue with any chance of benefit or success." "And you will bear in mind, Doctor," said the Admiral, "that the fellow in this letter talks of giving us an explanation, and yet not one word does he say about jumping upon your back from the garden wall. The deuce a bit does he explain that." "No," said the doctor, "nor did I expect he would. Such a man as Varney is not likely to criminate himself, and while there is doubt about whether he is that person or not, you may depend he will not be the man to take any pains to dispel it." "Of course not, of course not." "Well," said the doctor, "I can only tell you all one thing, and that is, that whatever you may think or flatter yourselves, this affair is very far indeed from being over, and sooner or later something yet very serious will occur in connection with Varney the Vampire. Do not fancy that you have got rid of him, for most certainly you have not." The doctor spoke these words so oracularly that he sounded extremely like one of those predictions founded upon such a firm basis that they are sure to be carried out by future facts, and both Henry and the Admiral felt as if they had heard truth from some one who knew well what he was uttering, and was not likely to be mistaken. End of chapter 108. Chapter 109 of Varney the Vampire, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Valli. Varney the Vampire, Volume 2, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 109. The preparations for the wedding of the Baron Stallmeyer of Salzburg. There is a common adage which inculcates the necessity of striking while the iron is hot, and this was an adage which, to judge from her conduct, seemed to have made a great impression upon the mind of Mrs. Williams. And she thought that, as regarded her daughter's feelings, the iron was hot, and that if she struck now, she might be able to wring from her a consent, no matter how reluctant, to call the Baron Stolmyer her husband. The objects which Mrs. Williams felt certain she should succeed in achieving by such an union in her family were far too weighty to be easily dispensed with. They not only comprehended the £500 which the Baron had so judiciously promised her upon the wedding day being fixed, but she had an eye to after circumstances, and considered that the son-in-law who could spare £500 as a mere bribe to her would be an endless source, from whence she could draw her pecuniary supplies. And then, thought Mrs. Williams, there are the other girls to get off too, and what a famous opportunity it will be to do that, when they can be at all the grand parties the Baron will give at Anderbury House. To an intriguing woman such as Mrs. Williams was in reality, all these advantages appeared in full force, and if ever she made up her mind thoroughly and entirely about anything in the world, she certainly did that her daughter Helen would be the Baroness Stolmyer of Salzburg. She certainly wished in her own heart that the Baron had chosen one of her other daughters, because then she knew that she would not have had to encounter the opposition she had done, and perhaps had still to encounter in the case of Helen. But as it was, that part of the business could not be helped, and she, Helen, was to be sacrificed. If the Baron had thought for 12 months over the matter, he could not have come to a better conclusion as to the best means of making Mrs. Williams a zealous partisan of his, than by distinctly naming a sum of money that she should have, and when she should have it, for now she considered that every moment's delay was a price of actual criminality on the part of Helen, inasmuch as it was keeping her, Mrs. Williams, out of a large sum of money. There was one thing, however, which she did at once, and that was to go to the different tradespeople who had had the awful insolence to stop the supplies, and tell them that her daughter Helen was about to become the Baroness Stolmyer, and that, if they continued to execute orders, and to wait with patience, they would all get paid within 1 month. This positive announcement staggered some of them, for they would hardly have thought it possible that she would have made it, if there had not been some great foundation for truth in it, of some sort, and it was one of these announcements which, as the reader is aware, had been overheard by Tom, the son of the old sailor, and which, when reported, had created so much consternation in the mind of the young man who had been saved by Jack Pringle from the wreck. On the following morning, the lady received a laconic note from the Baron, in which were the words: "Madam, have you settled with your daughter the day and the hour of my nuptials with her? I have drawn a cheque in your favour, and only wait your further proceeding in the affair to sign it, and send it to you. I have the honour to be, madam, yours truly, Stolmyer. Mrs. Williams." This note put Mrs. Williams into a perfect fury of impatience. The idea that actually a cheque for £500 should be drawn in her favour, and only awaiting the signature of the Baron, and that by one word her daughter Helen could procure that signature, was absolutely maddening. She rushed at once to Helen's room. Poor Helen knew enough of her mother to feel convinced from the first that no possible exertion would be spared for the purpose of forcing her into that marriage, which had no charms, alas, for her, but which, on the contrary, presented itself to her in the most hideous of all possible aspects. From the first moment that her mother had broached it, it had seemed in its remembrance to lie at her heart like a lump of lead. She seemed already to feel that, after an unavailing resistance, she would have to yield, and then that her future existence would involve in it all the pangs of despair and regret. "Alas, alas," she said, "under what fatal planet was I born, that I should be so unhappy as I now am? What will become of me, and how shall I gather resolution enough either to bear with seeming patience the fate that afflicts me, or to resist the machinations of my mother, who would force me to wed this man whom I cannot love?" The long absence of her lover was so perplexing a source of worn reflection to her, that already it had sapped much of the joy of her young existence. "He surely ought," she said, "and might have found some means of communicating to me long ere this. He might well know, and must know, that suspense is, of all feelings, the worst to bear. Oh, why am I thus deserted by all, and left to the mercy of the worst of circumstances?" With her sisters, poor Helen could have no sympathies in common. Either of them would have been delighted to change places with her, as regarded the fact of becoming the Baroness of Salzburg, and they had towards her a tolerably cordial ill will, on account of her superior charms, which made her so much admired, while they were left to pine in maiden meditation, fancy free. But to Helen Williams this gift of beauty was what it truly has often been described, a most dangerous one, and she would have given the world to have been able to wear an appearance that would have repelled instead of attracted the Baron Stolmeyer. She was in this desponding state of mind, revolving in her mind her dismal prospects, if she should consent to wed the Baron, and her equally dismal ones if she should refuse, for well she knew how painful a position with her family such a refusal would place her in, when her mother entered the room. Mrs. Williams had so thoroughly determined that this marriage should take place, that she could not have said to have now sought her daughter to persuade her to it, but on the contrary to insist upon it. The sisters too, with whom this unnatural mother, or rather perhaps we ought to say too natural, but too common mother, had held a conversation upon the subject, were anxious, despite the jealousy upon the occasion, that the affair should proceed, because certainly the next best thing to themselves making such an alliance was to succeed in getting it made by some other of the family, and they fully intended making Anderbury-on-the-Mount their home. "What, Helen!" exclaimed Mrs. Williams, in tears as usual. "Have I not cause for weeping, mother?" Well, well, I cannot say much to you beyond the few words I have come to say. I have, I fear, as regarded this affair of the offer that was made to you by the Baron Stolmeyer, behaved precipitately." "Oh, mother!" cried Helen with renewed hope, "I am rejoiced to hear you say so. Then you will not now ask me to sacrifice myself to a man whom I can never love? Say no more of the past. It is sufficient that you have awakened to better resolves now, dear mother, and I shall be happy." Such words as these ought to have softened the mother's heart, but such a woman had no heart to soften, and after a pause she proceeded in her plan of operations. "Well, my dear, perhaps it is all for the best." "It must be for the best, mother, because it never can be for good that I should have consented to plight my vows to one whom, of all others, I cannot look upon with the least affectionate regard. Indeed, mother, so much as I can absolutely dislike any one, I dislike that man." "There is no occasion to say anything more about it, my dear. I have come to bid you farewell, and heaven only knows when we may meet again." "What do you mean, mother?" "I mean, my dear, just what I say. I am going now at once to a prison." "A prison?" "Yes, it certainly is not an agreeable idea, but as I told you, I was too sanguine, and built too much upon your consenting to marry the Baron, so I borrowed a sum of money to pay some pressing debts. But as I have not been able to repay it, I am arrested, and have now only persuaded the man to go away, upon giving him a solemn promise that I will, in half an hour's time, be at the gates of the town gaol." Helen heard this declaration with a feeling of perfect horror. She was too little acquainted with the usages of society to see what a transparent light really was, and to her mind it did not appear improbable that a man who came to arrest anybody should take their word to come to the gaol in half an hour. "Oh, mother, mother," she sobbed, "can this be?" "I don't know," said Mrs. Williams, "if it can be or not. All I know is that it is so, and that I am perfectly willing to pass the remainder of my days in the dungeon." Helen's ideas of prisons were all procured from romances, and she was not at all surprised, consequently, to hear her mother talk of a dungeon; and if she had added something about chains and bread and water, and a heap of straw merely for a bed, it would have found a ready credence with poor Helen. No wonder, therefore, that the idea of such a catastrophe presented itself to her in the most terrific colours, and she saw at once all her recent congratulations upon an escape from a marriage with the Baron Stolmeyer of Salzburg scattered to the winds of heaven. She was so petrified with astonishment and grief that for some moments she could not speak, and Mrs. Williams took care to improve upon that silence by adding, "I am sure I should be the last person in the world to ask any daughter of mine to make a sacrifice, but as I have been so foolish, because I took a pride in my family, as to go into expenses I cannot stand, why, of course, I must take the consequences." "Oh, no, no!" "Oh, it's all very well to say, 'Oh, no, no,' but it's, 'Oh, yes, yes,' and all I have to ask of you now is, to say that business has compelled me to leave this part of the country, and after that the best way will be to say that I am dead. Heaven help me!" "And then, of course," continued Mrs. Williams, in the most matter-like and self-denying tone in all the world, "and then, of course, people will leave off making any inquiries about me, and you may all of you in time manage to forget me likewise." "Mother, mother, is not this cruel?" "My dear, I really cannot say that I think it is. I am and have been mistaken, and perhaps I did push the affair of your marriage with the Baron Stolmeyer of Salzburg a little too far, and too much counted upon it. I know I am apt to be too sanguine. I am well aware of that. It's a little peculiarity of mine, but I cannot help it, and when we have those little peculiarities, all we can do is to put up with it as best we may." "But, mother—" "Oh, it's no use talking. is the creditor so very inexorable? Yes, and only on one account he thinks I have deceived him. That's the fact, and having asked me to give a decided answer if the wedding day was fixed between you and the Baron, for nothing else would satisfy him. And as of course I could not say that, he got quite furious, and at once threatened me with law proceedings, which I did not think he really meant, but it appears he did, for here I am arrested. But can nothing be done? Not that I see. The Baron, when he made the proposal, was anxious for an immediate reply, and then he would have made some very handsome settlement, which would have been soon known, and anybody would have trusted me. But as it is, the only thing that can save you all will be for me to go to prison at once and so disappear. Helen wept bitterly. And therefore, my dear, I beg you won't think anything of it. I'm quite willing to go at once, without any more fuss about it. But I have not yet said anything to your sisters, because I thought that the first explanation was due to you in the affair, since you were the most mixed up with it. Oh, this is too dreadful, much too dreadful. Farewell, farewell. We may meet again, or we may not. I wish you all manner of happiness. Mrs. Williams moved towards the door, but before she reached it, Helen sprung after her, and detaining her, cried, "No, no, it must not be. If there is an imperative necessity for some victim, let me be it. Oh, let me be it." "What do you mean, Helen?" asked Mrs. Williams, in pretended surprise. I mean, mother, that I will, to save you, give up all hopes of happiness in this world, and that although I would far rather go at once to my grave, I will, since my destiny seems to point out that it must be so, consent. Consent to become the Baroness Stolmeyer of Salzburg, and do I hear aright? Yes, yes, heaven help me! I feel that I have no other hope. The dreadful alternative that is presented to me leaves me no other course to pursue. I must, and I do consent, if it will at once save you from the prison. It will, my dear, if I can succeed in convincing my importunate creditor that you have really consented, and that it is not a scheme of mine merely to escape a prison. But if you write a few words signifying your consent, that will be quite sufficient." This was an artful proceeding on the part of Mrs. Williams, for although she by no means intended to put the Baron in possession of such a document, yet she considered that by having it, she completely protected herself from any reproaches which he might otherwise cast upon her, should any hitch arise in the proceedings, or anything go wrong with the affair, even at the last moment. The few words in writing, which sufficed, as Mrs. Williams thought, fully to commit poor Helen to the marriage, were freely written, for there was no duplicity in the character of Helen, and what she said she would consent to, she was quite willing to write. "Well, my dear," said Mrs. Williams, "although you don't feel happy just now about the marriage, you may depend upon it you will enjoy your existence very much. For when you get a little older, you will find that it is, after all, the possession of ample means that is the most important thing to look to." Helen shook her head, but she made no reply. She did not at all agree with what her mother said, but she felt by far too much depressed to argue the point with her just then. "You will, all your life," added Mrs. Williams as she left the room, "have the great consolation of knowing that you saved me from a prison, and in doing so absolutely saved my life. For although I did not say before, I'm quite sure I should have died. End of chapter 109.
Chapter 110 of Varney the Vampire, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Varney the Vampire, Volume 2, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 110. Jack Pringle calls upon Mrs. Williams and tells her a piece of his mind upon affairs in general. Jack Pringle never promised anything without an intention of performing it, whether he could succeed or not, and accordingly, when he promised that he would make due and diligent inquiry for the purpose of ascertaining if Helen Williams was indeed faithless, he proceeded at once to do so in the most direct manner in the world, viz. By calling upon no less a personage than Mrs. Williams herself, and popping the question to her in a manner which almost precluded the possibility of her returning anything but a direct answer. This was a measure which few persons would have attempted, but having, as it had, all the characteristics of boldness about it, it was not one that he was likely to fail in, but upon the contrary, calculated in every respect to be eminently successful. He proceeded to the town in perfect ignorance of its locality, or even of the abode of Mrs. Williams, except so far as a very involved description had been given to him of the route to her house by the old sailor's son, Tom, who certainly was not the best hand in the world at a direction. But Jack was never at a loss, for, somehow or another, by the force of a good-tempered manner that he had, he contrived to make friends wherever he went, and among them he soon found one who was willing in every respect to take pains with him and to walk with him to the door of Mrs. Williams. "Thank ye, messmate," said Jack, "and if ever I meet you again you may make up your mind that you have met a friend. And so this is Mrs. Williams, is it?" "Yes," said the man, "this is Mrs. Williams's." "And what sort of a creature is she?" "Oh, why, as to that, she is not the sort of woman I like, but there is no accounting for tastes, you know, and other people might like her very well." "You are a sensible fellow," said Jack, "and I should say you have quite wit enough about you that if you fell into the fire you would get out again as soon as you could." The man hardly knew whether to take this as a compliment or not, but at all events he bade Jack good day, civilly enough, and took no notice of it. Jack then boldly knocked at the door, and when the one miserable servant of the Williamses made her appearance, and asked him what he wanted, he replied, "Why, I have principally called to tell you what a remarkably fine girl you are, and after that I should like to see Mother Williams." "Go along with ye," said the girl. "You are only joking, and I can tell you that Missis would just as soon give you to a constable as look at you." "Oh, no, she wouldn't," said Jack, "for good-looking fellows are scarce, and I dare say she knows that as well as possible, and she would much rather keep me herself than give me to anybody." "Well, I'm sure," said the girl, "you are like all the rest of men, and have a pretty good opinion of herself, but if you really want to see Missis, I may as well tell her at once." "To be sure," said Jack. Mrs. Williams, from a room on the ground floor, had heard that some sort of conversation was going on at the street door, and she called out, "Susan, Susan, how dare you be talking there to anybody? Who is that, I say? Tell me who that is immediately." "It is me, ma'am," cried Jack. "And who is me?" "Why, ma'am, I have come on a delicate mission. I have got something to say to you as is rather particular." Mrs. Williams's curiosity was excited, and perhaps some of her fears, for when she had told Helen that she was drowned in debt, she had, hyperbolically speaking, not far exceeded the truth, and therefore she dreaded refusing seeing anyone who came to ask for her, lest, smarting under the aggravation of such a proceeding, the party, be he whom he might, should leave some message that it would not be quite pleasant to her for Susan to hear. This was the respect, then, which placed Mrs. Williams positively at the mercy of anyone who chose to call upon her, and which induced her to give an audience even to Jack Pringle, who, under ordinary circumstances, she would, as Susan had correctly observed, have not scrupled to place in the hands of some guardian of the public peace as an intruder into her house. When Jack was shown into the apartment where the lady waited to receive him, he made what he considered a highly fashionable and elegant bow, which consisted in laying hold of a lock of his hair in front and giving it a jerking pull at the same moment that he kicked out his foot behind and upset a chair. "How do you do, ma'am?" said Jack. "You have the advantage of me," said Mrs. Williams. "I rather think I have," said Jack, "and I mean to keep it, and an out-and-out thing it would be if I hadn't, seeing the many voyages I have had, when I dare say you was never out of sight of land in all your life." "I certainly never was," said Mrs. Williams, "and I hope I am speaking to some officer and not to anybody common." "Oh yes, ma'am," said Jack, "I'm a Rear Admiral of the Green, and what I come to ask you is if there is going to be a marriage in your family." Rather an eccentric character, thought Mrs. Williams, but anybody may see in a moment he is a gentleman, or else he would not be an Admiral of the Green. I know there are admirals of all sorts of colours, and so I have no doubt he is quite correct. "Yes, sir, there is going to be a marriage in my family, I am proud to say, for my daughter Helen is going to marry what might be called quite a foreign potentate." "A foreign potato. None of your gammon. Don't be poking your fun at me." "A foreign potentate, I said, sir. A kind of monarch. A potentate, you know." "Oh, I understands. I dare say them fellows lives on potatoes, and that's why they calls them such. But are you sure it's your daughter Helen? Because I was thinking of proposing for her myself." "Really then, Admiral Green, I am very sorry, but she is going to be married to the Baron Stolmuer of Salzburg." "The Baron what? Did you say? Stonemason and Saltpot? What a damned odd name, to be sure." Dear me, what an eccentric character, thought Mrs. Williams, but quite the gentleman. "Admiral Green, it's Stolmuer of Salzburg is the Baron's name." "Oh, I knew it was something about salts. But, however, it don't matter, and when is the ceremony to come off, ma'am?" "It is left to me, sir, to fix the day, and I shall do so, of course, at my convenience. And I can only express my great regret, Admiral Green, that you should have been too late. But you see, the Baron's offer was so unexceptionable, and he is really quite a wealthy individual, which his offering me a cheque for £500 is a convincing proof, that I really could not think of refusing him." "What? £500?" "Yes, I assure you, Admiral Green, that he pressed upon my acceptance £500. The stingy devil!" "Stingy? Rather. Why, I meant to have asked you to accept a couple of thousands and a large estate that I have got, which brings in as much every year, and that I really don't want." £2,000 in an estate? Gracious Providence! I don't know what to say to that. Really, Admiral Green, you are so very liberal that, upon my word, I am quite puzzled. £2,000 and an estate worth £2,000 a year? Did you really mean that, Admiral Green?" "To be sure I did. What else could I mean? But I don't want to interfere with a foreign potato and a barren salt box." "Well, but, my dear sir, stop a moment. Let me think." "No, ma'am," said Jack. "I ain't quite such a humbug as you takes me for. I say nothing, but it's very likely that your baron will turn out to be some half-starved swindler who is going to wind up his affairs by doing you, and serves you right, too. I wishes you good morning, ma'am." So saying, Jack, despite the remonstrances of Mrs. Williams, whose cupidity was so strongly excited by what he had said, that she would gladly have thrown overboard the Baron, and who now began to look with something like contempt upon the £500, which she had before thought was quite a large sum. "How odd it is," she exclaimed when she was alone, "how odd it is that after I have been looking about, I don't know how long, for a decent match for some of the girls, all the men should come at once and want Helen. It's an extraordinary thing to me, very extraordinary. Dear me, if I could but have secured Admiral Green for Juliana, and so got her married on the same day with Helen, there would have been £2,500 to me at once. What a capital thing! I would not have spoken of it to anybody, but I would have paid all the tradespeople about here 8 pence in the pound as a composition, and then I could have gone and lived in London quite comfortably." Thus is it ever with such schemers as Mrs. Williams. Success brings with it quite as many evils and distressful feelings as failure, and now the agony of what she thought she had lost much more than counterbalanced any satisfaction she might have had in procuring her daughter's consent to the marriage with the Baron. This consent, although we know how it was wrung from Helen, we certainly much blame her for giving, because no human power could readily force her to marry anyone who was not her choice, and the mere fact that her mother represented how deeply she was in debt ought not to have been sufficient to induce Helen to consent. She might and ought to have taken a much higher view of the subject, a view which should have excluded a consideration of James Anderson. That view should have been a refusal to commit the perjury of solemnly vowing before heaven to love and honour a man for whom she entertained such opposite feelings. But Helen was not a close reasoner, and although all the argument was upon her side, and all the propriety, and all the justice, we grieve to say that she did not avail herself of either to the extent she ought to have done, but on the contrary gave up those moments to regret, which should have been far better employed in resistance. When the consent which we have recorded had been wrung from her, she gave herself up to the most melancholy reflections, weeping incessantly, and calling upon heaven to help her from the pressure of circumstances which she was quite competent to relieve herself from, if she could have persuaded herself to make the necessary efforts. At last it seemed to her that she had hit upon a plan which might afford her some relief, but, in projecting it, she little knew the real character of the man she had to deal with. This scheme was to tell the Baron candidly that she loved another, and, whether that other was living or dead, his remembrance would so cling to her that she could never love another, and that, in making her his wife, he, the Baron, would be laying up for himself a source of regret and disquietude in the feeling that he possessed one whose affections he could never hope to obtain. Surely, thought Helen, if he be at all human, and if he have any of the natural pride of manhood about him, he will shrink from attempting to continue a suit that must be mortifying in every one of its stages, and which cannot confer upon him even the shadow of happiness. End of Chapter 110 of Varney the Vampire, Volume 2. Read by Richard Wallace, Liberty, Missouri, 5 May 2009.
Chapter 111 of Varney the Vampire, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Carl, St. Louis, Missouri, November 2008. Varney the Vampire, Volume 2, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 111. The wedding day fixed, and the guests invited. When she was to receive so handsome a reward for the intelligence that she had wrung a reluctant consent from Helen to be the Baron's bride, it was not likely that Mrs. Williams would let a long time lapse before she communicated that fact to him, and accordingly she started to do so personally. It would appear that the Baron fully expected her, for he made no remark at all expressive of surprise, but received her with that courtly grace which Mrs. Williams attributed to his intercourse with the highest and the noblest. He did not seem so impatient as any one would have supposed a very ardent lover would have been, and before he would allow Mrs. Williams at all to enter into the object of her visit, he requested her to be seated, and would insist upon placing before her some of the very choicest refreshment. Indeed, as often as she then attempted to enter into the subject matter which had brought her there, he interrupted her with some remark of a different nature, so that she found it very difficult to say anything regarding it. At length, however, when he had satisfied the claims of hospitality, he said, "I presume that I have the pleasure of listening to something particularly pleasant and delightful to me, inasmuch as it will convey to me the realization of my dearest hopes." "Why, my Lord Baron, I must confess," said Mrs. Williams, "that notwithstanding the extremely liberal offers of Admiral Green—" "Admiral Green, madam? This is the first moment I have heard of such a personage." "No doubt, no doubt. But for all that, since we have had the honour of your offer for the hand of Helen, Admiral Green has made one, and such a liberal one that it's quite distressing to refuse him." "Then allow me to say, madam, that I hope you won't distress yourself about it, but accept of Admiral Green at once. I should be very sorry indeed to stand in the way of any advantageous arrangement, and therefore I beg you will close with Admiral Green." The adage about coming to the ground between two stools forcibly presented itself to the memory of Mrs. Williams, and she replied in a great hurry, "Oh no, Baron, certainly not, certainly not. I have refused the Admiral on your account. I told him most distinctly that I could not think of entertaining his offer for a moment, and I refused him at once." "Then why trouble me about him, madam?" "Oh, I thought I would only merely mention it, because the Admiral said he would have great pleasure, which, of course, was a very liberal thing of him, in handing me a cheque for £2,000. "Oh, now I understand," said the Baron. "I give you credit, madam, for having a good reason for making this report to me. You think that I may be induced to emulate the munificence of Admiral Green. But when I assure you that I have not the remotest intention of doing so, probably you will think that it would have been just as well if the matter had never been mentioned." The Baron was right, for Mrs. Williams did think so, and she felt all that bitterness of disappointment which wonderfully clever people do feel when they find that some pet scheme has most signally failed, leaving behind it all the consequences of a failure, and, whatever people may say to the contrary, failures do always have bad consequences, and never leave the circumstances exactly what they were. There was rather an awkward pause of some moments' duration, and then Mrs. Williams thought she would get over the Baron completely, for she put on the most amiable smile she could, and said, "My dear Baron, I'm sure we shall all be the most happy and united family that can possibly be imagined, and it is the greatest pleasure for me to be able to give you the intelligence that my daughter has consented to become yours." "Madam, I am much obliged." And although Admiral Green did say that if I were to bring him similar intelligence, he would there and then, on the spot, without further delay, hand me £2,000, I said to him, "Admiral Green, I am only to get £500 from the Baron Stuhlmeier of Salzburg, and that £500 he has likewise promised to pay me down. Down, you understand, Baron?" "Madam, I am not deaf." "But you understand down?" "Oh, I begin to see. You want the money. Well, could you not say so at once? It's of no use hinting things to me, but if you had said to me at once, 'Baron, I have brought you the consent to the marriage, and now I expect at once the £500 that I am to receive for doing so,' I would have understood you, and said at once, 'Oh, certainly, madam, here is the money,' as I do now. You will find that cheque drawn for the amount." "What a charming thing it is," said Mrs. Williams. "What a charming thing it is to do business in such a real business sort of way. But there are so few people, Baron, with your habits, and upon whom one can so thoroughly depend, as one can upon you." "Madam, you do me too much honour. Of course, having promised you this insignificant sum of money, it was not likely that I should but keep my word. And now let me ask, when is to be the happy day?" "If this day week will suit you, Baron." "Wonderfully well, madam, wonderfully well." "Then we will consider that as settled. I suppose you will have a public marriage?" "No, no, strictly private. I am resolved, madam, not to have more than 150 people, and to keep the expenses within £1,000. So you see I am going to do it in the plainest possible manner, and make no fuss at all about it." "Gracious Providence!" thought Mrs. Williams. "What would he call a public marriage, if he considers £1,000 expense, 150 guests a private one, and making no fuss about it?" "On one of my former marriages," said the Baron, with an air of abstraction. "One of them?" said Mrs. Williams. "May I presume to ask how often you have been married, my lord?" "Oh, certainly. Let me see. I think 11 times." "11! And pray, sir, what became of your wives?" "Why, really, madam, I cannot say. I hope the majority of them went to heaven, but there were one or two I most heartily wished at the other place." "My gracious!" thought Mrs. Williams, "he is quite a Bluebeard, but, however, things have gone too far now, and I am not going to give up my cheque if he had 20 wives, and, after all, it shows he must be a man of great experience, and of great wealth too, or so many women would not have had him. But if that little fact about all his wives should come to the ears of Helen, I am really afraid she wouldn't have him, so I must caution him about it. My Lord Baron." "Yes, madam." "I think between you and I, my Lord Baron, that it would be quite as well to say nothing to my daughter about her being the 12th wife, but just let her quietly think she is the first, because, you know, my lord, young people have prejudices upon these subjects, and she might not exactly like the idea." "Oh, certainly, madam. I shall not mention the little affairs that have preceded hers. I assure you I am quite aware that it is likely there should be a prejudice against a man who has had 11 wives, and people will think that he smothered a few of them." "Good gracious!" said Mrs. Williams. "You don't mean that, my Lord Baron. I hope that nobody ever accused you of such a thing." "Nay," said the Baron. "How are the best of us to escape censure? You know as well as I, Mrs. Williams, what a bad world it is we live in, and how dreadfully selfish people are." "Yes," said Mrs. Williams, "that's remarkably true. But it ain't often, my Lord Baron, that one man has 11 wives." "No, and it ain't often that such a man would exactly like to venture upon a 12th. "Well, no, there is something in that. But I will now, my lord, take my leave, entertaining no doubt whatever but that this will be an extremely happy marriage, and in every respect just what we might all of us desire." Mrs. Williams left the Baron with these words, but to say that she believed them would be to make by far too powerful an experiment upon the credulity of our readers. When he was alone, the Baron smiled a strange and ghastly smile. "That woman," he said, "is so fond of gold that she sells her child without hesitation to me. If upon hearing of my pretended marriages she gave me back my money, I should have thought some good of her. But no, that she could not do. Money is her idol, and when once in her possession she could not dream of parting with it. But what is that to me? Have I not made up my mind to this affair, let the consequences be what they may? Have I not resolved upon it in every possible shape? Henceforward I will cast aside all feelings of regret, and live for myself alone. For what have I now to hope, and what have I now to fear from mankind?" Hope? Did I say I had nothing to hope? I was wrong. I have something to hope, and it is a something I will have. It is revenge. Yes, it is revenge, which I must and will have against society, that has made me what I am, and the time shall yet come when my name will be a greater terror than it is, and that to someone needless, for it is such a terror already, but to mention it would cause a commotion of frightful inquietude. He looked from one of the windows of his home, and he saw Mrs. Williams, as she proceeded down one of the garden walks, take his cheque out from her reticule, where she had placed it, and looked at it attentively. "Ah," he said, "now she is worshipping her divinity, gold. She knows that that price of paper carries weight with it, and that, flimsy as it looks, it is sufficient to purchase her. Fool, fool, and she thinks she is buying contentment." End of chapter 111. Chapter 112 of Varney the Vampire, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Carl, St. Louis, Missouri, December 2008. Varney the Vampire, Volume 2, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 112. The Singular Invitation to the Baron's Wedding. About 3 days after the transactions which we have just recorded, the Admiral received a call from his friend, the attorney, and that call had a double object. In the first place, the man of law wanted to tell him how he was proceeding, as regarded the Quaker, and there they had a great tussle about what was to be done, for when the attorney said to him, "Now, Admiral, as regards to this assault upon Mr. Shepherd, all that can be done is to let him prove his case, and then come up for judgment and move in the court in mitigation. I dare say you will be dragged up to Westminster Hall for judgment, and I would not at all wonder but you will get off with a fine of 6 and 8pence. "What do you mean," said the Admiral, "by letting him do what he likes?" "In effect, it is the same thing as pleading guilty, you know, to a charge brought against you, and by so doing you, to a great extent, disarm justice." "Guilty!" roared the Admiral. "Guilty! You will be a long time indeed in convincing me that there is any guilt in kicking a Quaker, and especially such a Quaker as Mr. Shepherd. Why, I'll do it again, and think it, as I do now, a meritorious action." Yes, but you misunderstand me. It is called guilt, you know, in law to do anything contrary to law, and by pleading guilty you do no more than just admit the fact that you have kicked the Quaker. That's quite another thing. I've no objection to the fact whatever, but don't call it being guilty, for that's all moonshine, and I won't have it at any price. Guilty be hanged! I think I see it. Guilty of kicking a Quaker, indeed. I have half a mind to go and kick him again, just on purpose, and I don't know but what I may do it yet. Well, well, Admiral, now that we have settled that knotty point, I have got something else to tell you of a more agreeable nature. Out with it, out with it. It is this. You recollect that upon the marriage of Miss Flora Bannerworth with your nephew, Mr. Charles Howland, the marriage feast, you mean, for, as far as the marriage was concerned, they all got the better of the old man. Yes, the marriage feast. You recollect that upon that occasion you gave me leave to invite a number of persons, all of whom were very grateful, and thought very highly of you and the honour of coming into your company. A devil of a sensible fellow this lawyer is, thought the Admiral. It's enough to make one take to lawyers. I'll be hanged if it ain't. Go on, what of all that? I am sure I was as well pleased to see them all as they were to see me. Well, sir, it appears that some of these persons, and especially a family of the name of Clark, have been exceedingly anxious to bestow some civility upon you in return, and, as they have been invited to a wedding, they wish to prevail upon you to go with them, as it will be a very stylish affair. Well, I don't mind, said the Admiral. Where is it? It's as far as 20 miles off, at a place called Anderbury, and it is wished that you should bring anybody you like with you upon the occasion. Well, it's civil, at all events, and I don't mind, if Henry and Charles and Flora like it, going. But when you mention Anderbury, I'll be hanged if I don't think that's the very place that Jack Pringle is gone to get a sight of the salt water, for the benefit of his health. Well, sir, it will have none the less recommendation to you, I dare say, that it is close to the sea. You're right there, and I can tell you I was thinking of going myself, because, you know, what suits Jack in those respects is pretty well sure to suit me, and I thought, as that vagabond was enjoying himself down by the sea-coast, I might as well go and do so likewise. Well, sir, then, I may consider I have your full consent to the arrangement, and I am sure it will be received by the parties with a great deal of satisfaction indeed. Well, somehow or another, you talk me over to things, so I'll go, without making any more fuss about it, and I will take Henry with me, and Charles, and Flora, and I'd take old Varney the vampire, too, if we had him here. It would be a good bit of fun to take such a fellow as that to a wedding. He would not be the most welcome guest in the world. No, I should think not. But who are invitations to come from? They will come from the bride's mother, as the people I have told you are so anxious to take you with them are friends of hers. Very good, very good. So, as that's all right, I will speak to Henry about it, and Flora, and, I dare say, we shall all manage to get there comfortably enough. Let me see, it's just 2 stages for post-horses. Well, lawyer, you may look upon it as decided. It is to be, and there is an end of it. In due course, on the following day, there came a note to Admiral Bell, enclosing a card on which was said, Mrs. Williams requests the honour of Admiral Bell's company with his party to breakfast on the 10th instant at 2 o'clock, on the occasion of the celebration of the nuptials of Miss Helen Fedora Williams with the Baron Stolmoyer of Salzburg, at Anderbury on the Mount. The devil, said the Admiral. This is an odd affair. Something splashing and out of the way, I should say. Breakfast? At 2 o'clock? That's this piece of humbug in the whole affair. Who the devil is to wait for their breakfast until 2 o'clock? I never heard anything better than that. But I suppose there will be something to eat, so I shall take the liberty of having my breakfast at 7 in the morning, and calling that my dinner, and my lunch I will manage to get at some inn on the road. With this card of invitation in his hand, the Admiral went to Flora and laid it before her, saying, "Here will be fine fun, Flora, for you. This is the invitation I spoke to you of, and they are going to have breakfast at 2 o'clock, lunch, I suppose, at 5, dinner at 9, a cup of coffee at about 12, supper at 4 o'clock in the morning, and I suppose they will get to bed at about daybreak." Flora laughed as she perused the card, and then she said, "It certainly promises to be quite a fine affair, uncle, and at all events, as we are the only guests, we shall be able fully to enter into the amusement of the affair, if there be any way, and I am inclined to think there will be, by the rather pompous reading of the card of invitation which has been so civilly sent to us."
"If they're ridiculous people," said the Admiral, "we will laugh at them, and they cannot expect but that we should. And if they should turn out to be otherwise, they may become very pleasant acquaintances, you know."
"Assuredly, and it will not do to judge of people anyway by such a trivial piece of evidence as the card of invitation can afford to one, so I will endeavour to go to the wedding with an impression that they are agreeable people, an impression which, considering the complimentary manner in which they have invited us, we ought to cultivate."
"Very good, and do you speak to Charles about it, for I have not had an opportunity of doing so, and as the people have invited us handsomely, I think we ought to go in a manner so as to do them as much credit as possible, and therefore I should say that a coach and four, with postilions, will be the plan, and look rather stylish."
"Oh, uncle, you will be mistaken for the bridegroom."
"Shall I? Very well. I am quite willing that I should be, always provided I might chance to admire the bride. But if I do not, you may be sure that I shall take plenty good care to explain the error."
End of chapter 112.
Chapter 113 of Varney the Vampire, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Varney. Varney the Vampire, Volume 2, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 113. James Anderson seeks and obtains an interview with Mrs. Williams. The report which, in accordance with what he had heard from Mrs. Williams, Jack Pringle felt himself compelled to make to the young man whom he had saved from the wreck, but too surely convinced him that all his hopes were dashed to the ground, and that it was indeed but too true that Helen had consented to become the wife of another. There could be no mistake in the affair, or the slightest loophole for escaping an entire and complete conviction of the faithlessness of her in whom he had so deeply confided for his future happiness. The blow appeared to fall upon him with a stunning effect, and for some time he seemed to be quite incapable of thought or action. But Jack Pringle rallied him upon this state of things, and tried hard to induce him to view the matter with the same kind of philosophy that he would have brought to bear upon it.
"Come, come," he said, "don't be downhearted about a woman. Cheer up, my lad. There's many a better fish in this sea than has ever yet been got out of it, you may depend upon that."
I could have staked my life upon her good faith.
"Likely enough, and so can we all upon the good faith of the woman we happen to love and admire. But what is there in the whole wide world so common as being jilted by a wench? And when it does happen, a man should whistle her down the wind, and forget her all at once and for ever."
"I have no doubt," said James Anderson, "that such is good philosophy, but it's a hard thing to tear away from the heart at once an image that has lain enshrined in its inmost recesses for many a month."
"Perhaps it is. But the best remedy in all the world is to look about for another. I know that from experience in these matters. You do so, and you will soon be able to forget the girl who has jilted you."
James Anderson shook his head and smiled faintly as he said, "I fear I should never love another as I have loved her. The heart, when once it has loved as I have loved, can never know another feeling. I cannot with any hopes of success undertake such a mode of cure as that which you point out to me."
"Oh, you will think differently in a little while, I can tell you. Time does wonders in these cases, and before you are a month older you will be in quite a different frame of mind to what you are now."
I must confess I should not like to be all my life the subject of never-ending regret, but at the same time I do feel that let what chances may befall me, I shall never feel another disappointment so bitter as this." James Anderson, upon making these few remarks, showed a disposition to drop the subject, and as it was one which certainly concerned himself more than any one else, Jack Pringle and the fisherman both agreed to say no more about it, and it rested. But although he said nothing, the matter was far indeed from being absent from the mind of James Anderson, for it occupied him wholly, and engaged his attention to that extent that all other thoughts were excluded therefrom most entirely and completely. Those who had afforded him so kindly a shelter were not unobservant spectators of this state of his mind, and Jack Pringle strove to move him from it by calling his attention to his obligations and duties in other respects.
"Come, messmate," he said, "ain't it time you should think of going to London to make your report of how you lost the dispatches that your captain committed to your care?"
"It is so," said James Anderson, "and I shall start this evening."
"That's right, and the best thing you could possibly do, I can tell you. You will get some new appointment, and in the bustle of life you will soon forget all disappointments whatever. If you go regularly into the service, you are young enough yet to rise in it, and you may yet live to have a pair of swabs upon your shoulders, I can tell you."
"At all events," said Anderson, "I can have the comfort of knowing that I have, by being wrecked here, made some acquaintance which I hope I may always have the pleasure to retain. I feel myself now quite well enough to walk, and I will go into the town and make some preparations for getting on to London, which I am by your liberality, Mr. Pringle, enabled to do."
Jack made a wry face as he said, "Whatever you do, messmate, don't call me Mr. Pringle. My name's Jack Pringle. It always has been Jack Pringle and always will be. I begin to think as something must be the matter when anybody calls me Mr. Pringle, and I don't like it a bit."
"I won't again then offend you by calling you Mr., but you shall be Jack Pringle if you like to me, and I can only say that a more esteemed friend than yourself it is not likely I shall ever encounter in this world." Jack was always much more easy under censure, let it come from where it might, than under praise, and consequently he fidgeted about in a most alarming manner, while James Anderson was professing to him his grateful feeling, and at length he said, belay there, old fellow, that will do. I don't want any more of that, I can tell you. It's a damned odd thing that a man cannot save a fellow man's life without it being at all sorts of odd times thrown in his teeth in this way. Don't say any more about it. I ain't used to being persecuted." This was no affectation in Jack Pringle. On the contrary, it really was to him a positive persecution to be praised, and as James Anderson now felt fully convinced that such was the case, he determined upon avoiding such for the future. Towards the dusk of the evening, having attired himself as respectably as the wardrobe of the old seaman and his son would permit him, for his own clothing had been completely spoiled by the salt water, he proceeded to the town of Anderbury. By so proceeding, Jack Pringle considered that his principal business would be to get some means of quick conveyance to London, but James Anderson had another motive in his walk to the town, which he communicated to no one. That motive was a strong desire to see Helen Williams, if he possibly could, before he left, in order that he might hear from her own lips what it was that prevented her continuing her plighted faith towards him, for he could not, from all he knew of her character, bring himself to believe that it was the wealth of her new suitor that had had any effect upon her. "No, no," he said, "I know her far better than for 1/2 instant to do her such an injustice. She must have been imposed upon with some account of my death, or some artful and well-arranged tale of, perhaps, faithlessness upon my part has hurried her into the acceptance of the first offer that has been made to her. If I could but obtain an interview with her, for a few brief moments, I should know all, and either be able to take her to my heart again, or to find ample reason for forgetting her." He knew the way well to that house where he had frequently watched Helen enter and emerge from, but how to send any message to her was a matter which required great consideration. He had been absent long enough, no doubt, for some changes to have been made in Mrs. Williams's household, so that although there had been in old times a servant who was favourable to him, and who would not only have taken his message to Helen, but would have told him all the news of the family, she, no doubt, had long since left. After thinking over the matter for some time, so as to come to a conclusion that the difficulty about getting any message or note delivered to Helen almost amounted to an impossibility, he saw a boy come out of the house, apparently to go on some errand, and with a feeling more of desperation than reflection, he spoke to him, saying, "I think you came out of Mrs. Williams's house, my lad."
"Yes, I did," said the boy. "What of that? Hit one of your own size. I haven't done nothing to you."
"You mistake altogether, my boy. I am not going to touch you, you may depend, but on the contrary, I will reward you if you will answer me what questions I shall propose to you, and I assure you they are all such as you may honestly answer."
"Well, I don't know. How much?"
1 shilling for every question."
"That's a rum way of doing business, but it ain't so bad either. Ask away, and you shall soon see how I'll earn the shillings."
"Is Miss Helen going to be married?"
"Yes, a shilling."
"Who to?"
"To the Baron's stalling mare and a salt bug. 2 shillings."
"Will you take a note from me to her, if I reward you extra for so doing?"
"Oh, I begin to smell a rat. Yes, I will. You is some of the lover, you is. 3 shillings."
"I am. 1 shilling."
"What do you mean?"
"Why, my young friend, if I pay you a shilling a question, I don't see why I should not charge you at the same rate. So don't ask me anything, and then you will get all the shillings to yourself. You understand?"
"Oh, I doesn't see any joke in that. I don't want to ask any questions, not I. What will you give me for taking the note? I think I ought to have half a crown between you and me and the post, because you see, if old Mother Williams was to catch me, she would serve me out pretty tidy."
"You shall have your own price of half a crown, and here is the note, which I charge you, mind, to deliver into no hands but those of Helen herself."
"Oh, I'll do it. And what should I get if I bring you an answer back?"
"Another half-crown. So you see, you will make a very good evening's work of it, indeed, if you are clever and faithful."
"Give me the note. I'll do it. You may always trust me when there's anything to be got by it. My father brought me up to get my living, and he used to say to me, 'Caleb,' says he, 'always do your duty, Caleb, to those who employ you when you go out to service in a family, unless somebody offers you something more not to do it.'"
"Quite a philosophical maxim," said James Anderson. "I suppose you are in the service of Mrs. Williams?"
"Yes, I'm page of all work, I am. I do a little of everything, and make myself generally useful.
Where will you wait for me?" "At this corner. And with a due regard to performing your part well, be as quick as you can on your mission, for I am rather impatient to see its results." Caleb, the page of all work, duly promised to be quick, and after completing an errand that he had been sent upon by Mrs. Williams, he returned to that lady's house. We cannot help thinking that after the principles in which Caleb had announced he had been brought up, it was rather an indiscreet thing of Anderson to trust him with a note that he had already prepared for Helen, in case an opportunity should present itself of getting it delivered to her, but he was desperate, and perhaps he did not so accurately weigh the pros and cons of the affair as he undoubtedly ought to have done. As it was, however, he had a faith in his messenger which we are sorry to say was most decidedly misplaced, for Caleb did show that he had not forgotten the lessons of his paternal relative, but that on the contrary he was disposed to carry them out with great tact and perseverance. Whether or not he would of his own accord have set about scheming in the matter we cannot say, but at all events he was spared that trouble, for Mrs. Williams had seen, from one of the windows of her own house, his interview with one who was a stranger to her, for although she had once, before he went to sea, seen James Anderson, he was much altered, and she did not recognize him, and when Caleb came in she called him into the parlour and shut the door. "Caleb," she said, "I insist upon knowing immediately who you were talking to just now in the street, and who gave you a note." Caleb was rather staggered at this home question, for he did not think that Mrs. Williams had seen him, and after a moment's pause he said, What will you give me, missus, to know?"
"Give? Give? How dare you ask me such a question?"
"It's no use, missus, getting in a passion about it. I've got an opportunity of earning 8 shillings, snugly and comfortably. If you'll give me 16 shillings, I will tell you all about it, and I don't mind saying beforehand that I know, missus, as you won't think it dear at that price. No, nor at 3 times as much, if you could only guess what it was."
16 shillings? It must be something wonderful in the way of news that I would give you such a sum for.
"That's just what it is, missus. Come now, is it a bargain? Because I'm in a hurry, and I've got never such a load of things to do."
"Well, well, Caleb, tell me what it is, and give me the note."
"Not till I haves the money, missus. Oh no, I knows better than that. I've got a hold on the fellow as you saw me with, but I haven't on you. Oh no, the deuce a bit. I must have the cash first, and then you shall have the information, and I tell you again that it ain't dear at the price, as you will own yourself."
The curiosity as well as the suspicions of Mrs. Williams were strongly excited, for she began to suspect that something or other was going on in which her interests were involved, inasmuch as upon mature consideration she had come to a conclusion that there was more in the visit of Admiral Green than quite met the eye.
"Well, well," she said, "I have only gold in my purse, but you shall have the amount, you may depend, Caleb, if I promise you."
"I haven't a doubt in the world," said Caleb. "But there is nothing like ready money, missus, so just hand us a sovereign, and here is 4 shillings change, which will be right, you know, all the world over."
This was vexatious, but as it was quite clear that Caleb had thoroughly made up his mind not to part with his information without the cash, Mrs. Williams was compelled to hand the amount to him, which she did not do with the best grace in the world, and then she said,
"Now, I expect you to tell me all."
"So I means, missus. You don't suppose I'd take 16 shillings of you, and not tell you all as I have to tell you? No, missus, I'd scorn the action."
"Well, well, don't keep me in suspense, but go on at once."
"I will. There's a chap at the corner of the street as wants me to give this here letter to Miss Helen, and bring him back an answer."
"A letter to Helen? This is news indeed. And who was he?"
"That I don't know. I was going to ask him, but somehow or another I found out it was a great deal better left alone. But I should not wonder, missus, but you will find out who he is, if you read the note. People, you know, usually put their blessed names at the end of their letters, unless they sends what is called a synonymous one."
This was a good suggestion of Caleb's, and Mrs. Williams, without the smallest scruple as to the fact of opening a letter addressed to another person, tore asunder the envelope that covered young Anderson's epistle, and read as follows, in a sufficiently audible tone to enable Caleb to hear every word of it, for in her intense eagerness she forgot the fact of his presence.
"Dearest Helen, I can still address you as such, because I have not yet heard from your own lips, although I have from the lips of others that you have forgotten me. Can it be true that you are about in the face of heaven to plight those vows to another which were to be mine, and mine only? I ask of you but to meet me, and tell me yourself that such is the case, and you will meet with neither persecutions or reproaches from me. Tell me that you are oppressed, and you know well that in me you have a defender. Name your own time and place of meeting me, and by the boy who will deliver this to you, let me beg of you, by the memory of our old affection, to send me an answer. Yours ever, James Anderson."
"I say, missus, that's pitching it rather strong," said Caleb.
End of chapter 113. Recording by Varney. Chapter 114 of Varney the Vampire, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Varney. Varney the Vampire, Volume 2, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 114. Mrs. Williams's Maneuver to Get Rid of Anderson.
This exclamation from Caleb informed Mrs. Williams of the fact of his presence, and duly indignant was she at that circumstance, for in her anger she immediately rose to execute upon him some vengeance, and had he not adroitly eluded her by leaving the room, there is no doubt she would have well made him remember indulging in such a piece of impertinent curiosity. "That wretch," she exclaimed, "has overheard me, and who knows now that he may actually go and tell the other? If he would betray him, he would betray me, and what redress should I get for such a circumstance?" This was a mental suggestion which made it necessary Mrs. Williams should not only look over the fact of Caleb having stayed to listen to the letter, but likewise see him, and hold out some other inducements to him to be faithful to her, however he might choose to behave himself to other persons. "Caleb," she said, when she had summoned him again into her presence, "Caleb, you may depend I will make it well worth your while to attend to me in this affair, and to no one else. I can and will pay you well, and when the Baron marries Miss Helen, I dare say, if you would like it, I should be able to get you some great place at Underbury House."
"Well, missus," said Caleb, "I looks upon myself as put up to auction, and the highest bidder always has me. I don't mean to say but what you have done the right thing, as regards the 16 shillings, so what would you like me to do next, missus?"
"I want you to take a note back, in answer to that which you have brought me, but of course the young man who gave it must suppose that it came from my daughter Helen."
"How much?"
"What do you mean by how much?"
"How much am I to get, I mean?"
"Oh, I understand you. How much do you expect for such a piece of service?"
"Something handsome, I should say. What do you think of 10 shillings and 6pence, missus?"
"I think it rather high, Caleb, but nevertheless I shall not stop at a trifle in rewarding you, provided always I may depend upon you."
"Money down," said Caleb. "You know short reckonings make long friends, missus. Besides, it's always better not to let these things accumulate, for if we goes on doing business in this here sort of way, it will come to a good bit in a short time, and then you would think it was too much and wouldn't like to pay it."
With a bad grace, for Mrs. Williams never liked parting with her money, she produced the sum which Caleb required for this new service, remarking as she did, "Well, Caleb, you will soon grow rich if you go on this way."
"Likely enough, ma'am," said Caleb. "I likes to be paid, and I don't see why I shouldn't."
Mrs. Williams soon handed him the note, which merely contained the words, "Come at 8 o'clock and ring the door-bell." These words she wrote as much as possible in her daughter Helen's hand, and having sealed up this extremely laconic epistle, she handed it to Caleb, directing him to go at once and deliver it to the party who was expecting him, and we must say that this lad appeared to be one of the most thoroughly selfish rascals the world had ever produced, for he was now quite willing for money to betray Mrs. Williams to James Anderson, if there was any likelihood of his accomplishing such a purpose with safety. But here some difficulties presented themselves, which Caleb's natural acuteness enabled him very well to see. In the first place, James Anderson, he shrewdly suspected, was not the sort of individual to be trafficked with, as Mrs. Williams was, and, considering that he had already committed an immense breach of trust in giving the letter to Mrs. Williams instead of to Helen, he thought, and we are inclined to think correctly enough, that it would be rather a hazardous thing to say anything to him about it.
"No, no," he said, "I'll just give him Miss's letter, and then back out of the whole affair, for I don't half begin to like it. That young fellow looks a chap that wouldn't mind wringing one's neck for one, for half a pin, so I'll just leave him alone, and say nothing more about it."
James Anderson waited round the corner with considerable impatience, for in consequence of the proceedings that had taken place at Mrs. Williams's, Caleb had been considerably delayed. When, however, he saw him coming, hope again sprung up in his bosom, and he felt all the agitation of extreme pleasure as he saw that Caleb had in his hand what was undoubtedly a letter. When the boy reached him, he advanced to meet him, eagerly exclaiming, as he did so, "You have the letter, you have seen her, and you have her answer." Now, as Caleb had made up his mind to commit himself but as little as he possibly could with the young stranger, he went upon the good old adage of the least being said the soonest mended, and accordingly, instead of making any remark which might at a future occasion be thrown at his teeth, he satisfied himself by placing his finger by the side of his nose and nodding his head sagaciously. He then handed to James Anderson the letter, in the contents of which that individual became too much absorbed, short as they were, to pay any further attention to the messenger. Caleb thought this a good opportunity of being off at once, before any troublesome questions should be asked him, so he made a retreat with all the expedition that was in his power. James Anderson, when he looked up from the perusal of the one sentence which the letter contained, was astonished to find his messenger gone, considering how very eager he had before been on the subject of the reward which he was to get for that service. "What can have become of the boy?" he said. "I had 100 questions to ask him." So well had Mrs. Williams succeeded in imitating the handwriting of her daughter Helen, that James Anderson was fully convinced the letter was written by the chosen object of his heart. He certainly did think that it was cold and distant, and that there might have been a word or two of affection, at all events, in it, especially considering how long he had been absent, and with what an untiring affection he had ever thought of her. "She might have told me that her heart was the same," he murmured to himself, "or else she should have let me know at once that it was so altered I should not know it for the same. But still it is something to look forward to an interview with her. She may not have had the time to write any more, or perhaps she may have doubted the messenger, and thought it unsafe to utter anything concerning her real feelings in this epistle." Thus hoping and trying to persuade himself of the best, did James Anderson anxiously expect the hour when by the note that had been sent him he expected once again to look upon the face of her, the remembrance of whom had cheered him in many a solitary hour, and enabled him to bear up against evils and misfortunes which otherwise had been insurmountable. It wanted but a very short time to 8 o'clock, and at 5 minutes before that hour James Anderson walked with trembling eagerness up the steps of Mrs. Williams's house door. His hand shook as he placed it upon the bell handle, and told himself that the time was come when all his doubts would be resolved, and he should really know what he had to hope, or expect, or to fear. There was certainly a something weighing heavily upon his heart, an undefined dread that all was not well, and during the interval between his ringing and the opening of the door he felt all that sickening sensation which is ever the accompaniment of intense anxiety, and which renders it so fearfully painful a feeling. The door was opened by a female servant, who had received her instructions from Mrs. Williams, so that she knew exactly what to say, and without waiting for the visitor to announce himself, she said,
"Are you Mr. Anderson, sir?"
Yes, yes," he said.
"Then I am ordered to ask you to step into the back parlour."
All is right, thought James Anderson. She expects me, and has prepared for my reception. He followed his guide implicitly, for he fully believed, as who would not, under the circumstances, that she was in Helen's confidence, and so could be safely trusted. She led him into the back parlour, where there was no one, and then she said,
"If you will be seated for a few minutes, sir, my mistress will come to you."
Her young mistress, she means, thought James, and he prepared himself to wait with what patience he could assume, and that, under the circumstances, was by no means a large amount, for he had been kept in such a constant worry by what had occurred, that suspense became one of the most agonizing feelings that he could possibly endure, now that his fate was about so nearly to be decided. It was no part of Mrs. Williams's plan to keep him waiting, for she certainly had no fancy for retaining such a customer in the house as James Anderson. For, playing the double part that she was, she knew not what sudden accident might happen to derange her plans, and probably render them completely abortive. For all she could tell, Helen herself might actually descend the stairs, and enter that very room where she hoped a short conference would suffice to get rid of the troublesome claims of James Anderson for ever. She was in the front parlour when he was shown into the back, for they communicated by folding doors. She had but to open these doors, and at once show herself to the astonished Anderson, who little expected on that occasion to behold the mother instead of the daughter. He gave a sudden and violent start of surprise. But as Mrs. Williams had determined to do the dignified, and to call herself quite an injured person, she took no notice of the evident agitation of his manner, but said, with an assurance that only she could have aspired to, "May I ask, sir, under what pretence you write notes to my daughter at such a time as this? Notes which appear to me to be highly calculated to do her some serious injury, and consequently which I cannot but think are intended for that precise purpose." "Mrs. Williams," said James Anderson, "since it appears that I have been betrayed, and that the messenger I perhaps foolishly trusted has delivered to you instead of your daughter the note I addressed to her, I have only to say—" "I beg your pardon, sir," said Mrs. Williams, interrupting him, "but as it was from my daughter I received your note, you may spare yourself the trouble of blaming the lad whom you had to seduce from his duty by bribes and corruption." "From your daughter?" "Yes, sir, from my daughter, and I flatter myself that there is too good an understanding between my daughter and me for her to keep as a secret such a circumstance." This was a very unexpected blow to James Anderson, a blow indeed which he was totally unprepared for, and yet, although he doubted, he had no means of disproving what Mrs. Williams chose to assert in the matter, and she quickly saw the victory she had gained over him, and the difficulty in which he found himself. "Sir," she said, "if you have anything more to add to what you have already said, my daughter desires that you should inform me of it, and if it consists of such matter as she can properly take notice of, she will reply to it by letter. But she most unhesitatingly declines an interview, which she considers cannot be productive of anything but unpleasantness to all parties, and most of all to her, considering her peculiar situation, and that she is so soon about to alter her condition and become the wife of the Baron Stolmurer of Salzburg." "I'll not believe it," said James Anderson, "unless I hear it from her own lips." "I suppose, sir, when you see it announced in the County Chronicle, you will believe it?" "That," said James Anderson, "it never will be, for I cannot, will not, dare not think that one whom I have loved so well could be so false." "False, sir? What do you mean by that? I shall really have to speak to the Baron if you use such expressions towards his intended wife." "I'll speak to the Baron," said James, "and that in a language he shall understand too, if I come across him." "If you threaten, it will be my duty to inform the Baron, so that he may take such legal steps as he may be advised." "I repeat to you, Mrs. Williams, that I will not believe it, and since you force me to such a declaration, I have no hesitation in saying that I think you are quite capable of selling your daughter to the highest bidder, and that the Baron you mention probably occupies that unenviable position, a position which no gentleman would for a moment wish to occupy, and which he perhaps is not fully aware of. I will see him, and explain to him that there are prior claims to the hand as well as to the affections of your daughter." This threat rather alarmed Mrs. Williams, for she thought it possible that, if the Baron really found there had been a former lover in the case, probably much encouraged by the lady, he might think his chances of happiness rather slender, and decline keeping the engagement which she considered was so suspiciously commenced. This might or might not be the result, but at all events it was worth consideration, and placed the matter in rather a serious light. Therefore was it, then, that Mrs. Williams determined to have recourse to her last expedient, and that was the production of the written promise to marry the Baron, which it will be recollected, in the excitement and impulse of the moment, she had succeeded in procuring from Helen. "Well, sir," she said, "since you will not be convinced by any ordinary arguments, and since you doubt my word in this matter, I shall be under the necessity of adopting some means of explaining to you the matter fully, and of showing you that there is abundance of proof of what I have asserted." "Proof, madam! Nothing but an assurance from Helen herself can come to me in the character of proof in such an affair as this. Let me see her, for the mere fact that you sedulously keep her from me involves the affair in a general aspect of suspicion." "Read that, sir, and if you know anything of the handwriting of her whom you affect so much to admire, it ought to resolve your doubts." James Anderson took the paper in his hand, and glanced upon it,
and by the sudden change that came across his countenance as he did so, Mrs. Williams saw that it was having all its effect. He could not doubt it. He knew that signature too well. He had it to some affectionate documents, which he felt would remain by him to the latest day of his existence. It was indeed a horrible confirmation of all that had been told him, such a confirmation as he had never expected to see, and which at one blow dashed all doubt to the ground. "Now, sir," said Mrs. Williams with a triumphant air, "I trust that you are satisfied, at all events, of one fact, and that is that my daughter had consented to become the Baroness Stolmure of Salzburg, and without at all entering into the question of anything which may have passed between you and her upon other occasions. I think you ought, as a gentleman, to perceive that the sooner you go away the better." "It is enough," said James Anderson. "Falsehood, thy name is woman." "I really can't see, sir, what you have got to complain of, for people have a right to alter their minds upon the little affairs of life, and I don't see, then, wherefore they should not have a similar privilege as regards something of more importance." "Enough, madam, enough. What steps I may hereafter take, upon a due consideration of these affairs, I know not, but now I bid you farewell." Mrs. Williams was very glad to hear these words, or rather the last of them, because she was in a perpetual dread during the whole of the interview that something would occur by which a meeting would take place between James Anderson and Helen herself, at which some very disagreeable explanation might take place. It was a wonderful relief to her when he had left the house, and she heard the street door close behind him, and she drew a long breath when such was the case, as she said to herself, "Well, thank the fates that job is over, and what a good thing it is. There is no knowing what mischief might have been the end of it, if it hadn't been stopped as it has. He is not a bad-looking young man, and if he had had a few thousands a year, I certainly should not have made any objections to his being my son-in-law. But I positively cannot and will not have poor people in the family. There is no end of trouble and bother with them, and instead of getting your daughters off hand, it's just taking on hand in addition some man for their amusement." James Anderson went sorrowfully enough back to the fisherman's cottage, where he related to the sympathizing old seaman what had occurred, for Jack Pringle was not there, and if he had been, James Anderson knew very well he would have got no sympathy from him on account of the circumstance, for the frailties of the softer sex did not seem to have any material effect upon Jack Pringle or his sympathies, since by his own account he had been jilted so often that he now thought nothing at all of it. End of chapter 114. Recording by Varney.